fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy Pyongyang, Democratic People's Republic of Korea. That's right. Also known as the best Korea, also known as the popular Korea around the world. We're live and alive, folks, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Whoo! Because it's a beautiful day regardless of the rain. We are officially in the territory of absolutely awful California weather for the next month. For the next couple of months, you are going to be hearing about me complaining about the rain nonstop. That's right. It's officially that time of the year. It will be very annoying for you because you will be most likely in a situation that is significantly worse. Join your local DSA chapter looking ass. I know this mustache makes me look like I'm like an adjunct professor or something, and I'm 100% like, you know, I'm on my 10th year at the DSA, okay, and I'm trying to get you guys to go down to like Compton so we can fix some taillights. It's like, hey, how you doing, guys? That's right. Today we're going to be going to Compton. We're going to be doing a taillight fixing operation down there. It's going to be great. You know, the reason why we do it, of course, is because people of color have a much higher likelihood of being pulled over by police officers for erroneous things such as, you know, their taillights being out or whatever. And oftentimes the likelihood that that turns violent is pretty high. So this is a little bit of community organizing. That's what we're going to be doing today, guys. You know, join the DSA. I haven't even thought about fixing cars as a form of activism. That what I just described to you is a real thing that the DSA does, by the way. So, you know, we actually do this at our local DSA chapter, the Classic. Yeah, of course. It's a great thing to do, 100%. Anyway, folks, I'm alive. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life, okay? And let me tell you, not a lot, as always, okay? Not a lot. There's never anything really going on in my life. And you look like you're going to flip out at the barista for not having oat milk. Yeah. No, I think the Democracy Now! Hat immediately changes the dynamic. Like, without the hat, I could be anything. Okay? But with the old ass denim jacket and the Democracy Now! Hat, it's just immediately. It's like, I'm a Portland guy. You know, I'm in a PhD program somewhere, and I'm trying to be a comic on the weekends, okay? But I live in Brooklyn and also am a DSA guy. Nobody should ever talk about New Hampshire this much. I love New Hampshire. Such a fucking stupid state. Anyway, regardless. What is this? Yo, chat, heads up. Mr. Beast is giving away $25K to 10 random people who repost his tweet. Hopefully one of us gets that money. Did Mr. Beast get like hacked or something? And why is a what? Like a 25-month subscriber in the chat doing one of the classic scams? Like, what is happening? Anyway, you look like you're about to go flyer for a show at Free Farm. All right. Anyway, folks. As far as personal news goes, okay? My first X video made over $250,000, but it's a bit of a facade. Advertisers saw the attention it was getting and bought ads on my video, I think, and thus my revenue per view is probably higher than what you'd experience. Yeah, dude, this is marketing, okay? They gave Mr. Beast $250,000 because this is free marketing, okay? He knows this. There's no way. I think, look, this man is one of the most like neurodivergent when it comes to analytics. Okay. If you think he doesn't know what's going on here, I don't know what to tell you. He's basically trying to like lighten it a little bit. Anyway, it's fine. But you could also be directing your new project, a documentary on the history of mustaches in the Balkans. Yeah. Yeah, he's like, this is his entire life. He knows exactly what the fuck's going on. There's no way. But yeah. Where was I? End of the broadcast. Pumping through Better Call Saul. Okay. Pumping through Better Call Saul. And woke up this morning. Worked out in the beautiful rain. Kai is wet as hell still. Do you know when the merch is shipping? I hit up the merch company to be like, what the fuck's going on? And they haven't given me like a good answer, but apparently they went over the amount. So they had to like, they sold out pretty quickly. HasanAbi, dude, how long does it take for you to dry her? Impossible. You cannot dry this dog. We'll talk about all that. Elon and Ben visit Auschwitz. I always fuck up how to spell Auschwitz. Can someone type it in the chat so I can copy paste it? Yeah. It's the hardest thing to fucking type on my life. I swear to God. It's Auschwitz. Auschwitz. Okay. Elon and Ben visit Auschwitz. CNN report reveals IDF desecrated 16 Palestinian graveyards. Ron DeSantis ducks ridiculousness writer strike. Wait, really? New Hampshire. New Hampshire primary. Nikki Haley v. Trump. And more news. Get in now. It's Monday News Day. Were you able to walk Kaya in the rain? I don't. She doesn't care. She loves the rain. Like, there are no issues with her in the rain. Been loving your Power World gameplay. It's fucking chaos. Thank you. You're welcome. But more importantly, thank you for watching. Does her coat, with her coat, it'll be nice and cool for her? Yeah, she just absolutely loves being, she's such a dirty girl. She loves being in the dirt. Where do you buy your jewelry from? All around. Mostly thrifted. I don't usually buy that much. Like, it's either gifted or thrifted. Unless it's like a specific one, like this one I bought myself. It's a Vivienne Westwood one, and I think it was like $150 or something. But it's silver, so it doesn't like fuck up my my fingies. This one's also silver. This one I bought myself as well. This is like a friend who's like an artisan handcrafted jewelry maker. The other ones are just gifts or thrifts. Is Kai double coated? My retriever takes forever to dry, but he gets hot spots. It's so sad. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about the chemical weapons used on the protesters too. Yeah. We'll do that as well. IDF soldier / students. I'm just gonna say pro-Israel students use chemicals on Columbia Uni. Pro-Israel? No, I'm gonna say IDF. I'll just say IDF is shorter. Use chemicals on Columbia Uni protesters. Elon and Ben visit Auschwitz. CNN report reveals IDF desecrated 16 Pal graveyards. Ron DeSantis. DeSantis ducks. New Hampshire primary. Nikki Haley v. Trump. And more news. Okay. It's Monday News Day. I don't know if they're allegedly IDF, but it's shorter. Hold on. Pro-Israel students. Let's say pro-Israel students. Use chemicals on Columbia Uni protesters. Why are IDF in Columbia University? What do you mean? It's just like they are, they could be a part of the IDF at some point. You know what I mean? There's plenty of fucking veterans around us. It's kind of funny to say like they're IDF though, because it's like, it's basically like saying like a military veteran that, you know, served and is now like going to college for free, being like a military, you know, like an American combat troop, you know? Columbia has an undergraduate school specifically for mil vets and / non-traditional career paths. All right, anyway, let's blast off. Let's get started. Okay. As far as personal news, you look like you've been mewing Slay. As far as personal news goes, not too much happening in the world. I've realized that my split, my workout split, I think, is like a little too heavy. I do too many compounds on the same day. I'm doing 5x5 strength exercises for 2 compound exercises, or 3 total. In the beginning of the week, the first 2 days of the week, Monday and Wednesday, and then I'm doing volume exercises. Well, there's some compound strength exercises spruce through that, but I think it's a 4-day split, and I think it needs to be spread out more because I have a really hard time doing whatever my second 5x5 is. You know what I mean? Because like my first 5x5 or my first working set is a deadlift one, right? Which is fine. My first one is a deadlift, which is fine, right? And I've been cooking it up in the shop. My deadlifts have been going crazy with it. They've been going nutty mode with it. My deadlifts are out of control. I'm back on the conventional deadlifts because I've been doing trap bar, as you guys know. And the conventional deadlifts are going crazy with it. What do I mean by this? The conventional deadlifts are doing pretty fine. Obviously, like last time on the non-conventional, on the trap bar deadlifts, I was hitting like 4 plates for 12 pretty easily. But now on the conventional deadlifts, like we're working all the way back up to the 405 so I can do the same. Right now, I think today I was on my top set. I've gotten all the way up to 375 for 6 easy. But yeah, close, super close. Could probably do the 405s easy. You rarely have physical issues anymore, or don't mention it maybe. That sounds good at least. No, ever since I focused on my diet and started making sure that I eat at least 220 grams of protein a day, my issues have kind of gone away a little bit. You know, knock on wood. Allah korusun. But yeah, it's not the eating more veggies actually. It's actually eating more protein. 220 grams of protein is not that much, chat. I'm 245 pounds. I should be eating probably more protein. Let's be real. But yeah, my biggest issue is, and this is not something that, my biggest issue is as a person who's been lifting weights for many, many years, okay? I cannot keep steadily maintaining on all three of my compound lifts. I struggle. If my deadlift is going up, I can't make sure that my chest is also going up on top of that. Jeff Nipper debunked the 1 gram per pound of body weight. Well, it's not 1 gram per pound of body weight. I'm not doing 1 gram per pound. I'm doing like 1 gram per pound of like lean muscle mass. And no, the chest is not overrated. He didn't debunk it. He just said it probably isn't necessary for most people. Yeah. How do you get all that protein per day in? I mean, I do it in front of you guys. Look at this. This is a scale. This trusty bad boy I've had with me for years and years and years. I've had to like replace the battery on it a couple times, but this shit's been with me for like, you know, through like 4 houses, okay? I have it there because when I order takeout, I still want to measure exactly how many ounces, how many pounds the chicken breast I'm having. Okay? 244 would be your limit. Do you ever go on intentional bulking phases? Studies show men don't gain muscle if not on a bulk. Man, I don't care. What is this? Average size dog 5. God, yeah, Boomer's still doing the thing where he, you know, changes the size of Kaya every time. It's crazy. Frankly, at least 1 gram per centimeter of height has never steered me wrong. What? That's weird. But okay, that's definitely not a good way to do it. Yeah. So that's where I'm at. I need to be standing more, and I need to be less sedentary, I think. Does it ever get annoying that you track it all? No. Here's why. Here's why it never gets annoying. Are you ready? Because I eat the same thing every day. I eat the same thing, usually at the same time, every single day. So for that reason, I already have my preset meals on my MyFitnessPal. That's, you know, that I can like very easily change the numbers on a little bit. But more importantly, it's not just about like eating the same thing every single day. It's also about tracking every single day. When you track every single day, you just get used to it. It's like a part of my daily routine. I can't live without it. Why is my newsman so hot, like kind of wild? I try. Is intermittent fasting a good way to lose weight? I've been trying to skip lunches lately, and it's like, with like maybe a keto bar. Okay, well, intermittent fasting is only good for losing weight if you're managing your calories still. Makes it easier to take in less calories. But as far as like intermittent fasting goes, for example, as far as intermittent fasting goes, I mean, it is about it's different for everyone, different strokes for different folks. I've done it a lot. I did it a lot for many, many years. It was very good for me to control my calories. But it's like you have to, at the end of the day, what you must do is still track your calories and ensure that you are burning more calories at the end of the day, because you're not sedentary, than the amount of calories that you're consuming if you want to lose weight. If you want to gain weight, you must be eating more calories at the end of the day than your body burns. That's how it works. Get an Ozempic like Ron DeSantis? No, man, I'm trying to fucking be strong. Like, I don't want over-reliance on... I don't want to over-reliance on any drug whatsoever. And I also don't want to... I don't want to lose muscle. And I feel like Ozempic makes people lose muscle. It's not just like... doesn't just like deteriorate your fat. Did you ever water fast? No, I've never water fasted. Do you use pull-up bars? Yes, I do. You shouldn't use it anyway. You don't have if you don't have a real need for it. Yeah. Wait, so how are you going to separate your compound list? I mean, I do my bench press 5x5 on the same day right after I do my deadlifts. And for that reason, my bench press suffers. My deadlift is going up a lot, but my bench press, I literally regressed from last week. In order in my 5x5 splits, in order for me to like move up in weight, I have to complete 5x5 with ease, and on the last set I have to be able to do 6 at least, right? Once I do that, I can move up a little bit, move up by 5 pounds, 10 pounds depending on, right? And for me, for the bench press, like I haven't been able to, I haven't done a bar bench press in a while, but for the bench press on the bar, 225 is what I'm doing currently for my 5x5, and I keep having an issue on my fourth set. Like, it just gets hard. Bro, stop with the ego deadlifts and then start focusing on the buys and chest. Wait, what? I'm not ego deadlifting. The fuck are you talking about? There's nothing ego deadlifting about me doing 375. That's not like a ego lift at all. Anyway, what's your opinion on calisthenics? Really important, but kind of boring. Maybe you're fatigued. No, I think so too. Anyway, this jewelry would look fire on you. What is this jewelry? Hard jewelry. Probably not. Okay. What's up with your last IG post? It seems like the stash is getting the dudes horny this time around. Yeah. I don't know what's up with that, honestly. I don't know why it's working out like that, but it is what it is, you know? I'll take it. Calisthenics get more fun the better you are at them. At your size, you'd have to be like the strongest guy in the world to do any advanced skills. Yeah. All right, let's get started. I saw you do the hand reach behind your back with the boys on for your end. Do you work on flexibility training and stuff like that, or focus on lifting and cardio? No, I'm already double jointed, So it doesn't matter. I don't usually do a lot of flexibility shit. Like, I don't work on it. I just am flexible. All right. Do you get 150 minutes of moderate intensity physical activity as recommended by doctors for disease prevention? Every day I do at least... What is my fitness goals right now? My fitness goals are like... my move goals are 800 calories. My exercise goals are 45, but I always go over it. And my stand goals are 6, but I always go over that too. I guess I could increase my stand and... But like yesterday was super sedentary. I'll tell you this much. Yesterday was really bad, right? Today I'm already at 700 calories on my activity because I worked out this morning, but yesterday I didn't do shit, right? So yesterday my move, I burned 696 calories. I took one long walk. I had 14 hours on standing. I only walked 2.2 miles and got 4,564 steps. So it wasn't good. It was like super sedentary. That's not very good. Hot girl walks are the best. Well, that's the hot girl walk right there with the hot girl behind me. Riveting. Can we get to the news, please? Sure. Any collabs soon, please? It's lonely here. Also sure. No updates on Matt Owens. He's busy man. We'll figure it out. All right, we got some fun stuff. Don't worry. Hank Green? No collab with Hank Green. He just avoided me 100%. What about a Japan update? No update on Japan either. For now. All right, let's get started. Elon Musk visits Auschwitz concentration camp after anti-Semitism claims. Why did he go there? I don't know. Maybe he was taking notes. Who knows? Okay, he went there with, of course, Ben Shabibo. You know, two fascists at like one of the most important fascist monuments. Okay, a testament to like how devastating fascism can be. Interesting that they went there. What were they doing there? I do not know. Okay, like this guy is a fucking Nazi himself, basically. Okay, I mean, he is like straight up a white nationalist. And this guy, sure, not anti-Semitic, but definitely, unless you're talking about bad Jews, he always does that. But also, you know, hires fascists, is like responsible for a metric ton of like fascist rhetoric. But hey, guys, it's cool. They're pro-Israel, and also, you know, they're at the Auschwitz concentration camp. So, you know, don't worry. Let's completely overlook like the things that they say and do on a daily basis. Now, this person said place of alleged genocide, and I assume they're not actually, as a 38-month subscriber, doing Holocaust revisionism, but I think they're referencing the Stop Anti-Zionism tweet. But you can't get spicy with that. Yes, I know that's what you're trying to say. But you can't be saying shit like that because I don't know what the context is, chatter. Or, I mean, I do in this circumstance, but other people don't know. So be careful with what you say. You might get clapped. Now, let me tell you. The person is referencing this tweet, okay? I posted about it earlier this morning. There's an account called StopZionistHate, okay? It was created basically as the opposite of like, what was it? Stop Anti-Semitic Hate or whatever, like the other account that is run by like a psycho. I didn't pay too much attention to this, but a lot of people who are more knowledgeable on the issue were saying that they thought it was strange that they thought it was strange that they weren't following any. They weren't following any Palestinians initially. They were only following like Jackson Hinkle and all these other people, right? And I saw this tweet this morning and I was like, get the fuck out of here. All right. Stop Zionist Hate posts Elon Musk and Shapiro in Auschwitz, a town that allegedly witnessed genocide in the 20th century. Allegedly? Fuck you mean allegedly? That's it. That's all it takes for me. I see that. And I'm like, nope. Nope. I know what's going on. Yeah. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second, everybody. That's right. My Geiger counter. My Geiger counter's going off. Uh-oh. Hitler particle emission confirmed. Okay, that's it. It's radioactive. I see that. I'm like, nope. That's like, that's a lot of Rontgens, man. That's not like, not good, not bad. Okay, that's too many Rontgens. Okay, I don't know how many Röntgen it is, but it's too many. I'm playing Stalker and you just fuck me up with that? Yeah, audio perverts, you are now dead. Anyway, look. All I'm saying is this is ridiculous. Okay? Bro said allegedly to the Holocaust, there is no faster way to prove you care more about hating Jews instead of protecting Palestinians than doing shit like this. Also, fuck Ben Shapiro and Elon. Their contribution to modern fascism is notable. So, that's crazy. Like, I will probably never look at this account the same ever again. Okay? I hadn't paid close attention to it at all. A lot of people had personally said that what they were interested in is like just, clout or whatever. And the issue is like this space is just occupied by a lot of motherfuckers who are so grifty. Okay? Like, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It just sucks that like so many people that pop off in like the supposedly like pro-Palestinian space, like there's a lot of motherfuckers out there who are just trying to get the bag. And I don't know how to deal with it, because it's like, on the one hand, like it's weird because the people are if they're posting like normal things, right? If they're posting normal things that are specifically related to Israel, okay, and they're only talking about like I don't know what Israel's doing in Gaza, if they're like accurately depicting information, that's one thing, right? But if they're openly anti-Semitic and they're also like constantly the only accounts that you see that's posting about Israel is like a psyop, okay? It's a psyop. Like, what are we doing? It's like a perfect demonstration that, a lot of Zionists like to fucking point to, right? To say, look, these guys don't care about Israel. They only care about Israel because it's Jews and they're anti-Semitic. And to me, I feel like it's disgusting. It's gross to be anti-Semitic to begin with. But then beyond that, it's like, it's both gross on its own because you're a fucking bigot, okay? And then also you're doubly gross because you're undermining You're undermining the values that you supposedly espouse by, you know, working extra hard to specifically use an active genocide to fucking talk about a secondary agenda of hating Jews. Like, what the fuck? You know? This shit sucks. Like, you can't say allegedly to the Holocaust and then simultaneously, you can't say allegedly to the Holocaust and then simultaneously fucking turn around and and be like, but here's the real genocide in Gaza. People now automatically, normal people are going to look at you and go, oh, you're a fucking clown. Like, you don't give a shit. And it's really fucked up. Anyway. Roman statues PFP accounts that a year ago were openly posting about the demise of the white race and after October 7 became the most anti-Zionist out there. Yeah. It's crazy. Here's their apology tweet, apparently. Our point in using the word allegedly was to show the double standards when it comes to discussing atrocities. We don't deny the atrocities of World War II. Zionists and the mainstream media use the word allegedly when reporting on Palestinians being murdered, yet they don't get labeled as anti-Palestinian atrocity deniers. Dude, what the fuck? This is not even a good ass. No, dude, that's crazy. Hey, I was just pretending to be a Nazi is so stupid to show the double standard of like how the media are being Nazis. Oh, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Crimes of World War II, not the Holocaust. Like openly state that the Holocaust happened. Okay? It did. You're fucking insane. Listen, listen, listen. Here's how it works. Okay? Here's how it works. There's a very simple telltale sign. There is no easier way to fucking identify that you are dealing with potentially a fascist other than, especially if we're talking about the Western world, right? Like, especially the easiest way to, you know, log somebody or clock somebody for Hitler particles is when they just like start questioning the Holocaust. It's like so profoundly well documented. Okay. It's one of those things where it's like you're climbing a mountain, brother, to get there. And that mountain, that is a hurdle that you must overcome. And that hurdle, you're not climbing that mountain without a shit ton of intensity and real belief that it must not have happened. Okay. Incredibly well documented. There are entire fields dedicated to covering it extensively. Like, it's crazy. It's a matter of historic record. Okay. We're not talking like the atrocities that Genghis Khan dealt with. You know what I mean? Like, that's insane. It's not that far. It's not that far off in our history. It's like it happened relatively, it happened relatively recently. You know what I mean? Nazis are split up into two camps. Some hate Muslims more, so they use Israel as the excuse, and the other ones are the OG Nazis pretending to be down for the Palestinian cause. Is crazy. Yeah, I've noticed that too. Yeah, it's like, dude. Denying the Holocaust is like denying that the fucking water is wet. It is so, like, you can physically see the remnants of it. It's a matter of historic record. It is profoundly well documented. It's just a wild thing. It's just a wild thing to do in general. Okay. So that's crazy. Water literally isn't wet. Okay, shut up. Okay, I should have used a different example. Oh my God. Water makes you wet. Oh my God. I meant if you jump in the water, you will get wet. Okay, is that better? You guys are the worst. This is my nightmare. Okay, my worst enemies are in here, and I'm stuck with them. Okay. Typical Hasan spreading misinformation. Oh, got me again. I'm doing the damn thing. So yeah. Do you think Kanye is humiliating his wife the way he parades her around pretty much naked in public? I low-key do think that. It is a suspicion that I have. I don't want to like go super hard on it, but I do think that he found a clone of his ex-wife and is like ritualistically humiliating her as a substitute for humiliating his ex-wife. It feels like it. I don't think he's like forcing her. It's just very weird. It's very weird. It just smells weird to me. That's it. It smells weird to me. You know what I mean? But I don't want to like get too far into it. I don't know why we're talking about Kanye West. Anyway, whatever. It's just this initiation for her to join the Illuminati. Yeah. She's a lawyer. She definitely has a contract for his humiliation to get the bag. I mean, who knows? But yeah, I think like as I was saying, this kind of stuff is completely unacceptable. It's so funny though, because like the quote tweets of this are either like the quote tweets on this tweet have been like, wow, they even lost Hasan. Like as though I have any as though I'm like an anti-Semite. You know what I mean? Like I'm an anti-Semite myself, but this is too much for me. Like that's the attitude that I've seen from like so many accounts with the Israeli flag. And it's wild. I did not even know that they knew I existed. I did not realize that I was like openly an enemy of dudes with the Israeli flag in their bio accounts. Okay. It is pretty funny to think that like I'm an anti-Semitic person, but also simultaneously, even this is like too much anti-Semitism for me. You know what I mean? But this was pretty funny. Disregarding the Holocaust and genocides is what your Turkish brand built on, dog. And it's just a dude stepping on cockroaches. It's like, bro, it's so funny. Like this dude is defending Israel, okay? But then also simultaneously yelling at me about like potential anti-Semitism that he thinks I'm doing while simultaneously calling me a fucking roach. Anyway, there was people like that, and then there were people straight up just being anti-Semitic as well. Okay. Like dudes being like, oh, mathematically, it doesn't make sense how many Jews Hitler killed. Like classic, like Holocaust revisionism nonsense. It's just Hitler particles everywhere, dude. It is, whoo, sheesh. Hitler particles left and right. Why is you being Turkish mentioned all the time nowadays? It wasn't the case before. It's like they discovered it last week and it's an automatic L for them. My friend, I think you know why they keep talking about how Turkish I am. I mean, come on. Like, me being Turkish has absolutely nothing to do with my commentary. Unless I'm, I guess, talking about Turkey, so I have, like, personal experiences in the matter. But, like, I guess it shapes my worldview a little bit, but like overall, it's just something you say if you can't actually like address the points. But because it's so normalized, like that kind of commentary is so profoundly normalized in the space online, especially because it's like tangentially, you know, Islamophobic. So like that is the most normalized kind of hatred, right? It kind of goes unnoticed. Like people see that as like a valid retort. Like people will go, oh yeah, he called him out. He's right. He is a Turkish Muslim fundamentalist Islamist who loves like Muslim terror. Muslim terror is what he loves. He loves Islamic terror and Islamic dictatorships, clearly, because he is from one. Because he's a defender of an Islamic, mullah-backed. Those YouTube commentary chuds are out of context. What do you mean? Anyway, let's talk about two fascists going to Auschwitz.
I was divided into smaller sectors, so I mentioned the story of
Thank you very much for accepting our invitation.
This is like, by the way, I gotta mention something. There is nothing grosser. I'll put, dude, I will put my entire chest on this, okay? Look, I'm not Jewish, as you guys know, okay? I am Muslim. I'm a Turkish guy, culturally Muslim, not exactly someone who practices Islam. But having said that, okay, as a person who despises fascism and wants to eradicate it, okay, there is nothing grosser to me, at least, and I suspect my friends from every different background will agree with this, that are also anti-fascist. There's nothing grosser than having two dudes, okay, who are unbelievably in support of virtually every kind of fascist movement, okay, going to a fucking concentration camp to do a media op to be like, look at us, guys. Like, you should not be anywhere near the Holocaust, concentration camps. Like, you should not be able to use that as a way to do positive PR for yourself. It is wild. In my opinion, this act, especially because the groups that are facilitating this are doing it in a deliberate way to like whitewash the anti-Semitism accusations launched towards X, which is a platform riddled to the fucking brim with Nazis, right? Like, the fact that you would be a Jewish organization that facilitated this is insane, okay? It's crazy. It's crazy. What are you doing? Like, what the fuck are you doing? You are just weaponizing the memory of the Holocaust to launder the reputation of a dude whose platform is just filled to the fucking brim with Nazis, okay? To the goddamn brim. That's nuts. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Anyway, like, to me, I think this is worse than when, like, who was the basketball player who went to the fucking Holocaust memorial and like took a selfie? Like, I think going to the Holocaust memorial and taking like a fucking sexy selfie is disrespectful. This is more disrespectful. Yeah, it was Danny Green, right? Like, straight up. I think allowing straight fucking fascists to launder their reputation at the concentration camp, okay, after correct accusations that like they're both either directly hiring anti-Semitic people or allowing anti-Semitism to thrive, like to be able to use the memory of the Holocaust to do PR for this kind of thing is wild to me. Okay? Is wild. And yes, I know Ben is an Orthodox Jew. Okay? I know that. Except Ben has said a shit ton of anti-Semitic things. You know what I mean? Ben has defended anti-Semitism. Ben has defended anti-Semitism for the likes of Ann Coulter, for example, and has openly said, I don't care that she's saying anti-Semitic shit because she's pro-Israel, undeniably. And that's it. That's all I care about. Like, Ben is not hiding his perspective. He does not care if someone is anti-Semitic as long as they're pro-Israel. Okay? It's very odd that people can't see through this. I like how they teamed up for this one. What awful shit do you think the other people in the folding chairs did? I don't know. They're probably just like normal people. It's crazy, man. It's actually crazy. You talking about Shapiro or Glebe? No, I'm talking about Shapiro. Elon is also wearing a kippah. I don't know what the move is there. I don't know what's happening there, but you know. He has also been accused of fueling the anti-Semitic conspiracy theory on X. Bro, this guy literally said, dude, it's so funny. Dude. No, this is so funny. Every time a right-winger says some crazy shit like Jews are doing the great replacement, which is what Elon Musk boosted, right? Remember? Like a couple months ago, he straight up was like, yeah, Jews are doing unlimited immigration in the Western world, and now all those immigrants fucking hate the Jews. Like, guess what? Sucks to suck. I'm like, that's what the Nazis unironically said and kept saying after World War II. Like, you're just directly, it's like Sig Heiling at that point. I know that like liberals love hyper focusing on the aesthetics, but like that's a crazy thing to come back from, to just be like, yeah, that's right. I just went to the Auschwitz, so I'm good now. Like I went to Israel. I said, go ahead, guys, keep pounding Gaza. Shit's fire. It's like, what are we doing? What's going on? This is the memory of one of the most significant crimes of the 20th century, like mechanized murder, and you're just sitting there and you're using that to just be like, nah, dude, I love Jews actually, even though they do a lot of the unlimited immigration in the in the Western world, which I hate. Come on, Jews, don't do that. But also, I don't hate you guys. Okay, sick, man. Cool. I guess that's fine. It's like when Marjorie Taylor Greene had to go to a Holocaust memorial and then write a fucking write an essay on why the Holocaust was bad. You know? Like after posting on Facebook that like Jewish space lasers were responsible for California wildfires. That's sick. Did Elon write a book report too?
Ben, please.
Of course, Ben is like helping Elon revise his like there is not an anti-Semite that's pro-Israel, by the way, of course, that's the qualifier, that Ben Shapiro will not hug and kiss, okay? As long as you are pro-Israel, Ben will 100% will whitewash you, will try to improve your reputation. There is not a guy who cares less about anti-Semitism than Ben Shapiro, okay? Straight up. And now this is also pretty funny because like all the people that will look to my criticism of this and go, oh yeah, Hasan, remember when you platformed a 19-year-old Yemeni dude who I suspect is doing child slavery, systematic rape, and also specifically hates Jews? No, I didn't watch the interview. I don't care what he had to say. I just made up my mind. So he must be all of those things And I think you're, what you did was really fucked up. You are so much worse than Elon Musk. It's awesome. Because, like, a couple things in that circumstance, okay? Couple things in that situation. Some to remember here, okay? That dude's life experiences are a little bit different, I think, than motherfucking Elon Musk. You feel me? Like, does not excuse anti-Semitism if he is, okay? But the notion that, like, that person having anti-Semitic tendencies and, like, Elon Musk as the, richest billionaire on the planet who commands an entire platform of mass communication, openly allowing Nazis to thrive on the platform. I mean, come on. If you're a Jew in the Western world, think about who's impacting your life in, genuine ways. How is that actually going to destroy your life? Allowing and encouraging Nazis to thrive on Twitter and to gain more prominence, get more clout, grow their movement, or the hypothetical 19-year-old who might actually be anti-Semitic, even though he said personally, when I asked him directly, that he has no issue with anyone as long as they are pro-Palestine. I've never read Twitter, so I was shocked about all the transphobic comments I read in the reply to an Elon Musk tweet. Oh, yeah. Shit's popping out there. Yeah, but they don't believe him, LMFAO. I hate it here. And then the European Jewish Association, the Jewish Voice of Europe, got together and conducted a live stream where Ben Shapiro interviewed Elon Musk.
And dear friend, dear president.
These guys this is ridiculous, dude. It's like, it's so crazy. Now, of course, I'm not going to watch this whole thing.
It's good to have the memorial, as the plaque says, so that it never happens again.
But it's also like, I mean, like I said, it's gross because it's gross for two reasons. One, this is a way to launder Elon Musk's reputation and whitewash his reputation. It's like doing PR by partnering with a Jewish organization that's like, oh no, please, sir, come through. We'll make it so that nobody thinks you're anti-Semitic. Here's an association with the Holocaust too, and how bad the Holocaust was, and now, which is fucking real and very bad, and we're gonna use that historic atrocity to turn around and launder your reputation. That's number one. That's fucked up. Number two, the notion that this is like a never again, like invoking never again in this circumstance, is also additionally gross because it is happening again. Okay? It's happening again, and Israel has used the never again rhetoric at the International Court of Justice specifically to describe why they should be allowed to do it again, this time to someone else. You do not have like a one free let's do genocide card. Like, it doesn't work that way. Okay? It's crazy. Yeah. These motherfuckers mean never again to Jews, not never again to anyone. That's what's so fucked up about this. They will excuse a Holocaust and non-Jews in the supposed name of defending Jews from a Holocaust that's not happening. Yeah, I know. It's just like you can't. Your defense for a potential hypothetical future Holocaust, okay, cannot be to do a genocide in reverse to a population that you have occupied for 75 years. That, first of all, does not have the power to do that regardless, okay? And definitely doesn't have the tenacity either. Like, thoughts on the millions of Germans protesting fascism right now after the AfD party was exposed for plotting to expel 2 million ethnics to Africa? Bro, Germany is such a weird place. I don't know how to describe it. Like, I know I got some German chatters in here. I feel like Germany is completely insane. I don't know how to describe it. It's like it feels like neoliberal fascism is at the Germany's at the tip of the spear on neoliberal fascism. I feel like they're writing the agenda, right? Because all things considered, Germany has a massive Muslim migrant population, right? Germany has a massive migrant population after World War II. They needed to, beef up industry, and they brought in Turkish migrant workers. Obviously, Western Germany specifically was not denazified. Like it was not. It was, as a matter of fact, re-Nazified, specifically by the United States of America and Western powers. Because they had a much larger goal at hand, the goal of the eradication of communism, right? A specter is haunting Europe. We must defeat communism. That's the real evil here. And who are the greatest commie killers? Well, the Nazis that we didn't kill. You know, they got a lot of combat experience. And my point is, I think, like, Germany is very strange on that front because, like, one, they have one of the higher Muslim refugee populations in Europe, okay? They have a higher Muslim population than other countries in Europe as far as, like, the Turkish diaspora that lives in Germany, okay? And what I find really, really, really strange about this is that in spite of all of that, they have a growing momentum of obviously the AfD and parties such as that are openly fascist, but Turks are more secular Muslims. No, not the Turkish Germans. I think German Turks are becoming increasingly more disillusioned and increasingly more segregated on economic boundaries, and it's causing, I feel like, a lot of German Turks to become more and more reactionary, more and more right wing, and it literally turns into. You know what it is? German Turks, for some weird reason, turn into like the fundamentalist like Muslims in the UK. Not every Muslim is like that, obviously, in the UK, but some of them go so aggro. They're like way more reactionary than like fucking the Muslim populations and their attitudes towards like. Towards Islam in the respective host nations, right? Like their nations of origin. This is something I've criticized quite a bit. I've talked about this quite a bit as far as like German Turks, like Turks in diaspora and how fucking pro Erdogan they are, for example. It's like really annoying. Something that Turks back home fucking hate, right? They do not like that at all. And I don't know. I just like, it's very odd. Also, no immigrants are voting AfD. No, of course not. Of course not. Of course not. There's like different kinds of movements growing in a lot of these places. I don't think Turks are voting AfD. Right? I'm just specifically talking about. I was specifically talking about like Muslim diaspora populations and how like aggro they get sometimes. And I think it's because I think it comes from I think it stems from like the racism that they experience and the economic hardships that they experience, and the class dynamic that exists there that is racialized, of course, just like in America. The class dynamic is racialized heavily between black and brown populations and the white population. And I feel as though that is part of the reason why people identify with more reactionary attitudes, and they get defensive, they posture defensively. And I'm a firm believer in integration. For all of America's faults and failures, they do a relatively decent job. This country's done a relatively decent job in immigration. It can do significantly more, of course, but there is very real integration in the United States of America, especially by the third generation. Instead of creating economic enclaves that also then feed back into that same cycle of just despising the rest of the population, and the rest of the population despising them, because that's where it's born out of usually. I think that I think that it's just becoming a dangerous prospect. Having said that, there are no real options. There are no real leftist options. There are no real actual progressive communist socialist alternatives. Okay? Especially in a place like Germany. I mean, you've seen the German anti-fascist movement. They were breaking down the doors of a bakery for hosting a talk for Palestinians and dumping pig fat. That's what their anti-fascists are doing. And I just feel I don't want to make jokes, but I do feel the some of these German fascists, anti-fascists have one speed. They don't know how to do anti-fascism. Perhaps that's what happens when you wipe out the partisans and all the Jewish socialists and trade unionists in your fucking country during the Holocaust. And then you don't have a real institutional leftist momentum there. And the dudes that think that they're doing leftist progressive momentum are just being insanely racist. They don't know what they're doing. They don't got the internet. So, yeah. I think they just get mad, and when you don't have any mechanism of pushback as well as with no logic of materials analysis, all you can do is become reactionary. Yeah. That's a subsect of German Antifas. I'm just saying it's odd when you got anti-fascists who claim that they're anti-fascists, and then what they're doing is dumping pig fat on a bakery that hosted a pro-Palestinian talk. That's the most psychotic thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That's you're insanely racist. It's also ironic because pig fat is also not kosher either. It's not it's anything. It doesn't do anything to the Muslims. The idea that pig fat is going to somehow make Muslims perish is insanely stupid and racist, but yeah, it's anti-Deutsche, right? Anti-Germans political current. That's the movement. Anti-Deutsch is the generic name applied to a variety of theoretical and political tendencies within the left in mainly Germany and Austria. The anti-Germans form one of the main camps in the broader Antifa movement alongside the anti-Zionist, anti-imperialists. After two currents split between the 1990s and the early 2000s as a result of their diverging views on Israel. The anti-Germans are a fringe movement within the German left. In 2006, Deutsche Welle estimated the number of anti-Germans to be between 500 and 3,000. The basic standpoint of the anti-Germans includes opposition to German nationalism, a critique of mainstream left anti-capitalist views, which are thought to be simplistic and structurally anti-Semitic. Wait, what? They think anti-capitalism is anti-Semitic. Okay, these guys are literally okay. All right, never mind. That's pretty funny. This is like the classic. Okay, yeah, that's full circle. That's full circle, baby. No, that's literally anti-Semitic. Saying anti-capitalism is inherently anti-Semitic is an anti-Semitic statement. Why? Because you're automatically saying, oh, you mean bankers? Yeah, that's right. You mean Jews, which is an insane thing to say because it's inherently the exact opposite of what anti-capitalists are saying. I love this, dude. I love these guys. They're fucking awesome. Hey, man, that Geiger counter is coming in handy again. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. That Hitler particle's going crazy, dude. Hitler particles detected again. It's pretty funny for Germans to say that anti-capitalism is actually secretly anti-Semitic. Why is that additionally funny? Because, dude, that's like, one, it has the underlying premise that like all Jews are somehow powerful bankers. That's number one. And number two, no, it was the partisan Jews in the KPD that was resisting the Nazi movement. And then you fucking killed them. Like your grandfather literally killed them. What are you saying? It's insane to have your own grandpappy play a role in the execution of communist, socialist, trade unionist, Jews, and non-Jews alike, okay? And then using the same exact arguments that your grandpappy used. But this time, it's like for supposedly in defense of Jewish people. That's cool. Yeah, this was what I was talking about with the pig fat. These guys went in. The German pro-Israeli Antifa attacked a bakery run by leftists with migrant background with pig fat for hosting pro-Palestinian leftist organizations. Okay. Someone said to me that first generation migrants are more docile because they're new and don't want to risk anything, but second gen see more as troublemakers, not because they come from migrant families, but because they're acting more like the citizens of that country, but it's a problem because they're seen as migrants. It's actually a really interesting take. Sure. Germans are unironically invoking their Nazi grandfathers to make that argument. German elites have convinced themselves that they get anti-Semitism in a way that Jews simply can't. They seem to have gained enlightenment through genocide. An example, when Der Spiegel did a bizarre takedown of Greta Thunberg, the only climate activist in the entire world they could find who didn't support Palestine was Luisa Neubauer, a leader of Fridays for Future in Germany. Neubauer was ready to accuse the entire climate movement of anti-Semitism. How does she know? Is she particularly close to Jewish culture? Has she been a scholar of anti-Jewish discrimination? No. The only qualification she referred to is that her great-grandfather from the Reemtsma dynasty was an SS member who donated huge sums to the Nazi party. Inheriting a ton of money from Nazis seemingly offers a unique education in liberal humanist values. I've heard this before, that like Germans think that they have a unique experience with the Holocaust because they did it, right? Or because their grandparents did it. And I didn't realize it was actually something that they openly say. Guys, I know a thing or two about the Holocaust because my great grandparents did it directly, right? Like they supported it. So I know it's like, yeah, but you know in the wrong direction. You know what I mean? Like you don't know in the right direction. Here's a great example, okay? Apartheid South Africa, post-apartheid South Africa, they know what it's like to withstand ethnic cleansing campaigns and exist under an apartheid, because that's in the right direction. Those are like the victims, right? Those are the victims that took power. Like, and now they're the ones who are launching this investigation. So having the guys that did the Holocaust partner up with Israel to yell at the guys who withstood their own ethnic cleansing campaign to be like, no, you don't understand. We know how to do the Holocaust real good, is not exactly the argument that you want to present. Okay? Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's the old joke. My grandpa died in Auschwitz when he fell off the guard tower. Yeah. That's like, it literally, that is literally what they're saying. She's saying that. If you argue with them, they love to say, well, you just don't understand how evil Germans are. No, I understand it. Okay? I understood it historically, and I fucking understand it now. Okay? No, I perfectly understand it. Oh, I understand it. Let me tell you. Like, I've never, like, I like Germany. Okay? I will reluctantly admit this. As a Turkish person, Berlin, Kreuzberg, many parts of Germany have a massive Turkish diaspora. I visited many times, okay? And like, while I'm not super fond of the boxy architecture in East Germany, I do think that they have great doner. You know, this is like, it just makes me really sad to see how intensely these guys have been like pro-Israel in the most racist ways you can be. You said you don't like Germany before, that it's your least favorite place to visit. I think it's boring. I've said that. But overall, I love the food. The donut is really good. And I do feel a sense of closeness due to how large the Turkish diaspora is there. Okay? But it is definitely... Yeah, I'm not a fan of brutalist architecture. It definitely is not great. It's not. They're not doing a great job this year. Hasi, the International Labor Bundism is the perfect leftist counter to irredentist Zionism. Yeah. I think like I think the way I see it, dodging the tanky allegations, I hate brutalist architecture. I think it's kind of boring. And I don't like brutalist architecture. I like the utility of it, and I want everyone to have a house, but I don't like brutalist architecture. That's fine. That's fine. Saying a whole country is boring is kind of stupid. Dude, it's always going to be reductive. Don't lean into it too much. It doesn't mean anything all that significant, okay? In 1962, the Socialist German Democratic Republic mapped every West German ambassador with links to the Nazi Party, revealing a stark political continuity and a clear failure to denazify. What we are seeing now is among the many consequences of the West's victory in the Cold War. Yeah. This is 100% true. Okay? I've talked about this before. Bez D. Marx has done a phenomenal job. I believe they're a German socialist. They've done a phenomenal job of like talking about how they've done a phenomenal job of how the German government re-Nazified instead of actually denazifying after World War II at the behest of NATO and the United States of America specifically. For reasons that I just described to you. It's like part of the reason why they're Swiss. Okay. Is part of the reason why I am not too fond of NATO as well historically. And the thing is, however, there's a lot of spots. There are a lot of spots where people are voting for AfD in East Germany too, because it's always the same principle. It's economic volatility. Okay. like since the reunification and the dissolution of the USSR, AFD has grown in power and in momentum. AFD has grown in power and in momentum in Eastern Germany. Okay? This is true. The point is, it grows in power and momentum because, one, there's no real socialist alternative, both in the East or West. And two, there's a lot of economic instability, especially in the East. Okay? The whole world got Nazified when the U.S. decided to not make illegal Nazi propaganda. And when the USSR and NATO kept all the Nazi engineers, it's not even just the Nazi engineers. Like, it's literally not paperclip. It's not. Paperclip is greatly overstated. I like to joke about it as well. But this is, in my opinion, this is significantly more important. Like, NATO openly, deliberately aligning with anti-communists who were Nazis, right? Because they were the best, most effective, like, anti-communists, is a legacy that still very much exists to this day. It was 1,000%. It was 1,000% something you saw in the American State Department as well. Like, we had a lot of people who were kind of fashy in both the CIA and the FBI, American fascies who just hated communism. And we still do, obviously. But I'm just saying, like, historically speaking, people were, like, once communism was once Chad is shocked to find out that the U.S. had former Nazis in their ranks. I've never heard about this. Yeah, but it's not just Operation Paperclip, right? And the USSR did a version of this as well, but not to the same degree as the United States, 100% for the record. But yeah, Gordon Liddy is a prime example, 100%. But my point is it's something, it's bigger than just Operation Paperclip. It's more so that, like, ideologically, once we decided that communism was the real villain here, right, and socialism was the real villain because it was a threat to capital, like, the people that we elevated into positions of power in all of our institutions were fashy as hell, because those are the guys who hate communism the most. That's it. Also, a lot of Nazis just stayed in power in Germany after World War II due to a lack of evidence because, of course, they hid their crimes. Yeah. Little addendum, the AfD is a deeply neoliberal party, and they don't even deny it in their electoral manifesto. They don't differ too much from their OG post-Reich Nazi party NPD, but their rhetoric is a lot more bourgeoisie than outright fash. Well, because they can't be outright fascist. That's why they also substitute the Nazi sloganeering for Weimar Germany, right? Like, this is the reason why they use the old German flag, for example. They fly it. Because they are not allowed. It is illegal for them to be openly fascist, openly Nazi. So, yeah, they use the Imperial German flag, I think, right? So, this is all of this is just stuff to consider when analyzing why Germany is the way it is and trying to develop a better understanding of why post World War II a lot of people took positions that they took, and how that is still impactful in our culture to this day. Because you can draw a direct line from post World War II attitudes in the Western world, the America-led Western world in the aftermath of World War II were defenders of capitalism, global capital, right? And they saw the USSR and its influence as dangerous, very dangerous, a threat to capital, which is understandable because it was a threat to capital. And in that interest, in the continuation of that interest, they went as far as to align with the most rugged anti-communists out there. And those guys were always fascists. And the direct line you can point to between that is the SS Galicia Division Ukrainian veteran who voluntarily joined the Foreign Legion of the Nazis, who ironically considered Ukrainians to be Slav dogs, by the way, just as all of the other Eastern European countries that they invaded and killed a shit ton of people in. Okay? How do you get a guy who was a literal Nazi to get a standing ovation in the Canadian Parliament? Well, that guy was a literal Nazi, a part of the SS Division's foreign squadron, but he came to Canada because he was a anti-communist. That's how he was able to operate. Yeah, sure, he was a Nazi, but he was anti-communist, and we hate communism way more than we hate Nazism. Anyway. He was brought into Ontario to be a strike breaker for the mines. Abi Kanada'da mı Amerika'da mı yaşamak için? Yeah, we'll do the Texas razor wire story in a second. We'll do the Supreme Court story. All right. So why did I talk about all this? Because, you know, fascists in neoliberal America and in the Western world have always made for good bedfellows with the supposed liberals who would never, they hate white supremacy, they hate racism, they hate bigotry of all sorts, but simply just end up, you know, aligning with that kind of thing when push comes to shove. The notion, I can't believe you just said racist shit in Turkish, like we didn't talk about this 2 days ago. You would have a lot more fun in Berlin if you were gay, to be honest. Yeah, probably. I mean, look, you might not agree with a lot of Stalin's opinions, behaviors, but if there is a prescient take from him, it is the notion that if you cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. It's just historically how that has worked. And he was right on that front. Because what is fascism but capitalism in decay? Capitalism in crisis brings about fascism because fascism is seen as a way to at least restore order by force when capitalism is in crisis. All right. We're going to move on from Elon Musk, even though there is some funny. The one last thing that is funny about Elon Musk is this. Here it is. Mr. Beast. So Mr. Beast, Elon Musk has been sucking off Mr. Beast for like a while now, begging him to post on Twitter, now known as X. So Mr. Beast went and posted an older video. And if you are a Twitter user, it is virtually impossible for you not to have seen this video. Because the video was on everyone's timeline a million times over. I counted at least 7 times that I can recall that I saw the video. I never watched it, but I saw it. Okay, over and over and over again. And the impressions, of course, are a meaningless metric, but I firmly believe that this video was elevated because it was supposed to be like the first time that a massively influential brand chose to post on Twitter publicly. And so Mr. Beast posted an older video on Twitter and then even tweeted about like, how much money do you think it made? It made $263,000. Now, do I believe it? Do I believe it? Or do I believe that this is like extra padded stats? I believe that it was extra padded. This has shown up on my feed maybe 7 times now. It's both missing the post time next to the username, indicative of a normal user post, and the ad indicator on the top right. So is there a third secret type of post you get when you're a YouTuber and Elon wants you to post here? Like this video 100% was artificially boosted, okay? I know that it was artificially boosted because it was presented on my timeline like it was an ad. Upon closer inspection, seems like it definitely is a non-disclosed ad because you can hit the tab and you can like hide it. And you can hide it like an ad. So for me, it was obvious that Elon Musk was doing that. Okay? It's obvious that Elon Musk was doing that. And, you know, congratulations on Mr. Beast for getting the bag. He got $250,000, which is probably nothing for him, right? And he said, but it's a bit of a facade. My first X video made over $250,000, but it's a bit of a facade. Advertisers saw the attention it was getting and bought ads on my video, I think, and thus my revenue per view is probably higher than what you'd experience. And it's really funny. It's really funny that like after Elon did all of this, he still got it's a bit of a facade. Right? After all of this, like obvious pumping and maybe even like giving him both extra attention, like giving extra eyeballs of the video and maybe even giving him like extra money for no particular reason other than the fact that he sees this as a marketing campaign for content creators to go and post on Twitter. He's still got it's a bit of a facade. Okay. Now, let me tell you, Jimmy, Mr. Beast Donaldson, okay, I'll use his government name for you. He loves Elon, I think. I mean, it makes sense. Elon is seen as like an aspirational figure for someone like Jimmy. He's a businessman, okay? But if there's one thing that James, Mr. Beast Donaldson cares about more than anything else is analytics. So I'm telling you right now, okay? He knows this is bullshit. This is his way of, I guess, managing and being polite and saying something along the lines of like, yeah, it's probably the reason why I got more revenue here is because maybe advertisers wanted to buy the video personally and like the numbers are not good. Okay. But like, if he were to be honest, he would 100% be like, yeah, this is not like a valuable data point at all. Okay. Also, assuming YouTube pays Mr. Beast less than 1K per million views, he didn't even get as much dollars from this as he did on YouTube. There's 215 million views on YouTube that, which would be more than 250K. No, I don't think so. No, 1K for 1 million is like, I mean, these are impressions. They're not even views, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, he's giving the 250K away, obviously. Classic. Apparently, there's a pre-roll ad, which then Twitter used to boost the video is attached to. So the video itself isn't an undisclosed ad, but it's a skeezy way to juice the Mr. Beast video and make it appear to outperform. All I'm saying is this: I've never seen a Twitter video appear on my timeline that many times. Okay, I've never seen that. I have never seen that. And I think it was specifically because Elon Musk wanted to, as someone who is also fascinated by analytics, as someone who is a person who is obviously in this space as well, you know, I don't just serve you the top of the hour ad break, which by the way, I'm not going to serve you right now. I'm just giving you a 1 minute because I forgot to run the 3 minute ad break, but I'll give you the top of the hour ad break at the top of the hour. Don't forget. Okay. I just did a 1 minute one now. But as someone who's in this space, I am, you know, I'm aware of how these things work. And I think that Elon Musk, my speculation is that I think Elon Musk pumped this video because I saw it so many different times on my timeline. This is purely anecdotal, but other people were reporting similar experiences. And so I think the impressions are significantly higher than they normally would be if you were to post a regular old video on Twitter. And also on top of that, I think the revenue that he generated is also most likely fake as well. From Elon's perspective, he does this because it's a wonderful ad. It's a wonderful ad to get other content creators to go and follow suit. Mr. Beast is a tastemaker, okay? He is a industry giant when it comes to online content. He has almost single-handedly changed the way that like all of the mass producers of content on YouTube operate. People even call it the Mr. Beast effect. People get mad at it sometimes. They're like, oh, these are so overly professional, like overtly professional made like content. And, you know, YouTube is not the same anymore and we can't compete, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's Mr. Beast. Like it, hate it, doesn't matter. Mr. Beast did that, right? That is a testament to his impact. He changed the game. Elon Musk, of course, wants that on his platform because Elon Musk wants that on his platform because obviously other creators will follow suit. So I think in this circumstance, it's a bit of a marketing technique. And I don't think that the numbers are valid at all. Also, Twitter Premium is a bit of a Ponzi scheme. The vast majority of users will pay $13 a month or however much it costs now for the promise of being able to earn revenue, but receive way less than $13 in revenue, thus earning Twitter free profit. Yeah. But yeah, it's a double whammy because like I think I think Mr. Beast probably likes Elon still. Like he doesn't despise Elon like most of us do, I assume. So yeah. I can confirm I saw an ad of you on your video. I will run a similar test so we can compare numbers. I received your video a couple times as an ad. Haha. Appreciate you calling that out. I wonder what, see, look, every content creator here. One thing I will tell you about content creators is this, okay? Those at the tippy top didn't get there always by accident, okay? No, they're not falling for it at all. No. If you think Jack, Courage Dunlop, doesn't know what the fuck happened here, I got a bridge to sell you, okay? If you think Tim the Tap Man doesn't know what happened here, I got a bridge to sell you. Every single person knows exactly what happened. Every single top content creator knows what happened in this situation, okay? Come on, dog. Jack is literally a fucking analytics demon. So is Mr. Beast. These guys are hounds at analytics, okay? They're being very polite in the way that they're describing the situation because they don't want to like offend. Why would you want to offend a guy who gave you $263,000? Okay, obviously. And then there's of course Nick Merckx who said, "That's a W, bro. Now go put all that on Kansas City plus 3.5 and Baltimore and double your money." Yeah. This is like, yeah, these guys are analytics gooners, okay? Except for Nick. I think he is being serious. So, yeah. That's what's going on. What is this? How is he so dumb? Immediately after Elon Musk visited Auschwitz, he replied to a post that echoes talking points popular among neo-Nazis and white supremacists who originated the White Lives Matter slogan and who cite Kill the Boer, an anti-apartheid struggle song, as evidence of white genocide. According to Wikipedia, Kill the Boer, anti-apartheid song, White Lives Matter, neo-Nazi slogan. That's insane. Yeah, he's like, I don't think a lot of people understand what he's doing here, okay? From Elon Musk's perspective, he's like, no, I did the thing. Come on, Jews. I did the thing. Come on, let me have this now. Like, that's it. Like, he's like, what do you want? I went to Auschwitz. What do you want? The fuck do you want? Now I get to do whatever the fuck I want to do, you know? That's like, from his framework, he's like, yeah, no, of course, I'm not going to stop being fucking racist. I'm just going to be like, not as overtly anti-Semitic. Like, it's a perfectly transactional situation here. Yeah, he thinks he did a racism carbon offset. This is his trade, exactly. And you know my man loves credits, carbon credits, okay? That's all he operates in. Do you understand? So he thought he was getting a racism carbon offset. You're absolutely correct, chatter. Just need Jonathan Greenblatt honoring him with an ADL award or something? Yeah. So, yeah. All right. We did the advertiser a boost from Elon himself. Yeah, what the fuck? Elon literally gave you all our ad rev because we got nothing, Lemon Fayal. The best part about it is that, one, this is such a funny moment because, like, one, Elon Musk didn't get his money's worth here because, like, Mr. Beast is calling it a facade and saying that there's a little bit of, like, fuckery going on with the numbers. Doing it politely, but still, come on. And now every blue check mark is mad at Elon Musk. I'm going to say Mr. Beast is an analytics demon. There's no way he's going to post this, like, can't believe how valid and untainted holy shit, Coffee's just going to take down Elon Musk. Wait, what? Why was he having people guess the amount of dollars it made anyway? This is why it makes it extra funny that right-wing freaks will report your tweets so you don't make money off them, and it's like 30 cents. Yeah, it's extra funny. It's extra funny because I do not ever give my payment information to Twitter. I would not trust Elon Musk's platform with my payment information at all. I don't believe it's safe, and I don't care about the revenue that I would generate off of Twitter from my posts. So it's so funny because, like, the community notes on my tweets nowadays are like, I'll just make a joke or something. Like, I'll be like, man, this guy really is out here doo-dooing in their butt And then like the quote to you would be like, actually, there's no proof that this person has ever had a caca in their diaper. And then it's like a link to some Wikipedia page or something. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, what happened? Who are you owning? Source, wikipedia.com/poop. Anyway. So, do you think X is done if Biden wins? Wait, what? No, X is done regardless, no matter what happens. Your Ron DeSantis nickname options were justified in this poll? It was, my little Rhonda was in the additional, though. Yeah, these are my two. Meatball Ron was the best one. And then Little Rhonda was the second best one. This was my favorite community note. Elon said it's fake. Yeah. X goes bankrupt as soon as the loan Elon took comes to term. Is worth 20% of what he bought for. I don't know how that works, though. I don't know how that works, honestly, for someone who is a billionaire. You know what I mean? Anyway, this has slowly become my least favorite poll of all time. By the way, the Harvard caps the Harris poll, I feel like is one of the most insane polls of all time. Obviously, their methodology is solid. However, the one part of that is not solid, in my opinion, is like the way they ask questions, specifically as it pertains to Israel. Okay? Like everything else is fine, right? Everything else is fine. And it's obviously a very reliable poll overall. But the one thing that is like insanely unhinged is whenever they talk about Israel Palestine, they'll be like, do you want, the only two options that are available will be like, do you think Israel is small bean, or do you think Hamas genociders should ethnically cleanse all Jews from the area? And then people will be like, well, I don't know, which is like the analog for being pro-Palestine? I guess the other one. And then you click on the other one, and then like news articles will come out and be like, 75% of 18-year-olds in the country want to ethnically cleanse all Jews from the region. Like, it's like, that's not a good poll, man. What? Those are not reasonable answers. But beyond that, it's like their methodology has sucked for a while now. 45% of Democrats supporting Dobbs. Great poll. What's going on with Harris? Just putting out total junk over the past year? Oh, wait. What are they saying? People who design websites do not have a design a website for a gay wedding. The president did not have the authority without congressional vote to forego $400 billion. Abortion law should be left to states instead of being a national constitutional right. 56%. 44% say wrong. Wait. Where is it? Where does it say this? Look at the Dems number. Dem column. The president did not have the authority. People to design websites. Abortion laws should be left to the states instead of being a national constitutional right. 45% of the Democrats said yes to that. That's insane. Yeah, okay. No. This is just like, you are not asking the right question if you're getting that result. Okay? I'm sorry. That is so inconsistent. And for the record, that's not even like a little inconsistent. That is like in the opposite direction, okay, of inconsistency. Yeah, no, that is a really, really convoluted way of asking that question that probably confused people. There's no fucking way. Favorability of political figures, by the way. God, this is the best. RFK Jr., Musk, and Haley enjoy the highest net favorability. Elon Musk still has one of the highest favorabilities. Donald Trump has the highest very favorable metric here, by the way, on the list. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at 14% and 35% favorability. Donald Trump, most passionate fan base in the game, as you guys know. Same with Elon Musk, very high passionate fan base. Joe Biden has a very high passionate fan base as well. I guess in comparison to Elon Musk and whatnot, but like nothing comes near Donald Trump. You got RFK at 14% and then 35% favorable. That is crazy. Plus 18. Donald Trump is 0% because it's a half and half type situation where he here. This is important. Here, what's important here with the Donald Trump number is that he still has an incredibly passionate fan base, right? But then he also has more people who are very passionately haters of him. Okay? So that is something to remember, okay? You know, this graph ain't worth shit when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are seen as equally favorable. No, that makes sense. These are like the rugged, diehard Democrats. These are the older voters in the party. But remember, Joe Biden's disapproval is higher, so he's at a minus 14%. Harris at a R+6 for 2022 midterms. Wait, what? The Harris-Harvard Caps poll should be treated like Trashfalgar. He's a noted right-wing hack and constantly has Trump's favorability around -3, which is just blatantly false. Also an R+6 generic ballot guy for 2022. I just need to hear it. Is Trump going to be president again? I'm listening, but I'm sick to my stomach with anxiety. Well, don't be anxious. There is a likelihood that Trump might be president again, but 100% likelihood that you will see an ad break at the top of the hour. So gear up towards that ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free at the top of the hour so you don't see that 3-minute ad break. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. How are people arguing with the survey? It's literally just presenting what people said. What do you mean? Half of the people don't even understand what these questions mean. My friend, the entire point of a survey is to ask clear questions, okay? Like the abortion issue can be presented in a million different ways. If it's presented as, do you support murdering babies? And then that's a substitute for like whether you're pro-life or pro-choice, for example, then that survey design is incredibly flawed. Having a conversation surrounding the questions is profoundly important, especially when a survey result shows a massive difference in comparison to probably one of the most polled issues in this election cycle. In this election cycle, one of the most surveyed, most polled issues is abortion. If you see that majorly of a difference in the way that Democrats think about abortion, that means you fucked up on the question. You did not actually write a appropriate question. Anyway. Yeah, and I've seen this on like, obviously I've joked about this with like their Israel-Palestine polling that is so disingenuous. They'll be like, do you support Hamas and the Islamic Caliphate, or do you support Israel? Like, that's not a way to ask that question. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, people need an option to pick the Palestinian population and their plight in this circumstance. They're the ones who are the victims, right? So yeah, if you ask that question, they're going to be like, yeah, okay, you know, all glory to the martyrs. Let's inshallah restore the Islamic Caliphate. Like, I love Hamas. Like, that's the way that people fucking pick it. And that's not a good way to conduct a study. You didn't learn anything. Yeah. Average Harris poll will be like, do you want to live in a state where communism reigns free, unchecked abortions, illegals invade your cities, and taxes are 99%? No, 65%. Yes, 35%. Yeah. October 19th question, which got 83% true. Do you think it's true that Hamas terrorists killed 1,200 Israeli civilians by shooting them, raping, and beheading people, including whole families, kids, and babies, or is that a false story? Great question. What the fuck do you learn about that? I guess that, like, you know, not very good. People are not very good at, like, analyzing media, analyzing information, especially when the media presents it as true, especially when the media presents it as true, and then beyond that, they, the president will repeat it. Question, are you a terrorist or are you an American patriot? Yeah. U.S. military, police, and the FBI are most favored institutions. Yeah, that's not shocking. Police still being a favorite institution is insane to me. Plus 48%. But of course, America is a white supremacist nation. So, of course, dude, the fact that Facebook is a favorite institution is also insane. That's crazy. Black Lives Matter, on the other hand, not favored. Twitter, on the other hand, also not favored. Palestinian Authority, not favored, understandably. China, people fucking hate China more than anything else on this list. People hate China, people hate Antifa, and people hate Hamas. Hamas and China, two of the least favored institutions on this list. So when you fucking ask, Hasan, it seems like a lot of people hate you nowadays. Well, maybe it's because I don't openly, mouth-wateringly fucking hate, like get an aneurysm when someone talks about China, okay? Or Hamas in the same exact fucking way. Now you understand how fucking reactionary the United States of America and its population is. Also, really funny when you got people that go, never heard of them for China. I guess a very small population. Why do people hate China so much? It's the worst country on the planet, brother. What are you talking about? And then immigration is now seen as a top issue facing the nation, up 7 points ahead of inflation this month. Yeah. Why is it up 7 points ahead of inflation this month? Because right-wing media dominates the discourse in a country where the Democratic Party or its media operations don't have any real tangible ideological policy positions, prescriptions, or any real interest in changing the way that we operate. So when the Democrats don't do shit, first it's the inflation situation, and everybody yells about inflation, okay? And then when there's a soft landing, I guess, on the inflation front, and inflation is like a little bit more manageable, then boom, immigration. Fox literally turns the dial. It is crazy how much ground we cede to fascists anytime we do not fucking correct the record on any of these media, any of these liberal institutions. Okay? They're all asleep at the goddamn wheel. And at a certain point, you have to recognize that it is by design. The Democratic Party has no decent counter message against immigration. They don't. They just literally let the Republicans run the table. They let the Republicans yell about how scary immigration is. They let the Republicans yell about how big of a problem it is. Republicans used to tie immigration to the economy. Now they directly tie it to the crime spree and drugs. None of this is real. Okay? The notion that the migrant crisis is like responsible for America's drug usage is psychotic. Okay? Damn near the entirety of drug traffickers apprehended at the border are American citizens. 94% of drugs that come through the border come through regular points of entry. It is not like otherwise law-abiding abuelas and abuelitas that are fucking, bringing bags of fentanyl alongside their babies when they're crossing the border. There's not a lot of fentanyl you can traffic that way. It's much easier to get an American citizen to fucking carve open their goddamn car and shove bags of fentanyl in there because they're not going to get stopped. Oh. It's completely made up. Here, I retweeted this Walter Masterson tweet the other day as well. The Border Patrol totally didn't mention that the suspect was a United States citizen. Total coincidence. On the 12th of January, CBP officers in Arizona located and seized approximately 492,000 fentanyl pills hidden inside the bed of a pickup truck. Wow. So shocking. I wonder why they didn't mention that part of the story, even though that is literally the highest likelihood. That's how it works. Who is less likely to get stopped by Border Patrol when trafficking a shit ton of drugs? Someone who's Mexican, someone who looks Mexican, or someone who's a white American for the most part, or at least an American citizen. What makes you think that? What makes me think that is because I actually read studies on this stuff as a professional commentator. Okay? That's why I know what I'm talking about. You're also looking at one specific example of how these things work. Anyway. Yeah, make no mistake. I am illiterate still. Okay? Yes, I'm still illiterate. Let it be known. All right, you got economy and jobs at 25%, understandable. Price increases and inflation at 32%, understandable. Crime and drugs is 16%. Weird that they would fucking put crime and drugs together, because I feel like drugs is a totally separate issue on top of that. But I assume that the reason why they put crime and drugs there is because it's a good way to boost the crime stat when the fucking crime is not high at all, even though if you look at the midterm stuff, crime was the #1 issue. I wonder why. Because the media literally fucking runs the show. Local news, all the way to Fox News and every liberal broadcaster, has this stranglehold on the American population. Okay? From Sinclair in the local news subsidiaries all the way to Fox News with Rupert Murdoch. These guys will turn around and say, crime is going out of control. It's out of control. It's out of control. It's out of control. Trust me, it's so scary. Look at all these black people. They're doing organized retail theft. And then they will tie false data to that. They will show the National Retailers Association numbers and present it falsely as though like organized retail theft is the reason why they have so much more shrink, right? And it's all bullshit. And the guys that sit there and fucking tell you that that is not the case and that actually crime is lower and lower and steadily dropping, especially when you look at like a much larger, especially when you pull back and look at a macro analysis, okay? And you look at the reasons why stores are closing in certain areas, like it has nothing to do with fucking crime. And people yell at me over it. They've been yelling at me over it for years. I've been saying this. And even people whose job it is to read between the lines. Okay? Like Cenk, my own goddamn uncle. A beacon of, I guess, progressive politics for a very long time. When he's the one who's being duped and leaning into this like reactionary framing because he's 100% been duped, it's scary. One of the judges in my country, county I work in, told the DA to charge more people for shit so they can hire another judge and build an expansion on the courthouse. The crime wave is literally manufactured. Yes. If you look at the data, then I'm right. Hasan sucks, lol. Yes, brother. This is an anti-intellectualist argument. What do you mean? Yeah. That's like most of the arguments that I make. Yeah. Hello? Data can be manipulated for sure, but data is perhaps one of the best, least biased ways of analyzing a situation. But looking at a situation and pulling yourself out of it. Okay? If your car gets broken into, well, this is a passionate issue for you then. If you see homeless people, and you tie homelessness to a byproduct of crime, right? Then in your mind, you're a little biased. You're biased from your own personal experiences. You are not going to pull yourself out of that situation and look at the broader picture. Okay? That's why we have to look at empirical evidence, because anecdotes are heavily biased. Please share the data, though. Just don't spew anecdotes. Shrink plays a huge role in capital investments and divestments. I will link you a YouTube video that I did on this that has all of the sources in it, because I don't want to like argue with you back and forth. This is an issue I've covered for, I would say, for the past couple of years now. Okay, and you can watch that and be educated on it. But nothing I said was anecdotes. As far as shrink goes, the percentage of shrink that comes from outside theft is marginal and hasn't actually grown out of control. Okay, even though the entirety of shrink is covered in the media as though it's like all responsible for theft. Like when the media covers shrink, they look at the larger number. I think it's like what, 32 billion or something. I forget what it is, right? I don't remember off the top of my dome, but the media will look at that and go, that's all organized retail theft. That's all theft in general. External theft, even though external theft is a small part of that. And the growth of external theft is what you need to track and adjust to the growth of more shoppers in general, more foot traffic in general. And according to the National Retailers Association's own analysis off of their own numbers, shrink has grown consistently with foot traffic, and outside theft has not actually grown dramatically in this process. That is precisely the reason why Walgreens and CVS and all of these other institutions that closed up brick and mortar retail shops and locations in certain heavy foot traffic areas claim that they did it specifically because crime was out of control, even though when you looked at the actual crime that was happening at those locations, it wasn't higher than crime happening in any other location. And then they openly admitted a year later or a couple months later that they were actually lying about the role crime played. But guess what? I'm sure that it looked better in their quarterly reports when they hid the real reason as to why they were, engaging in these store closures and blaming it on a popular reactionary narrative. At the time, I said it too. And it's so funny that these same groups, right? Like these same institutions, like the New York Times, like legacy media in general, these guys turn around, right, and say, I can't believe that Americans believe crime is a massive problem. Why do they believe crime is a massive problem when it seems like the data shows that crime is not a massive problem? Yeah. Crime is down, but fear is up. Why is LA perceived as dangerous? I wonder fucking why. You, man, you're the reason. How many articles did you write about organized retail theft being a gigantic issue? Yeah. Outgoing LAPD Chief Michael Moore defends record. Critics say good riddance. How many did you, LaMFA? Crime is manufactured. What's next? The government deficit is manufactured too. Wait, what? I mean, yeah, the narrative around the deficit is manufactured, certainly. And as far as thinking that, like, I participated in the crime spree narrative, yeah, I participated in it by, yelling about it. Yelling about how false it is. And every single person, this is one of the videos. Crimes, and I want crimes to happen. Big fan of crimes happening. Yeah, this is from 3 months ago. This is one of the many videos I've done on this issue, but but yeah, something to consider, okay? Let's move on from this crime narrative as well. People don't care about healthcare as much, which I think is crazy. People care about guns at 15%. National debt, federal budget deficits at 14% is crazy. Terrorism and national security is at 14%. Corruption at 13%. Nice, dude. People don't give a single shit about like any liberal issues for the most part. Across all party lines, inflation is still seen as the most important issue to voters personally, but immigration has increased 3%. 3 points. I wonder why. Yeah. All right. Israel Prime Minister defies U.S. President Biden over Palestinian two-state solution. Once we're done with this, I'm going to talk about the CNN report, and then we'll move on. The other thing I want to talk about is actually the Daily. The Daily actually did a video specifically on the ICJ, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Israeli airstrikes and street battles with Hamas have been continuing in Gaza, where Palestinian health officials say the number of dead has passed 25,000. It comes as Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has again rejected the idea of creating a Palestinian state, despite a phone call with US President Biden, who said he believed that might still be possible. Mr. Netanyahu also rejected Hamas's demands for Israeli forces to withdraw from Gaza in return for the release of the Israeli hostages. With the latest from Jerusalem, here's Mark Lowen.
Lives on a list that grows by the day. An overnight airstrike adding them to a new milestone. More than 25,000 killed in Gaza since Israel's offensive began, says Hamas. Numbers out of date by the hour. Israel's focus is now southern Gaza, pounded from the air, backed by naval strikes. But there have been clashes in the north too. Israel's army, vastly superior to Hamas, is still facing significant resistance across the territory. The Israeli Defense Forces released pictures of a new tunnel they say they found, booby-trapped and more than 800 meters long. And they say it's likely to have held Israeli hostages.
I want to point to something that has been said already, but the New York Times wrote a disgusting article talking about like how the death toll is actually diminished in Gaza. Does this spell that Israel is no longer attacking Gaza as hard? And the reality is, no, Israel has destroyed all hospital staff. Pretty much, like there's, I believe only 15 hospitals in the Gaza Strip are like barely operational at this point. And by that, I mean like they're working with nothing pretty much. Okay. And because of that, obviously the death counts are not going to be as accurate. Okay. So only one is fully operational.
In the tunnel, we found 5 cells.
Yeah, here. The IDF purposely destroyed every means of civil record keeping in Gaza, from hospitals, parliament, universities, all of it. If New York Times reported these, it added they were Hamas run to make a genocide more palatable. Now hundreds still die every day and they'll ignore it entirely. Like, I cannot believe that the New York Times wrote on their newsletter this morning, the decline of deaths in Gaza, the daily death toll in Gaza has fallen in half over the past month, reflecting a change in the war strategy. That blows my mind. That blows my mind, dude. Is it the CNN report on IDF desecrating Palestinian grave cemeteries and exhuming bodies to run them over with bulldozers and absurdly claiming it's to look for remaining hostages? Yeah, we're going to cover that in a second after I'm done with this part. James O'Brien this morning on the radio trying to argue that it is not a genocide. State propaganda is full force the past 3 months. It's insane. I will say this much. I found it strange that even the New York Times Daily actually covered the ICJ at all. The Daily this morning had a full-blown coverage of the ICJ. They spent 9 minutes on the South African side. Okay. 9 whole minutes. I looked at it. And then the rest of it was basically just like Israel's defense. And Israel's defense is so insane. As we've covered already, Israel's defense is so insane that it like does a disservice no matter which way you cut it. Because Israel's defense basically is the Holocaust happened to us, and that's why we are understandably afraid of it happening again. And that's why we think October 7 was an attempt at the Holocaust. And that's why we can do, really violent things and say genocidal things. But the genocidal things personally that we are doing is just a heated gamer moment. And that's why we've said genocidal things. But we also have the right and responsibility to do genocidal things. And then, I mean, they covered it for like the next 20 minutes. But I do think that it's still so insane that no matter how you massage that, I feel like hopefully I see the humanity in liberals that will look at that and go, nah, dude, that's crazy. The proportionality response, there is no way that the proportionality response is appropriate. Okay? But yeah, we've reached the upper limit of how many dead. Officially, J Street, which originally started the threats to blackball progressives who call for a ceasefire in October, J Street is now effectively calling for one finally after 25,000 plus deaths and 10,000 more maimed. What was accomplished even by their own perverse logic? Nothing. The end game was always pointless mass death. That's it. After those stats you saw, you still have hope in liberals? I have to have hope in the humanity of people. Doesn't matter what their ideological background is. You want to know why? Because if I don't have hope in people, then there's nothing. Like, I shouldn't do this at all. I should just be playing fucking Pal World right now. Who gives a shit? You must not cave to nihilistic temptation. Okay? If you feel powerless in the face of so much chaos and so many atrocities that you see, then you will give up. And it feels maybe good to give up. It's like you're drowning, and in that last gasp you decide it's too late for me. I can't save myself. I might as well, close my eyes and let it happen and die. Okay? Sweet release of death. Except you died. Okay? You have to keep fighting. That's it. For me, I'll be honest, what keeps me going is how much spite I have and how stubborn and how prideful I am, I guess. How proud I am. I'm just not going to capitulate because I'm getting a sea of reaction from liberals who used to be allies of mine, who presented themselves as ideologically aligned to what I believe in. Okay? We can't give up. There's no way. There's no way that you can give up. You can't. Does not feel good to think of even giving up. I'd be lying if I said I do not have weak moments, but I pull myself out every time. Yeah, we cannot let go of our support for humanity and the Palestinian people in general. Okay? There's a reason why so many who are vociferously defending bombing Yemen as a means to continue the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Previously, maybe a couple months back, if you were to ask them, would tell you the invasion of Iraq was completely unacceptable. Okay? The arc of justice is long. It takes a long time for things to get fixed. Okay? But you can never give up. Even so-called leftist anti-Zionists are racist as fuck. No, there's a lot of conditional help that people offer. Like their allegiances to the Palestinian people or their allegiances to the Middle Eastern people and the population it only goes so far as like these guys are perfect victims. Did you watch the heated Israel TYT video yet or not? No. What are you talking about? Those same people are pro-Iraq war now as well. Is it really justice or just what they do for show? Anyway. I think they're talking about Jang arguing one of his Israeli Zionist co-host? No, I haven't seen it, but I don't care. I do find the resurgence of interventionism in political discourse interesting. It's almost as simple as the fact that that is being done by liberals. That's it. I mean, liberals always have a slant towards interventionism. They recognize that they benefit from it, but also it's just chauvinism. It's pure Western chauvinism. We are mistaken if we believe that liberals actually carry the goals and the values that they espouse. They do not. They are not honest brokers. Okay? They are not truthful when they say they are progressives, especially if they routinely stand to be a bottleneck for progress. Okay? They're just optically progressive. They only care when, they only care about it if it's like a Republican doing it. My dad has told me point blank he doesn't want to talk about Palestine anymore because he thinks I get too emotional over it. I'm not even getting that emotional, just trying to explain things he's factually wrong or ignorant about. How can I keep having these important conversations when they just get shut down instantly like that? I mean, there's not really much you can do at that point, There's really... I do believe right now, if Trump was president and the very same policies were continuing in Gaza, Israel's approval rating overall would be absolutely eviscerated. If there was this level of attention being paid to Israel and Trump was the one who was leading that charge, oh my God. Liberals did this with Black Lives Matter. Okay? Black Lives Matter started under the Barack Obama administration. Liberals, including the Podjons themselves, openly were antagonistic towards BLM. Once Donald Trump started positioning himself against Black Lives Matter and Colin Kaepernick, that's when a lot of liberals turned around and were like, maybe actually not so bad. Okay? Many liberals were not upset when Barack Obama had a white nativist immigration policy. But when Donald Trump did it and then turned around and correctly said, well, who do you think built the camps? Barack Obama did. They got mad. Because it's never about the actual issues. It's about who's the one advocating for them. It's team sports. That's it. As long as you marginally improve the conditions, as long as you sanitize it, right? Like they're no longer kids in cages, the immigration overflow detention facility, then it's fine. So yeah. How can you control liberals by framing every policy Biden is doing and setting up something for the incoming Trump admin is going to continue? Yeah. Now, of course, this doesn't mean personally that like Trump would be better on Gaza. Of course he wouldn't. Problem is, Biden is continuing Trump's policies in Gaza to begin with, and he's ideologically minded on the issue of Israel. This is the one issue that he's not a centrist on. Biden is a permacentrist, okay? He always triangulates, he always course corrects on everything. He sees what's going on, and he always tries to land dead center on everything, with the exception of Israel. His allegiance to Israel was far before he ever actually reached like the executive office, whether it's VP or like it goes all the way back to the 80s. On that front, he is not dead center at all. There are plenty of people in his own administration, in his own State Department, that's currently trying to rein Israel back in. Trump would be just as right-wing, though, of course, because it's Trump. He doesn't give a shit if Muslims die. And a lot of Americans don't personally care about, like, American foreign policy. The saying goes, foreign policy is not an issue until it becomes the issue, okay? In American elections, Americans don't care about foreign policy until it becomes the issue, okay? So that's something you got to remember. What does that mean? As long as American foreign policy is seen as like regular maintenance, doesn't matter how many bodies are out there. Until it becomes an issue that is prominent, until it's like prominently featured, like the continuation of the Vietnam War towards the end. Okay? Or invasion of Iraq. That's it. Anyway, let's do a GDF video again. It's been a while. Debunking Israel's defense speedrun.
I watched Israel's response to South Africa. Let's get right into it.
The court meets this morning to hear the state of Israel present its single round of oral argument in the case concerning application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip, South Africa versus Israel. I shall now give the floor to the co-agent of Israel, Mr. Tal Becker. You have the floor, Excellency.
If there have been acts that may be characterized as genocidal, then they have been perpetrated against Israel.
There needs to be a capacity or a capability to commit a genocide. To be able to engage in the level of violence associated with genocide, perpetrators need time to develop the capacity to do so, mobilize the resources, and take concrete steps that will help them to achieve their objective. The Hamas incursion was repelled in a couple days.
When Israel withdrew all its soldiers and civilians from Gaza in 2005, it left a coastal area with the potential to become a political and economic success story.
In 2012, Amira Haas wrote for Haaretz an article confirming the existence of a so-called Red Lines document. The Red Lines document calculates the minimum number of calories needed by every age and gender group in Gaza, 2,279 calories per person per day. From this, they reduced the quantity of fruits and vegetables, milk, and meat and poultry. The idea is to put the Palestinians on a diet, but not to make them die of hunger. The quantity of fruit and vegetables Gaza could produce for itself was expected to decline from 1,000 tons a day to 500 within a few months due to the Israeli ban on bringing in seeds, as well as the ban on exporting produce.
Remarkably, counsel for the applicant described the suffering in Gaza as unparalleled and unprecedented.
The devastation and the scale of the campaign was affirmed by none other than an investigation by the Washington Post. The evidence shows that Israel has carried out its war in Gaza at a pace and level of devastation that likely exceeds any recent conflict. Aleppo, they say, is 1.5 times the size of northern Gaza. However, nearly twice as many structures were destroyed in northern Gaza in 7 weeks as were destroyed in Aleppo over 3 years. There's also Mosul, Iraq. In Iraq, as reported by the Associated Press on December 22nd, during the 2014 to 2017 campaign to defeat the Islamic State in Iraq, the U.S.-led coalition carried out nearly 15,000 strikes across the country. By comparison, the Israeli military said they conducted 22,000 strikes in the last week.
What is actually unparalleled and unprecedented is the degree to which Hamas has entrenched itself within the civilian population throughout the Strip, with thousands of access points and terrorist hubs located in homes, mosques, UN facilities, schools, and perhaps most shockingly, hospitals. Every civilian casualty in this conflict is a human tragedy.
The current Israeli war cabinet includes Gadi Eisenkot, who, in 2008, while IDF chief of Northern Command, conceived the Dehia Doctrine, whereby civilian areas will be disproportionately attacked by Israel in response to rocket attacks. Israel would take one important lesson away from its war with Lebanon: its complete obliteration of the Beirut suburb of Dehia, and a new initiative, led by former IDF Chief of Staff Gadi Eisenkot, would bear its name. What happened in the Dehia quarter of Beirut in 2006 will happen in every village from which Israel is fired on. This isn't a suggestion. This is a plan that has already been authorized. Retired Major General Giora Eiland would invoke Dehia in his policy prescription for Israel in the event of another war with Lebanon. Serious damage to the Republic of Lebanon, the destruction.
This is why I hate when people say their bombing's indiscriminate. It's always targeted. Yeah, I think it's worse that it's targeted.
Of homes and infrastructure, and the suffering of hundreds of thousands of people.
Because, like, you know what is indiscriminate? Hamas rockets. They're indiscriminate because they are limited with the technology that they have. Israel's bombing campaign is very much discriminate, which makes it so much worse because they target it deliberately. Obviously, the outcome of that looks like it's indiscriminate because they've killed off a shit ton of civilians and they've leveled entire neighborhoods. Okay. But they are doing that deliberately. Okay. They're using not only dumb weapons, but smart munitions as well, especially when they have an arsenal full of much smaller munitions. They could be using precise munitions. They could be using drone strikes. They have bombs that specifically take out just one floor of a building. I've shown you this before. They have bombs that can take out just one floor of a building. Literally leave everything else intact.
Are consequences that can influence Hezbollah's behavior more than anything else. So according to several Israeli officials, as reported in an investigation by the Israeli 972 magazine, the bombing of power targets meaning private residences as well as public buildings, infrastructure, and high-rise blocks, which sources say the army defines as power targets, is mainly intended to harm Palestinian civil society, to create a shock that, among other things, will reverberate powerfully and lead civilians to put pressure on Hamas.
But the court is not told how many thousands of casualties are in fact militants. Israel's lawful aims in Gaza have been clearly and repeatedly articulated by its Prime Minister.
You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we do remember. And
it's so funny that they, like, their entire argument literally revolves around, like, we were just having a bit of a heated gamer moment. Oh, all the guys that you showed that you said had genocidal intent, as you literally drew a direct line from the mouth of those in positions of power, from Yoav Gallant to Benjamin Netanyahu, all the way down to, like, the infantrymen that are dancing and singing about Amalek and how they're going to ethnically cleanse Palestinians. All of that is actually just everybody having a heated gaming moment collectively. And it's a valid heated gaming moment too, because the real genocidal intent is on the Hamas front.
And we are fighting.
Its defense minister.
We'll remember that it was on October 9th when Defense Minister Yoav Gallant announced
no food, no water, no gas, it's all closed. We're fighting animals and are acting accordingly.
Just days later, he told troops, amid growing tensions with Lebanon, he revealed,
it is the citizens of Lebanon that will pay the price of these kinds of mistakes. What we are doing in Gaza, we can do in Beirut.
And all members of the war cabinet As the Prime Minister reaffirms, Israel seeks neither to permanently occupy Gaza.
With regard to bringing the population back, in the words of Israeli Minister of Foreign Affairs Eli Cohen, at the end of this war, not only will Hamas no longer be in Gaza, but the territory of Gaza will also decrease.
Or to displace its civilian population.
On December 14th, the World Food Program published a food security update where they reported that more than 85% of the population of Gaza have been displaced.
And I now invite Professor Malcolm Shah.
Hamas's explicit goal is to eradicate Jewish life from the Holy Land.
Setting aside the fact that Hamas rarely invokes the Charter, according to a 2009 report from the United States Institute of Peace, a federal institution, which read, "The Charter itself contains statements that reflect a lack of hostility toward Jews on the basis of religion. For example, as Article 31 states, under Islam, the followers of the three religions, Islam, Christianity, and Judaism, may coexist peacefully and safely." According to the RAND Corporation, the major defense think tank, Hamas dropped the language explicitly calling for Israel's destruction, which suggests an effort by Hamas to portray itself as more of an Islamic national liberation movement.
These atrocities do not justify violations of the law in reply, still less genocide, but they do justify, mandate even, the exercise of the legitimate and inherent right of a state to defend itself.
You can't invoke self-defense to justify criminal behavior.
Yeah, and also Israel, as the belligerent occupier under international law, has no right to self-defense. So that part is like completely wrong. It's super wrong. I don't even think these guys were actually just trying to make a case, like a legal case. I think they were simply trying to make a case to the Western media that refused to cover the first half of this ICJ court case, the South African side that clearly defined genocidal intent, showed that Israel was doing it, and proved it in my opinion. Whereas I do think that they only showed this side for the most part because, you know, they wanted to get the message out. Like, they only wanted to show Israel's defense. That's basically what they've been doing since October 7th. Okay? Do you think the Israeli support of Hamas, like in its early stage, can be summed up as premeditated self-defense? No. Israel wanted to deal with Hamas as the only entity, specifically so that they could, say that they're terrorists. They're terrorists. All Palestinians are terrorists, so we can only deal with them through ethnic cleansing. I don't know when the verdict will come, and I don't know what the verdict will look like. But I do know that it is completely ridiculous to say that what Israel is doing is justifiable. It is completely ridiculous. Like, if the United States of America nuked it would be like the bombings in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the bombing of Black Wall Street as an act of self-defense. It's not. Okay? If that happened today, it would be considered a unimaginable war crime. The difference is, of course, it would be America doing that. So once again, just like with Israel, everyone would be talking about how like valid it is actually, and how legitimate it is, and how it's totally, that you shouldn't think of it as a war crime, but instead that like black people deserve it. More like the move bombing? No. I think Tulsa is a little bit better than the move bombing, because the move bombing was like still insane, right? And still incredibly violent. But it was more limited than Tulsa. Tulsa was like discriminately indiscriminate, I guess, with respect to just like taking out an entire city. Move was just more recent. It was an entire city block.
Per the Rome Statute, the fact that the person was involved in a defensive operation conducted by forces shall not in itself constitute a ground for excluding criminal responsibility. Further, the Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia ruled in its decision for Milan Martic that the rule which states that reprisals against the civilian population as such, or individual civilians, are prohibited in all circumstances, even when confronted by wrongful behavior of the other party, is an integral part of customary international law and must be respected in all armed conflicts. Reprisals must always be proportionate to the attacks to which they are responding and must never aim at civilians or protected objects. If these conditions are not respected, then it is an act of revenge.
That Israeli forces have transgressed some of the rules of conflict, then the matter will be tackled at the appropriate time by Israel's robust and independent legal system.
The last large-scale invasion of the Gaza Strip was in 2014, Operation Protective Edge, as it was called, which Amnesty International called deliberate destruction and targeting of civilian buildings and property on a large scale carried out without military necessity. I've never seen such massive destruction ever before, said then Red Cross Chief Peter Maurer, yet only 4 Israeli officers were convicted of any wrongdoing. The harshest sentence was 7 months for stealing a credit card. 2 soldiers who used a 9-year-old child as a human shield received 3-month suspended sentences. No jail.
As from Israel's withdrawal of its civilian and military presence from Gaza in 2005, which brought an end to its belligerent occupation.
It's more popular to say that Gaza is somehow free from Israeli control, even though it enforces what a UN report described as a medieval military blockade, controlling imports and exports, export taxes, the territorial waters and airspace, and has blocked the building of an airport and seaport. They control electricity lines, the underwater cable that phone calls are placed on, the network that provides internet, and the frequencies assigned to Palestinian cell phone companies. There's a reason Human Rights Watch, the International Committee of the Red Cross, the United Nations, and Israel's leading expert on international law, Professor Yoram Dinstein of Tel Aviv University, have all concluded that Gaza is occupied by Israel and is therefore responsible for its population. It has failed considerably at maintaining their well-being.
Dog, you got called medieval? Dude, Israel's siege is... This is why I always say Israel's biggest crime is trying to do this in 2023 and 2024. Okay? If they were doing this in like the 16th century, then yeah, no, this would be obviously still barbaric with today's eyes, but like that's kind of how things went back then. You know what I mean? This is literally a medieval siege. It is what it is. Except it's being done with modern weapons.
Michael Link, Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the Palestinian Territories, reported in 2022, Gaza had undergone a multi-decade process of de-development and de-industrialization, resulting in a 45% unemployment rate and 60% poverty rate, with 80% of the population dependent on some form of international assistance.
People saying Russia is evil for what is happening in Ukraine, but defending Israel facepalm. Yeah, I mean, that's like when you have no real position other than like America good. And whatever America says goes. That's it. I think I'm going to just start saying that to all my haters. Like, all you say is just America good. Like, you just literally lap up whatever the fuck America tells you. Okay? Yeah, you have no convictions. You have no moral compass. You literally are confused at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. You don't even know that it's coming. And you don't even try to avoid said ads at the top of the hour. But you can by subscribing for $5 or for free, by the way. Okay? Straight up. If you want to, that is. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Assistance. As B'Tselem concludes, Israel has continued to control nearly every aspect of life in Gaza from outside.
And I now give the floor to Ms. Galit Ragwan. You have the floor.
The application presents Israel's call to civilians to evacuate areas of intensive hostilities. Quote,
King Henry the Fourth with the 50 big ones. Holy moly, allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. He's crazy.
An act calculated to bring about its physical destruction. Quote, this is a particularly egregious allegation. Evacuation of civilians is recognized under international humanitarian law as one of the measures that may be implemented to protect civilians from the effects of ongoing hostilities. Indeed, such evacuation may even amount to a duty that the party to the conflict has towards civilians.
Israel's Energy Minister Israel Katz made it clear when he said, "All the civilian population in Gaza is ordered to leave immediately. We will win. They will not receive a drop of water or a single battery until they..."
War, crime, slaughter, evil. My super educated, literate New York Times reading sister swallows the line, hook, line, and sinker. You have to work to think outside the US/Israel propaganda box. Yeah. People, I think, oftentimes mistake like being readers and being intellectuals, I guess, with like a lower likelihood of being receptive to propaganda. If every single outlet that you read is unconditionally force-feeding you a narrative that is just objectively untrue, you're going to go along with it. Why else wouldn't you? That's it. Why would you ever think critically beyond like looking at what the New York Times is saying? Why would you look to read between the lines? Marl Karks, 49, 42069, 42069. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs.
Leave the world. Indeed, the alternative to leaving was declared in no uncertain terms by Defense Minister Yoav Gallant.
Those who want to save their life, please go south.
And by IDF leaflets and cell phone audio messages. Your presence north of Wadi Gaza puts your life in danger. Whoever chooses not to leave North Gaza to the south of Wadi Gaza might be identified as an accomplice in a terrorist organization. And the destruction of homes and property ensured that there's nowhere for them to go back to. In the trial judgment for Mladen Neledilic and Vinko Martinovic, the Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia interpreted that the deliberate destruction of homes was indicative of intent to forcibly displace civilians. When a genuine evacuation takes place, there is an obligation to bring the population back when the hostilities have ended.
There are a lot of people who functionally know what Israel's doing is wrong, but prefer to support Israel because it nets them benefits financially or politically. They'll lie and toe the line knowing full well they're supporting the oppressor. I mean, there's that too. There's a variety of different ideas. It's like that drill tweet. It's like, oh, like on the one hand, I want to call out gross war crimes that Israel's committing, but on the other hand, I want a job after Harvard. And it's like, yeah, of course. That certainly plays a role. It's so clear cut, but I'm genuinely worried they're not going to be found guilty of even intent. Yeah.
No attempts to return them were made. In fact, most of their houses were torched.
The IDF maintains a civilian harm mitigation unit. It works full-time to provide advance notice of areas in which the IDF intends to intensify its activities.
Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant ordered over 1 million residents in Gaza's north to relocate south. Gaza's north contains all of Gaza City and the largest hospital in all of the Gaza Strip, Al-Shifa. The New York Times also reports that while fleeing, an Israeli airstrike struck a convoy of vehicles trying to flee the north along a main highway. Despite the evacuation order to separate Hamas from the civilian population, Israel is still bombing the south, which is crammed with hundreds of thousands of fleeing refugees. And as I reported days ago, last Tuesday, the IDF spokesperson said the emphasis is on damage rather than on precision.
Israel has publicly stated repeatedly
Israel.
There is no limit on the amount of food, water, shelter, or medical supplies that can be brought into Gaza.
I wanted to begin with a new report.
That's a lie, by the way. And even the New York Times' Daily had to like correct that. Okay? That was such an abject lie that even the New York Times' Daily straight up turned around and was like, yeah, reporting on the ground confirms that, Israel is greatly limiting the food supply going into the Gaza Strip. So it's just, yeah, there's, I guess there's no real perjury in that situation. You can just like lie as much as you want in international court. Right? Like there's no real repercussions for that, is there? Oh, here is the leaflet is psychopathic for 2 reasons. The Quran verse used is clearly interpreted as anyone who supports or find Hamas an ally is a Hamas member. Honest conquest, what the heck should that supposed to mean? So Israeli military distributed leaflets over Khan Yunis ordering residents to disown Hamas. The leaflets include a verse from the Quran stating, "He among you who taketh them from friends is one of them." The message concluded with the name of the operation, the Honest Conquest. So, I mean, that's another admission that, like, I guess you are automatically considered an enemy combatant if you are involved, if you are involved in any capacity. Or if you aren't, like, I guess, openly or sufficiently saying that that Hamas is bad while you're in the process of being fucking bombed, then, you know, you deserved it. And it's a valid kill. One other thing that I wanted to show you, by the way, is Israel's actions being absolutely nutty. Where is it? Where is the Eunice posted another. Eunice Tarawi posted another post earlier. Their account is great at showcasing like the atrocities on the ground, obviously, and the callous indifference that Israel demonstrates. But there was another thing that he posted specifically about, I think, one of the tanks that was according to Al-Qassam, I believe it's Al-Qassam, yeah. Hamas military wing states that following their attack on an Israeli Merkava tank west of Han Yunis this evening, the Israeli rescue forces couldn't pull out the damaged tank. In response, the Israeli military used the airstrike to wipe out the tank in fear of the soldier being kidnapped. They implemented the Hannibal directive on one of their own Merkavas when the tank was, when the tank was rendered useless. For people saying, wait, what? If you're unfamiliar with this process, it happened on October 7 as well. It's called the Hannibal Directive. Okay? The Hannibal Directive dictates, and this is like on the books, okay? It dictates that the Israeli military would rather kill a soldier themselves than let the soldier become a hostage in the hands of Hamas. Okay? That's it. And a similar incident happened on October 7, where the Israeli tanks, the Israeli occupying force, its tanks and its helicopters opened fire on cars that may or may not have had kidnapped Israelis in them. This is basically, we don't know how many people died in the hands of the Israeli Defense Forces on October 7. But we do know, according to Yediot, which is not exactly a liberal outlet at all. It's an Israeli newspaper and certainly not a liberal one. There were, the Hannibal Doctrine was in effect in the kibbutz, specifically in Be'eri, and also they suspected it was happening with the helicopters as well of people that were trying to leave the Nova Festival. This, of course, and I will always obviously ensure that you understand, I will always reaffirm this position or reiterate it. This, of course, does not mean that like Hamas didn't kill civilians on October 7. I'm not saying that at all. As far as I understand, at least according to all of the readily available footage from the day, Hamas is still responsible, the Palestinian militancy is still responsible for the overwhelming majority of civilian deaths on October 7th. Okay? It was implemented in a specific case in Kibbutz Be'eri and then announced as de facto military-wide at midnight.
Report from Human Rights Watch. The Israeli government is using starvation of civilians as a method of warfare in the Gaza Strip, which is a war crime. Israeli forces are deliberately blocking the delivery of water, food, and fuel. They remind us that this was not an unfortunate, unintended consequence of war, but a plan which was openly stated ad nauseum by Israeli officials. The Israeli energy minister, the one who oversees the supply of energy into Gaza, stated on October 16th, "I strongly oppose the opening of the blockade and the introduction of goods into Gaza on humanitarian grounds." According to Human Rights Watch, the Israeli army has also been employing bulldozers, in an example that can hardly be called unintentional. Since the beginning of the Israeli military's ground offensive on October 27th, satellite imagery reviewed by Human Rights Watch indicates that orchards, greenhouses, and farmland in northern Gaza have been razed. The razing of agricultural land continued in northern Gaza during the 7-day ceasefire, which began on November 24th and ended on December 1st, when the Israeli military was in direct control of the area. Farmers in this area planted crops such as citrus fruit, potatoes, dragon fruit, and prickly pear, contributing to the livelihoods of Palestinians in Gaza. Other crops include tomatoes, cabbage, and strawberries. Some plots were raised in a day. Trees that yield citrus fruit, as well as the cacti that yield dragon fruit, take years of care to mature before they can yield fruit. High-resolution satellite imagery shows bulldozers were used to destroy fields and orchards. Tracks are visible, as well as mounds of earth on the edges of the former plots. Euromed Monitor gives us further understanding of the sheer desperation of the situation in a recent report on starvation. Comprising a sample of 1,200 people in Gaza, Euromed Monitor concluded that more than 71% of participants reported that they suffer from extreme hunger. 98% say they eat insufficient amounts of food, and 64% admitted they had eaten grass, immature, and expired food.
And I invite Mr. Omri Sender to address the court. You have the floor.
Access to water has also been...
Also remember, like, the American government immediately was like, Russia is doing a genocide in Ukraine. Russia has genocidal intent. There was widespread condemnation of Russia's actions. There were actions taken against Russia, the Russian government, the entire Russian population, whether they have any say in the matter or not. Okay? Immediately. There was no ifs, ands, or buts. And to be fair, Russia's actions were war crimes and certainly, in certain instances, genocidal as well. Just want to point that out. And they did it. America immediately rushed to action. But no such condemnation has come for Israel. Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable.
Been a priority.
According to OCHA, or the UN Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, on November 4th and 5th, 7 water facilities across the Gaza Strip were directly hit and sustained major damage, including 3 sewage pipelines in Gaza City, 2 water reservoirs in Gaza City, Rafah, and Jabalia refugee camp, and 2 water wells in Rafah. The Gaza municipality warned about the imminent risk of sewage flooding. Indeed, the targeting of water infrastructure prompted Euromed.
How could you say the U.S. hasn't condemned this? Wait, what? Do you think the United States have condemned any of this? Chatter, we're giving them the weapons to do it. Oh, okay, you're joking. All right, Jesus Christ. I thought you were being serious for a second. Okay, I thought for a brief moment there you were saying this seriously. It shocked me to my core. Goddamn.
To describe Israel's campaign as a war of starvation. The Israeli war of starvation has taken very dangerous turns, including cutting off all food supplies to the northern half and bombing and destroying factories, bakeries, food stores, water stations, and tanks throughout the entire enclave. Prior to the ongoing Israeli war, 70% of the Gaza Strip's children suffered from varying health issues, including malnutrition, anemia, and weakened immunity. However, Euromed Monitor said the number has increased to over 90% as a result of the unprecedented Israeli attacks.
COGAT, the unit in the Ministry of Defense in charge of monitoring the humanitarian situation.
COGAT, or the Office of Coordination of Government Activities in the Territories, is the unit in the Ministry of Defense in charge of monitoring the humanitarian situation in Gaza. In his words, here's COGAT's director, HasanAbi.
This was insane. This is an insane thing. I mean, there's no better depiction of like a genocidal intent than having the guy who's supposed to be like tasked with assisting the people that you're genociding put out psychopathic, bloodthirsty, monstrous narratives like this one.
Head of the Coordinator of Government Activities in the Territories explained,
سكان غزة بدل ما يصدمهم الإشي عم بيحتفلوا مع هيك وحوش بشرية رايحين نتعامل كيف لازم راح يكون في عندكم كهرباء ولا مي بس دمار بدكم جهنم راح تحصلوا على جهنم.
And I now invite Mr. Christopher Staker to take the floor. You have the floor, sir.
I next address the fifth requested measure. This specifies types of acts to be regarded as deliberately inflicting conditions of life calculated to bring about physical destruction. It seeks further impermissible implied rulings on the merits. For instance, it refers to so-called expulsion and forced displacement of Palestinians from their homes. This is an apparent reference to Israel's practice of issuing calls for civilians to temporarily evacuate areas of intense hostilities, which is in fact a measure to mitigate harm to civilians. This measure thus seeks the court's ruling that evacuation calls amount to expulsion and forced displacement of Palestinians from their homes.
just one small problem, as described by the Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia in the appeal judgment for Milomir Stakic. Although displacement for humanitarian reasons is justifiable in certain situations, the appeals chamber agrees with the prosecution that it is not justifiable where the humanitarian crisis that caused the displacement is itself the result of the accused's own unlawful activity. With regard to Bosnian Muslims, the displacement was involuntary, and that, to the extent it had a humanitarian purpose, this was only because of a humanitarian crisis that the appellant himself had deliberately caused.
As the authority responsible for international law advice to Israel's government and cabinet, I can attest that in contending with these challenges, Israel remains committed to international law.
Anyway. Israel will not stop until they're told humanity must draw the line somewhere. Yes. They will not. Unions aren't the only way workers can fight exploitation. Wait, what? This is bait, right? Oh God, I can't wait to watch that. Here, all right, let's look at this. This is a French, Israeli dude. What are you doing? What are you doing over there? All right, please. Not as bad as it sounds, but is a funny title.
Ça va chier, c'était super. Ça va chier, ça va chier. On va les massacrer, les massacrer, les massacrer. Alors voilà, nous sommes dans le tank. Alors on y va, c'est parti. On conduit le tank. Magnifique le tank, c'est magnifique.
Why does the world hate Muslims so much? I don't know. I don't know where to begin. Here is Rabbi Avraham Zerbiv, an Israeli military officer in the VOD brigade, says they will make Gaza go through a biblical 10 plagues. There will be the 10 plagues in Gaza as there was 10 plagues in Egypt before. It will happen. It happens. And this war we will see. I don't know where to begin. It's just a long story about Islamophobia. I think like it honestly stems from like Europeans feeling like they were owned by the Ottoman Empire. Like it goes all the way back to that period. And also like even Moors, like, yeah. It's just like there's always been the Christian world has viewed itself as like a supremacist culture and attitude, while simultaneously invoking the Crusades and oftentimes seeing themselves as like the superior forces. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it. It's fucking long and convoluted.
All right, bear with me here. In World of Warcraft, when you create your character, you make two major decisions.
How racism was invented in the Middle Ages by Fred Duh. Nowadays, though, the reality is like Islamic countries sit on a lot of natural resources that are beneficial. Countries with like Muslim populations. And America wants to control the flow of said natural resources. I think that's like part of it.
South Africa is accusing Israel of genocide for its war in the Gaza Strip. Genocide is a very serious word, and it actually has a clear legal framework. The term didn't exist before World War II. Because of the brutal attempt to exterminate the Jewish people in the Holocaust, the world came together and created a rule that said genocide is a thing, we need to prevent it. And we've fallen short a few times. Rwanda, Darfur, Bosnia. South Africa will...
So here's how I'm going to tell you why we should fall short of it here with Israel.
Have to prove that Israel is intentionally trying to wipe out this entire population just for being Palestinian. And from my view, is actually the wrong course of action here. It dilutes our ability to use the word genocide in future cases where that is actually happening. I understand that South Africa is trying to call attention to these atrocities.
Wait, what? I love that he's like, yeah, we couldn't prevent it in Rwanda. We've fallen short a few times. We should fall short again for Israel, honestly, is a wild take to have. And like, we won't be able to use it in the future. What do you mean, bro? If you can't fucking use it here, then never use it again. What is a genocide then? Guys, let me tell you, if that's the case, nothing is a genocide, okay? Like, it's only the Holocaust, that's it. No Armenian genocide, base Turkey defender Johnny Harris. Okay. The only genocide that has ever occurred is the Holocaust. Is like a very weird perspective to have when you openly admitted that you failed to prevent, these institutions failed to prevent other genocides from occurring, while you're simultaneously making an argument to fucking say that Israel's not conducting a genocide. What Israel is doing, he also literally did say no genocide existed before World War II in this clip, which is ironic because, you know, Armenian genocide did happen. So that's rather odd that he took that position. A lot of people don't understand this. In order for something to be considered a genocide, at least as far as the genocidal intent goes, you do not need to kill a decent chunk of the population. Okay? I hope you understand this. That is not how this works at all. Okay? And the notion that you have to, like, it doesn't matter how many people you kill. When you're talking about genocidal intent, all you need to show is intent, okay? Israel's also killed a shit ton of Palestinians and deprived Palestinians on the basis of being Palestinian from food and from access to electricity and things like that. And yeah, by the way, the word genocide wasn't coined after the Holocaust. It was coined after the Armenian genocide, which is wild that my man Johnny Harris is denying the Armenian genocide here. What is going on? Okay? How do we get to a position where the liberal Johnny Harris is like kind of engaging in Armenian genocide denial and the Turkish guy is correcting him on it? What is going on in the world? Anyway, for example, the Yazidi genocide, 5,000 killed by ISIS in the Sinjar area of northern Iraq in the mid-2010s. Yeah, you don't have to, for the record, it doesn't have to be like every single person. It doesn't work that way. But remember when I told you that Johnny Harris has to do videos like this after the good video that he did about Israel? He had to do it. I'm telling you, dude. My man can't stop. He has to. Okay?
Israel is arguably violating lots of rules of war. But throwing around the word genocide in this way is going to undermine the term and undermine...
Bro, can you imagine? Dude, you say this about even cultural genocide, right? If something is declared a cultural genocide, okay, like systematic mass surveillance, systematic incarceration, re-education, okay, Xinjiang, great example. If you were to deny that and say, that's not genocide, that's not even cultural genocide, that's nothing, everyone understandably would turn around and go, dog, you're fucking delusional, okay? You're fucking delusional. You're crazy. How dare you? You're a genocide defender. But he can say that about Palestinians. Like, this is just genocide denial. This is a denial of ethnic cleansing that is currently ongoing. It blows my mind what is permissible and what is not permissible here. Like, it's crazy. He's also done videos on the Native American genocide. Exactly. So he knows better. He knows what the Trail of Tears is. Is the Trail of Tears genocidal? It's kind of funny because the entire point of genocide as a designation is the same as never again, okay? Why do we study the Holocaust? Why do we study genocides? Why are there entire fields dedicated to studying genocides and the Holocaust in particular? Is it for fancy? Is it for funsies? Do you think it's because people are just like really captured by the super violence that existed? Is that what it is? No. Okay? The reason is the same reason behind stating never again. The whole purpose of genocide studies, the whole purpose of studying the Holocaust is so that you prevent it from happening in the future. Yeah, it's too late if you are like, okay, finally we can declare this a genocide once the dust is settled. That's crazy. The entire point of genocide studies and Holocaust studies is specifically so that we can look at the clear telltale signs and markers of an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign and stop it before it's too late, which Johnny Harris openly admitted we failed to do so in the past. Ooh.
The real atrocities that are happening in the Gaza Strip. If you want to better understand global politics.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. And it's not even about like brown people in that situation, I think. Like a lot of people look at this under the framework of white supremacy, and white supremacy is a main operating principle here, but it's not, it's a little bit reductive to simply talk about this as white supremacy. I think it's like Western chauvinism, which pairs well with white supremacy. But the thing is, these guys will openly admit when brown people are being genocided, as long as the American State Department recognizes it, you know what I mean? For one reason or the other. It could be beneficial. It could be because they have no hand in it. You know what I mean? Like, But that's it. That's the only time you hear these guys openly state, all right, you know what? I acknowledge it. That's it. Now, the reason why I am talking about this, of course, is because one other component of genocide. What is this?
What about giving me better ranking? Okay, now let's move on. What can I do for you? Do I need to get Hasan to collaborate with you, Miz? Is that what you're saying?
I mean,
should I give him a call? Is that what you're saying?
Listen. If you want to pull that ripcord, I pulled the fuck Hasan ripcord for a while. If you want to pull that one, I'm fine with it. You know, like Dan. Listen, if you can get people to come out here, that would be great.
I do want to go out there and work out at the gym. CIA HasanAbi doing anti-China propaganda again. Can you tell me how there was a cultural genocide in Xinjiang when culture is not being suppressed, at least not anymore? Yes, this is my most contentious perspective. Oh, I am following Adrian Zenz's propaganda. Okay, this is not a simple China bad take. I'm sorry. Okay, I love that you just said not anymore, which is the Associated Press's position as well. Okay. For a period of time, there absolutely were re-education camps and mass surveillance, which still, to a certain degree, exists in Xinjiang. The Chinese government's attitude towards it was that they deserved it because they have violent separatist groups. While there is a little bit of truth to the violent separatist group narrative, that still does not justify wholesale surveillance of an entire population of people. Okay? And it's fucking ridiculous. That's it. That's my point. No, it's not just mass surveillance everywhere either. You don't fucking put like party members inside of houses. Like, I'm not doing the organ theft shit, okay? I'm not extending my argument all the way to like they were doing mass organ thefts and like they were just like they killed everyone and then replaced them with like Han Chinese people to like lie to the population or whatever. But they did certainly neuter components of the Uyghur culture and repackaged it for consumption and turned it into like a Disneyland style situation. Okay. Its important context was that there were major terrorist attacks and even the U.S. State Department cooperated in that war on terror shit. China went too far. Even that is acknowledged in China. Yeah, that's it. Okay? I don't give a fuck about what Adrian Zenz is saying. I don't give a fuck about what anyone is saying. This has been my position in perpetuity. Okay? It is very frustrating to me that people act like that is not what happened. Also, this is not like anti-Muslim across the board either. There are plenty. China is relatively diverse, okay? It spans across a major swath of land with so many diverse cultures, okay? And here's the thing. There are plenty of other Muslim sects of the population whose like religious religious expression has not been has not been limited in the same way that Uyghurs have been. Okay? So there is that as well. The difference is that the East Turkestan movement was propped up in some ways by Turkey and by ways of Oğlum sen hiç Uygurlarla tanışmadın mı? TR'de var bir sürü var. Sana sonra anlatırlar. Senin Uygur soyadı nereden geliyor merak ettim. Tabii ki de abi. Evet. Ben de bunu söylüyorum. Like there are the limits of your leftism is your foreign policy, Sag. Dude, you should inform yourself. Financed by the CIA, Westoid take. Yes, dude, I know. Both the Vosh adjacent, I want to suck every NATO cock dude, and also all of the people that unironically use Westoid have the exact same take. Okay? I am too limited on my foreign policies. I'm both simultaneously far too anti-China and invoke xenophobia all the time, and also sucking Xi Jinping's cock every fucking day. Which one is it? Which one is it? Okay? Which one is it? Or maybe I have a pretty normal, reasonable take. Come on, guys. It's just like depending on where you're coming from, I'm either like lapping up Chinese propaganda and writing Chinese propaganda dick, okay? Or I'm just straight up denying I'm just like lying about China and just like, you know, repeating fake false narratives or something. I do use Westoid unironically as well. It's just fucking annoying. It's just so stupid. It is perfectly reasonable to criticize China on the same exact boundaries that I would criticize the United States of America, which is what I'm doing when I talk about the East Turkestan separatist movement and China's dealings with the entire Uyghur population. Okay? This does not give America the moral high ground in any way, shape whatsoever. Anyway, do you think it's deflecting or using whataboutism to point kids in cages at the U.S. border and the hysterectomy allegations? Like, that's the wrong way to address the point? No, it is not the wrong way to address the point because America does not have the moral high ground as it pertains to like its treatment or mistreatment of Muslims. Come on. Essentially, all leftists are bad at foreign policy takes are rooted in bloodthirst. Yes. I, of course, get way more way more aggressively yelled at by like dumbass liberals who fucking falsely smear me and say that like I'm pro-Russia unconditionally, I'm pro-China unconditionally. I've never criticized China. I ride Chinese dick over and over again because they're fucking racist, oftentimes white supremacist, Western chauvinist pieces of shit. That's the only way that they can justify their worldview is by like presenting themselves as at odds with someone that they see as like an ideological enemy. And the best way to present me as an ideological enemy is by lying about my positions. Because if you were being honest about the positions that I espouse, then at that point, you would fucking recognize that my points are normal and valid. What peanut butter allegation? What the fuck do you mean? Yeah, half the time, people that say it's scary how pro-China Hasan is, literally say that, okay? They say that because I'm just not being like, I'm just not telling you that like China is the scariest place on the planet, okay? That's it. And that like Chinese people are just coming to get you or something. Or the Chinese government is like gonna kill you. It's crazy. The racism part is also a weird law. Most Turks definitely wouldn't ride for China. The seculars are usually pro-US. They're pretty similar to diaspora Iranians in general. Yani burada bakış açısı soykırım var yönünde. Özellikle milliyetçiler. Ya sevmiyorlar abi. Onlar da sevmiyor. Kimse sevmiyor ki Çin'i. Dünyada hiç nerede kim seviyor Çin'i? Hiç kimse sevmiyor. Bu doğru yani %100. Anyway. Kral sen de liboşlar sentrist diye algı yarat. Ezilenleri yanında değiller. Hep güçlünün yanındalar. Doğru. Yeah. Liberals are centrist. They are permanent centrists. They are fence sitters overall. Anyway. Too comfortable or cowardly to talk to their own racist capitalists, friends, and family. They have no being outside. Okay, let's continue. Mogul moves. Keep your eyes off my damn state. That's right, dude. Your state's looking kind of nice with it right now. Will they actually elect Nikki Haley or will they not? We're about to find out. Anyway, this part is also important too. China's surveillance is nothing on U.S. and Israel. I mean, yeah, every big state does this shit, but like, let's not act like the Chinese surveillance is not happening. You're a China centrist, but only in this sphere. Everywhere else, you're basically speaking fluent Chinese. I'm a China centrist on what? On saying that they very successfully neutered an entire population and like, and I guess to a certain degree Hanified them for mass consumption, like their culture, their institutions, after, you know, incredible amounts of suppression. I don't think that that is unfair to say, and I certainly don't think that that is a centrist position either. But regardless, the point is this, okay? As far as you know, as far as like talking about other shit, like why the fuck would I yell about, for example, why would I yell about you know, trains being bad or some shit? Like, people want me to act like China is any different than any of these other social democracies that I also present as positive. That's the worst part. I present European style social democracies with obvious, you know, exceptions and obvious issues, but I still present them as an overall positive, as a thing that America needs to move towards. But nobody's got smoke when I talk about Norway. Everybody loses their mind if I talk about Chinese economy in a similar capacity. That's the difference. Because you want to know why? Because they're fucking Chinese. That's it. That's the major reason. People can just like add on to it and be like, no, it's mistreatment of Taiwan. It's mistreatment of Hong Kong. It's Xinjiang, all this other shit. But the real reason is because they're not fucking Norwegian white. That's it. They're on a designated foreign adversary list. So when you're a official foreign adversary, it don't matter. This does not mean that the things that they do are appropriate across the board all the time. It's a totalitarian single party state. This might be your dumbest take of all. No, man, you are hyper focused on the fucking aesthetics. That's it. That's it. You are not looking at the economic organization. You are not looking at their form of governance. You're just simply looking at it's a totalitarian single party state, and you're just leaving it at that. America's a fucking one party state, dumbass. Look at the Democratic Party's foreign policy versus the Republican Party. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What good is our duopoly? Every election cycle, we talk about how, well, you know, things keep happening. Things just keep happening. Look at this. Look at this. Schrodinger's POTUS. He needs to be elected as only he can protect our reproductive rights, but he also can't do anything to protect reproductive rights as an elected official. Like, what? You're straight up read the tweet on the page and you will understand, okay? You compared it to Norway? What do you mean? I compared it to Norway as a social democracy. If I look at their economy, it's similar to Norway. Doesn't matter. That's it. You like Norway's social democracy. You like all of these other European social democracies, and it's not because they have a quote-unquote democratic process, okay? Sure, they have an illusion of choice that somehow, I guess, creates real democracy. Okay? China is not a democracy. Norway is a stupid take. I'm not talking about their form of governance. America is a democracy. What the fuck are we talking about? America is a democracy on paper. Do you think that the democratic process is actually working? Or do you think it's a democracy in theory and not really in practice? Hold on. What do you want me to say, chat? Yeah. The American government represents the people pretty well, in my opinion. We're just so fractured. Yeah, no, that's cope. That's why the two-party system is this lie, so that it churns out results such as this one. You say this at a time when the Brandon administration came into power for stability and to fix the wrongs of the Trump administration. It simply continued along with the Trump administration's white nativist immigration policy. It simply continued along with the Trump administration's foreign policy. This is circular logic, lol, but go off. No, my point is simple. When I talk about the outcomes, when I talk about like the economic organization, both in China or Norway, okay, I'm not talking about how we arrived there. Okay, I'm not talking about how they got there. Doesn't matter if it was like a fucking supposedly monarch that decided personally to do this out of the kindness of his heart. Okay? When I'm making a comparison between China and Norway, I'm simply talking about the economic organization of their society, of the way that it's designed, not about the process in which they arrived at that. Okay? That's it. That's it. People do this cope, in my opinion. People do this cope, in my opinion, to make themselves feel better about it. It's like, oh, America's imperfect, but we democratically arrived at this. No, I don't believe that. Okay? And yeah, here, this is another great example. Japan is a democracy, but China isn't, according to the American, even though both have been run by one party with some minor exceptions, with a little bit of minor deviations. That's it. Because, hey, the people are electing it. The people are electing it. Okay, well, the people are electing their local representatives that then represent the entire Communist Party. How about that? Anyway, the point is, it's pure Western cope in this situation. What's the point of labeling ourselves a democracy while conditions continue to decline and all of our institutions are completely owned and operated by a ruling class, despises the lower class? Democracy is just a word, and without actually examining the system behind the word, it means nothing. Thank you. Okay? You say Japan likes the LDP, China can't choose. Okay, that's a really cool take. Okay, do you like the Democratic Party? Did you vote for it because you vociferously believed that, you know, did you vote for the Democratic Party? It's a matter of like what the options are too, chat. Okay? The reason why I'm bringing this back to America is because it's one that you understand is messed up because you're an American for the most part. The thing that I care about overall, and this is not me dick riding China, okay? Because China does have plenty of issues, and I've talked about it already. I was literally talking about it earlier. But what I do care about it is this. The Chinese population, when polled by Western institutions that have no interest in making the Chinese government look good, have found time and time again that the population finds the Chinese government to be infinitely more favorable than the American population finds the American government. Okay? Harvard has specifically conducted polls in China with a genuine interest in probably making the Chinese government look unfavorable. And for some reason, they have an infinitely higher approval rating. And why wouldn't they have an infinitely higher approval rating? Probably the same in the UAE, man. That's not true. The reason why they have an infinitely higher approval rating is not because, like, the Chinese people are docile and servile and easy to brainwash, okay? They surely will answer truthfully, no repercussions to be feared at all. I love you, chatter, but that's just pure racism. You just added the pure racism block in there, okay? That's just pure racist copium, okay? You would not get these numbers because people are simply too scared to answer truthfully. You're just, again, you found information just now, right now, for the first time ever, you found information that contradicts what you think is happening in that part of the world. Instead of going and potentially finding like a Chinese national to have a serious and honest conversation with, you turned around and decided on your own, in the most like white supremacist way possible, that you know better. You can take it one step further and probably find a Chinese national that will tell you the sweet nothings that you want whispered to your ear too. Okay? That's at least a little bit better for you. That way you can like justify your framework by finding someone that fits the bill, that goes against the information presented here. We didn't even get to the actual point that I was trying to make. The reason why they are popular, the reason why the government is fine, the reason why the government's like, the people like what the government is doing, is because the government has given them prosperity. They see it. They see the incredible improvement. Okay? That's it. That's all it is. It's just the material progress. That's it. That plays a massive role. Obviously, this doesn't mean that there isn't indoctrination, for the record. Kaya, come here. What are you doing? Come. Place. Place. Good girl. What the fuck was that? She was being crazy. People in China 50 years ago lived worse than the Chinese people live like today. 50 years ago, Americans lived better than Americans today, or at least they thought they lived better. Okay? That's it. It's like saying the Gulf citizens, not the slaves they bring from South Asia, hate their monarchies because they are not democratic. Yeah, it totally depends on who you're asking, for sure. Damn it, I've been trying to open this really hard and I can't. You would literally see social and political unrest constantly if China wasn't actually making good moves. Yes. Vietnam is a communist state and they're more favorable than China because the news media goading Vietnam for doing trades with America. That's another part of it. Yes. Anyway. Americans supported the government when we were fucking awful and authoritarian towards massive parts of our population in the 50s because the standards of living were increasing rapidly. It's all about how people's lives are improving. Exactly. This requires taxing more and according to wealth. That's why the American doctrine is against it. The point is this, guys, okay? China is not perfect. They're far from perfect, okay? But the reason why people seemingly like their government and what they're doing is because of Chinese prosperity. The only reason why Chinese prosperity has happened is not because China is authoritarian, I guess. I mean, I guess it's authoritarian if you're like a neoliberal, but the reason why it's happened is because of their socialization. They have a higher degree of socialization. It's a distribution of the revenue that the Chinese government across the board created and the planning that they engaged in. That's it. And I want that in America. Whether it is democratically voted on or not does not matter. That is what I want. Oftentimes, I've also mentioned how I don't care if Americans vote in a policy like a ballot initiative and then they don't follow through on it. I want Gavin Newsom to run this motherfucker like the Chinese government, okay? We voted for it. We vote for tax increases every goddamn election cycle, and then for some reason we can never get public housing. What's that about? Do Chinese-style democracy and then reap the results, okay? Because the results will be infinitely better. So no democracy is cope. They have elections in China too, dummy. The point is, we have elections in America. We vote in, through ballot measures, certain concepts like getting adequate resources or funding certain initiatives like, housing, more affordable housing. But that never comes through. We have billions of dollars in surpluses in the California state right now. Why can't we get high-speed rail and public housing? Well, because there's a lot of people at odds with said reality. They don't like that. So we can't have that. I personally don't care. As long as we vote for it, after we voted on it, on the ballot initiative side, that's it. It's Jover. Make it happen. It is your job to make it happen after that. You don't have to have a million different public meetings where you have like small business fascists and Debras and Karens from all around the goddamn state come in and yell about how homeless people are going to be here if we build, affordable housing, or the neighborhood culture is going to be diminished or whatever. I don't give a fuck. Suck my dick. But in the United States of America, because those people are oftentimes those who own capital, we listen to them even if the actual throwing out a few people's rights, though. Yes, I don't care. Yes. I'm telling you, honest to God. That's how democracy works. I want the tyranny of majority. Americans don't. Americans think that is awful. Hello? Yes. The tyranny of majority is also known as a democracy. That is how things should be. We voted for it, and we don't even get to have it. The fuck is that? That's undemocratic. But because you live in America, you don't see it in the same way. Americans think that any opinion they hold is automatically valid and must be upheld by the virtue of the fact that they're American. Doesn't matter how deranged or detached from reality it may be. You know? Yeah. People literally go, nah, that's the tyranny of majority, dog. That's America, baby. We can't have that. It'd be tyrannical. Guess what? I am tyrannical, okay? I will tyrannically give you healthcare whether you want it or not. How about that? That's it. I will tyrannically give you healthcare. I will tyrannically give you public housing. I don't care if you don't want it. I don't care. I don't care if it hurts your bottom line. I will serve you the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour tyrannically. I will rule with an iron fist. And you will get educated. You will be educated on the fact that the 3-minute ad break can be avoided by subscribing. for $5 or for free. Here's the 3-minute break now.
The Israeli military.
How the fuck do we get to talking about China again? Gross. Yeah. Society works thanks to the administrative state. People want a smaller government, know nothing about the world. Yeah. What is this? Yeah, but China has a social credit system that makes it hard to travel, get housing, get loans, avoid Oh. Someone thought you were racist because you were trying to bait me with a top of the hour debate.
Acknowledged that they rolled into a cemetery, took bodies out of graves as part of what they say is a search for Israeli hostages' remains. But as the Israeli military put out that statement, we were completing our investigation into the Israeli military's desecration of cemeteries. And what we found is 16 cemeteries across Gaza damaged or destroyed. I do want to warn our viewers that they may find some of these images disturbing.
In Gaza, even the dead cannot escape the indignities of war. More than a dozen cemeteries like this one in Jabalia, desecrated by the Israeli military. Gravestones destroyed, soil upturned, tread marks leaving little left for the living to honor their dead. This is that same graveyard before the war.
You ever plan on covering this? I did. I talked about it the other day.
1 month later, a series of tread marks can be seen on the northwestern edge. It is no exception. A CNN analysis of videos and satellite imagery found that 16 cemeteries have been damaged or destroyed by the Israeli military since it launched its ground offensive. As Israeli forces push deeper into Gaza, they crushed the graves of thousands of Palestinians between November and January. Janina Dill, co-director of Oxford University's Institute for Ethics, Law, and Armed Conflict, says destroying graveyards violates international law, except under very limited circumstances.
Cemeteries are not military objectives. They are, in fact, what international law would consider an object that is normally dedicated to civilian purposes, like places of worship generally. So this is protected from intentional attack. It can only be intentionally attacked or destroyed if it becomes a military objective.
In some cases, like this cemetery in the Shujaiya refugee camp, Israeli bulldozers turned cemeteries into military outposts, parking armored vehicles behind freshly raised berms. The damage is often deliberate and progressive. Over 2 weeks into
They aren't just blowing up cemeteries, they're fucking exhuming bodies too. Who knows what they're doing with the bodies after they're exhumed? I have no idea. Like, what purpose? I guess they're saying they're doing it to determine if they're hostages.
The military bulldozed more and more of this cemetery.
Bro, this is literally like, dude. This is like, genocide is so gross because it's, I mean, obviously, but like the American genocide specifically of indigenous population is so gross that we even make jokes about it because it's so far in the past, right? Where like the meme of it is like, oh, this place is built on an Indian burial ground is like the thing that people say sometimes. Except it's not a joke. Like, this is how it happens, and this is how it is justified when it's happening in the time frame that it's happening. And then 100 to 200 years later, we make jokes about it.
Of Khan Yunis, building defensive fortifications. CNN witnessed firsthand the results of Israel's bulldozing of graveyards while embedded with Israeli forces last week. The armored personnel carrier CNN was traveling in drove right through this cemetery in Al-Burej on a freshly bulldozed dirt road. And then there's this. Tombs opened at a cemetery in Khan Yunis this week, bodies removed from their graves. In a statement, the Israeli military acknowledged exhuming bodies from the cemetery as part of its search for the bodies of Israeli hostages. An IDF spokesman could not account for the damage to the 16 cemeteries identified by CNN, but said that in some cases there is no other choice, providing this photo of what it says is a Hamas rocket launcher.
Oh, dude, of course. Of course. Bro, there's no other choice, brother. Dude, it's crazy. Always and forever. Always and forever, baby. Oh, dude, do we have to blow this up? Dude, well, guess what? Hamas.
At a cemetery in Gaza. CNN could not independently verify.
Yeah, I can't wait for the, oh yeah, notice CNN doesn't have footage of the tanks going over the graves. IDF stopped that from getting out 100%. Yeah. Remember, everybody, the IDF actually vets all the footage that they're allowed to post. So just remember that this was like okayed. At least the footage part was okayed by the IDF. Here's the Intercept reporting on it. CNN runs Gaza coverage past Jerusalem team operating under the shadow of IDF censor.
By where it was taken.
CNN has openly admitted that they have agreed to the IDF censoring their footage, by the way.
Spokesman could not account for the military posts over graveyards, but said we have a serious...
I cannot believe that someone in the chat just said, oh, well, CNN could not independently verify it, but they posted it without evidence, without verification anyway. Yeah, the fact that they even mentioned that CNN could not independently verify this is a change of pace. You understand that? That is crazy to me. That is the bare minimum expectation that we have at this point. And the fact that they still said it, at least, instead of just reporting it as is, whether it be the fucking decapitated baby story or whatever the fuck, I almost called Joe Biden Donald Trump, Joe Biden was going along with. I'm glad that if I'm going to look for a silver lining here, this is a tone shift.
Its obligation to the respect of the dead, and there is no policy to create military posts out of graveyards. In at least one case, the Israeli military appears to have taken pains to maneuver around a graveyard. The Deir el-Balah War Cemetery, which holds the remains of many Christian and Jewish soldiers from World War I, left intact, despite devastation all around.
Wow. Wow. That's interesting. Wow, that's so strange. So they do have a way to maneuver around the cemeteries. Wow. Yeah, this definitely makes it seem like they are deliberately doing it to the other cemeteries.
At the Al-Tufa Cemetery, a very different picture. Residents say bodies were uprooted by Israeli.
Just want to point something out here, by the way. If you want to understand, when I talk about harm reduction, and I mean this in all sincerity, October 7 included, okay, when you look at Israel's actions versus the actions of Hamas, you arrive at things like this. This cemetery that has Jewish dead veterans under Hamas control, never desecrated. Very different than the way that the Palestinian cemeteries have been treated under Jewish control, under Israeli control now. Very interesting. There are Jewish and Christian people that died in World War I in that cemetery. Why did they not look at these graves as well to see if there were maybe some Israeli hostages in there? Yeah. Not just undamaged, but taken care of. Exactly. It's the same shit behind. Maybe because the IDF didn't think that there would be Israeli hostages in there since it's from World War I. Brother, do you really think that the IDF thinks that there's really Israeli hostages in the Palestinian cemeteries? Or do you think they're doing that specifically because they want to flex? Like, how do you still lap up this propaganda? How many Palestinians need to be fucking massacred ruthlessly for you to go, yeah, maybe their goal isn't actually, I don't know, saving the fucking Israeli kidnapped victims, okay? You got to be probably, I was just saying, bro, I'm on your side, damn. Well, it's ridiculous, dude. It's a ridiculous thing to say. No, you're failing to see the actual point. They're doing this as a flex.
At the Al-Tufa cemetery, a very different picture. Residents say bodies were uprooted by Israeli bulldozers.
We're currently retrieving the corpses of the martyrs that are present in the cemetery. The occupation forces have run over most of them with their bulldozers, and we've only identified a small number of corpses and martyrs. As for the rest, their identities remain unknown.
South Africa cited Israel's destruction of cemeteries as part of its case, arguing Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Israel denies the allegation, but experts say cemetery destruction could be evidence of Israel's intent.
There's huge symbolic meaning to the notion that not even the dead are left in peace. It suggests a disrespect towards the kind of spiritual life of your enemy, their cultural property and heritage. It's an evidence of an animus against your enemy that is unhelpful in this context.
The Israeli military is still desecrating graves in Gaza. At the Han Yunis cemetery, where the military dug up bodies this week, the damage is extensive and all too familiar. Tombs destroyed, shrouded bodies sticking out of the soil, the dead roused from their final rest.
And the Israeli military pointed to Hamas using some of these cemeteries for military purposes to justify what we've documented here. But
yeah, that's it, bro. It's just Hamas, bro. You don't understand. Hamas. They're in the cemeteries, bro. I don't know, man. Is there anyone in the chat that still defends Israel? Like, I don't know. I feel like everyone left by this point. They've already been taking like victory laps about how anti-Semitic they perceive I am for openly covering this shit. But like, if there is one who's like at least a little bit, I don't know, in the margins or something, like, how do you see something like this and continue going, nah? Israelis don't see it. That's true. But I was talking about the Hasbara Malders in here. You know what I mean? Also ironic to say Israelis don't see it when you yourself are Israeli. I mean, look, Tal is Israeli. There's a growing movement, I think, of Israeli leftists who are anti-apartheid, who are doing activism on the streets. I want to hear from the people that still defend Israel's actions, though. I mean, our media shows the IDF in a good light. That's the part I don't understand. Like, it's got to be received in a positive way. I suspect when you know, all the TikToks come out, right? Like, it's got to be received in a positive way when like the TikToks come out of like, you know, IDF dudes just like fucking joyfully and in glee celebrating like blowing up another hospital or some shit. Some people freak out when you mention Israeli leftists. No, people like to make jokes about how fucking right-wing Israel is, so they understandably are frustrated. I mean, yeah, there's another thing that I didn't even cover, but the stealing of Palestinian antiquities. Eli Escocido, the director of the Israeli Antiquities Authority, shares a video documenting the theft of archaeological artifacts from Gaza, which they took to the Knesset, by the way. Bro, this is just rape and pillage. Cultural heritage sites in Gaza have been deliberately targeted, and in the West Bank, Israeli occupation army and settlers systematically raiding archaeological sites. Yeah, they've been looting. They haven't stopped looting. They like break. There are videos of Israeli occupying forces in Gaza, like seizing millions of dollars in cash, shekels, millions of shekels. Like, what are we doing? Are you serious? You can't do that. That's just, you're openly showing to the world that you're stealing this shit. Anyway. Here, this is the one, yeah. The Israeli army announces the seizure of 20 million shekels from the Gaza Strip since the outbreak of the aggression and the transfer of this money to treasuries of the Israeli state. Isn't stealing pretty common in conflict, though? Yeah, it's fucking gross and unacceptable. What do you mean? You think I find it fine when America does it? No. I have criticized America just as much, if not more. I have the same exact smoke. After all, I am Mr. America Deserved 9/11, for those of you who do not know. So nobody can get me on that either, which is precisely the reason why they just stopped trying to catch the hypocrisy in the situation, okay? And now have just decided that they themselves are just pro-America too. New U.S.-Britain strike struck missile systems and launchers, air defense systems, radars, and deeply buried weapons storage facilities per CENTCOM. Our aim remains to de-escalate tensions and restore stability in the Red Sea. But let us reiterate our warning to Houthi leadership per the statement. We will not hesitate to defend the lives and free flow of commerce in one of the world's most critical waterways. Nice. America is still engaging in what is known as a de-escalatory act of certainly non-vindictive, de-escalatory act of bombing. Oh, speaking of, U.S. personnel being evacuated for possible traumatic brain injury after Iran-backed militant attack. Apparently, Iran-backed militants are just like bombing American positions in Syria and in Iraq and bases and stuff relentlessly. And we don't really get a lot of coverage on it, but like some of them are deadly, it seems.
Now, the latest attack on U.S. forces in the Middle East by Iran-backed militants. According to the Pentagon, several American personnel are being evaluated for possible traumatic brain injuries after a missile barrage against a base in Iraq. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, is tracking that for us. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Robin. Well, this is exactly the kind of escalatory strike by Iran-backed militants that the White House has been trying to avoid, a barrage of ballistic missiles and rockets targeting U.S. forces in Iraq. Now, the Pentagon says that this attack was largely intercepted by air defense systems, but this morning we know that several U.S. service members are now being evaluated for possible traumatic brain injuries, and at least one Iraqi service member was wounded. Now, this is perhaps the largest of the roughly 140 attacks on U.S. service members in Iraq and Syria since mid-October. These relentless attacks by Iran-backed proxies that claim to be in protest for U.S.'s support of Israel and their war with Hamas. Now, all of this, of course, is creating an increasingly volatile situation. We have seen this tit-for-tat of attacks and counterattacks that risk spiraling into a wider war. Now, the Biden administration is trying to contain this while also fighting back to protect U.S. forces in the region and, of course, to protect those vital shipping routes that continue to come.
Oh, damn. I didn't realize the Biden administration was trying to contain this. Dude, that's crazy. Thank God. Thank God News Lady told me. Thank God Good Morning America, ABC News's White House chief correspondent was able to tell me what to think here. You know, otherwise I would have thought, one, why the fuck do we still have soldiers in Iraq? Two, it seems weird that we're bombing Yemen harder. That seems like an escalation of hostilities and maybe even the opening of a new front. But thank God the chief correspondent for the White House told me, no, guys, it's a de-escalatory attack and they're trying to contain it.
Come under attack by Houthi rebels based in Yemen. Now, so far, we have seen the U.S.'s efforts to retaliate. These retaliatory strikes haven't been enough to stop all of this, and the White House, it seems, is bracing for this to go on for some time. One top official here saying deterrence is not a light switch. Lindsay.
Yeah, a lot of concern about this potentially spreading. Mary Bruce from the White House. Thanks so much, Mary.
Hi, everyone.
Deterrence is not a light switch. Okay, the last two chicken pieces were $7.70. This is also $7.6. Okay, we got 14 ounces of chicken today. 15 ounces. So many online political commentators never cared about foreign policy, Russian and geopolitics after the Ukraine invasion. They confidently regurgitate articles authored by literal consultants to ex-employees of the CIA, State Department, and the Department of Defense who reference intelligence from privileged White House sources. If this were 03, they'd call WMD skeptics insane Saddam apologists. No, that is precisely. You are 100% correct. So many online progressive commentators' first foray into foreign policy is literally just exactly what you just said. A seemingly just war in Ukraine. Even if America's intentions were impure, America sided with the country that was being invaded. That's it. That was like baby's first conflict for so many people. And they got the absolute worst lessons out of it. Thinking that, one, America is honest and just in their involvement in Ukraine and not simply, trying to fill out weapons sales forms and also, privatize Ukrainian state resources and sell it off piecemeal to Western corporate overlords. But ultimately, they looked at the situation and were like, Russia's wrong, which is true. Russia is wrong. Okay. I tear it. Do you subtract the container weight or with the scale, or is it raw on there? No, I just hit tear after I put the container on it. So it zeroes out. So it's just telling me what the chicken weight is. Anyway, but yeah, you're absolutely right. The person who asked that question or the person who made that statement is just like, it's a matter of people, I think, thinking that like, well, America is on the right side in Ukraine, which they were. So their intentions must be just because they're saying they're just. Plus, I want to come across knowledgeable. So I'm just going to say, you know, I'm just gonna always regurgitate this shit. The claims by the Pentagon that this is spreading or escalating is insane when members of Iran's axis of resistance like the PMU are firing rockets, missiles, and drones at U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria. The Houthis are attacking ships in the Red Sea from Yemen, and Hezbollah is striking Israel from Lebanon. Yeah. Yeah, no, but they're doing it in a de-escalatory manner. Anyway. Something to think about, I guess. Meanwhile, here's what's going on in Michigan.
Saba, you said reproductive rights are a huge factor for you, but that you probably won't vote for President Biden.
I think it would be hypocritical of me to use reproductive rights as a way to justify voting for Biden when Biden is aiding and sending military aid to Israel, which is airstriking Gaza and blocking humanitarian aid, leading to women there who are pregnant, either getting C-sections without anesthesia, not being able to be provided with prenatal.
Saba, you said reproductive.
Yeah. So, UMich voter said, how do you talk to this voter? And Edinger Mantum is defending UMich voter. People are getting pissed about this caption, but it's worth keeping in mind that the election Twitter does these kind of tweets. How do you talk to this voter? Explain this kind of voter all the time. It's a less smug exacerbation. It's less smug exasperation than it is an actual question, lol. The thing is, people are going to get, people are obviously going to get mad at that question. Like, how do you talk to this voter? UMich voter has been one of the more sober-minded lib commentators about Biden's polling, and he's taken a lot of heat from his own circles because of it. I saw this tweet as more gently reminding those people about the real disaffection people have with Biden than just complaining. For me, I think the way to talk to this voter, though, because everybody was like dunking on this guy, is by calling her a terrorist, Muslim lover, and maybe like a sand N-word, right? I'll put that in there. I'm just like going off of like what people say to me. She's anti-Semitic, and that it will be awesome when she gets deported and is sent back to her country. Now, she might respond with, I'm from Dearborn, Michigan. I was born here. In which case you'll say, oh, I just meant like, Trump would send you to wherever you're ethnically from, I think. And that would be bad. It looks like I'm in support of that, but that would be bad. If you don't have haters, you're doing something wrong. Yeah. Yeah. I will tell her that she will be deported despite being third generation. Oh, and then I would, of course, yes, remind her that she would be raped in Gaza and then thrown off of a building. I watched the full video yesterday, chap. Yeah, like we should send her to, I would threaten to send her to Gaza personally, completely unaware that like, completely oblivious that like Gaza is in the condition that it's in because of Israel. What building? They're all leveled. I don't know. We can find one. Do you think the Democratic Party will change course if they lose the election? Fuck no. Absolutely not. Why would they? Their goal isn't real progress or even winning elections, chatter. Make no mistake, their goal is status quo.
We're going to begin.
Speaking of status quo, let's get to Little Rhonda.
With a major shakeup, though, in the 2024 election. Have you heard? With the New Hampshire primary just a day away, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is out. He has endorsed former President Donald Trump, and now it is officially a two-person race to become the Republican presidential nominee.
The latest polling shows Trump with a big advantage in New Hampshire with just over half of the projected Republican vote. Nikki Haley is at just under 35%, but there's a potential path for victory for her. Tony is leading our team coverage in Manchester, New Hampshire. Tony, good morning. What's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. This is like the political version of the NFL playoffs. And
I do love New Hampshire because they do have an open primary, which means like Democrats can vote for Nikki Haley. And I think that would be awesome. Like independents and Democrats voting for Nikki Haley would be so fire. Because then there would be a little bit extra chaos, even though clearly Donald Trump is the guy, right? Anyway.
And perhaps the last best hope for old school Republicans who are still dreaming for an end of the Donald Trump era, and for independents, too, who don't want to see another Trump-Biden general election. There are a lot of them. We're at Bookery, Manchester. It's a bookstore here in New Hampshire's biggest city. You might hear the latte machine going behind me. We've been all over the state, though. We've been ice skating in Portsmouth. We've been skiing in Guilford, grocery shopping in Derry. And all the time we're talking to voters, you know me, and they are as...
Would Haley be Biden? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, dude. Not even a fucking question. Dude. If it was a Haley-Biden matchup, right now, with how much media coverage is being afforded to Haley by liberals who are like, want to present her as like a serious threat to Donald Trump, right now, she's like beating him by, I think, 8 points or something. Dude, Nikki Haley is beating Biden by 8 points currently. There's no better way to like, look, Americans are simple people, okay? We're fucking stupid. You put a woman up there, all of a sudden you're like massaging the narrative on abortion. It's more than 8 now. Nikki Haley touts 17 point. No. I don't think that's correct. I don't think it's 17. I think that's crazy. Yeah, Haley leads Biden by like 6, 5, and 4 points, which is really, really bad. There is no 18%. The Israeli left does more than the American left, hands down. What do you mean? That's not true. I mean, America is a massive country. We still have a shit ton of leftists in America that are, what are you talking about? We have significantly larger anti-Israel protests, pro-Palestine protests here in America. You just don't hear about it because it doesn't get any fucking media. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Like, it's good though. The Israeli left in its existence is good. Please stop. Don't stop saying like, oh, there's only 6 motherfuckers or whatever. Dude, come on. They're directly at odds with their government that is a fascist government that is 1000% like demonstrated that it's interested in arresting them too. Didn't Elon Musk say that the leftist Zionists are the ones to be scared of because they hide their agenda? I've heard that before. You mean liberal Zionists, though, not leftist Zionists.
Rethinking, really, as the state motto suggests, live free or die. And that's the wild card here. Independents, known as undeclared voters, are the biggest voting bloc in the state. and they
Fucking
are allowed
awesome.
to participate in the Republican primary if they so choose. So, even though Donald Trump does maintain a double-digit lead over Nikki Haley, she may still have a shot if she can turn out those people in the middle. Coming up in just a moment, we're going to hear from folks about how the economy is affecting their vote. It's not good. But first, we're going to begin with Caitlin Huey-Burns, who's also here in Manchester with me following the candidates' final arguments. Caitlin, good to see you. I know things must be getting closer because they're getting uglier.
Yeah, good to see you. Good morning, Tony. They certainly are. The race is almost here. And with just one day to go, the race is now down to just two candidates, Nikki Haley versus Donald Trump. And with that race coming up, they have really been ramping up attacks, knowing that this race could potentially be, for all intents and purposes, the last.
Can you hear that sound?
All right, Hasan, not sure if you covered it yet. The names of the lost SEALs have been released. I knew one of them. Damn. Pentagon names 2 SEALs lost in the raid in Arabian Sea. That's crazy. Listen, brother, RIP to your friend. That's American Empire, you know? Not really much I can say about that other than that. I see those photos they fucking show all the goddamn time from the destroyers of like dudes that just look perfectly, dudes, ladies, people that look perfectly within the age range of being a HasanAbi head, people that may have been HasanAbi heads at a certain time. And they're out there, you know, putting bombs inside of planes that are going and dropping said bombs on targets in Yemen. 30 plus? No. You people truly need help is actually so sad. What do you mean? I swear to God, if this election turns out like Veep, where Kamala becomes president for a couple months and then Nikki Haley wins the election. Oh. It's just like Hasan thinks he's the new Disney Club. The funny thing is that Israeli lefties seem to have much more institutional power, media like Haaretz, but no public support. I don't think Haaretz is like actually... I guess that's kind of strange when you think about it. I mean, they do have like Haaretz is a widely circulated newspaper that I would say is definitely more leftist than the New York Times is. Bro, come on. They have no power, but they are widely circulated. And yes, the majority of shit that they write is liberal for sure, and a lot of Zionism. But come on, they got like Gideon Levy. The New York Times, it's like, it would be like if the New York Times still had Seymour Hersh on a regular basis. Okay? Like, think about Cy Hersh still writing for the New York Times regularly instead of like, you know, deploying Substacks every now and then. Ours has no media value. No one read it. You can't compare to the New York Times. Haaretz has 4.7% of the readership in Israel. Isn't it like the third most circulated newspaper? Yeah, Haaretz isn't leftist at all in the slightest, not even liberal. Shut up fascist. Every time Levi writes an article, they followed up by someone refuting it. They literally publish a piece titled Hamas's genocide trap in Gaza to refute his latest article. That's how powerful the right wing over there is basically a flex. Yeah, I mean, it's basically like me being able to give like a thorn on the side of Jeff Bezos hundreds of thousands of dollars in like direct donations, and Jeff Bezos still having me as like one of its top, you know, Twitch content creators on an Amazon run platform. It's a flex. They don't give a fuck. There's no real threat to institutional power. It's kind of like that. Haaretz can exist all day, every day, but Israel is a right-wing fascist shithole for the most part, politically speaking, so it doesn't matter. Newspapers in Israel, mostly Hebrew. Where is it? What does it say? Ha Levanon, founded by Yoel Moshe Solomon, a later founder of Petah Tikva. Okay, where is it? Where are the here. TGI survey indicated that Israel Hayom, distributed for free, is Israel's most read newspaper, with a 31% weekday readership exposure, followed by Yediot Ahronot with 23.9, Haaretz with 4.7, and Ma'ariv with 3.5. And I would say Yediot is like center right. Right? Wouldn't you say? Better ranking and circulation numbers here. Yeah, I mean, this is similar. It says Israel Hayom, Haaretz, the Jerusalem Post. It doesn't have numbers, circulation numbers for Yediot. Oh. Israeli center right or global center right? No. Israeli center right. You saying Hebrew funny? I can't speak Hebrew at all. I can't even fake it. I don't know how to do it. Yediot is center right, but anti-Netanyahu. Israel Hayom are the same, but pro-Netanyahu. Ma'ariv are right-wing as fuck. Yediot Ahronoth is right down the middle for Israel, which means center right. Closest Israel has to the paper of record. Israel Hayom is a propaganda paper for Bibi. I can't believe the most circulated newspaper that is given out for free is pro-Bibi. No wonder there are still so many fucking Bibis out there, despite the fact that this dude's disapproval rating is like 85%. Jesus Christ, dude. Yo, if there's anything that is so universal, it is fucking hogs, okay? Class dynamics is obviously universal. You see it play itself out in every country, but it's also fucking hogs, dude. This is why Israel is so interesting to me as a country, because Israel's defenders in America are so progressive. They fucking hate Trumpers. They hate, like, they're liberals. Like, they're the most, like, omega libs who have just so much disdain for the right-wing shitheads. Okay, but then they become the right-wing shitheads when it comes to Israel. It's odd. Anyway. Israel Hayom is owned by Adelson. Wait, Sheldon Adelson? Isn't he fucking dead? Or is it got to be a different Adelson, right? The Adelson family owns Israel Hayom? No way. I did not know that. That's crazy. That's gross. All right, let's get back to Ron DeSantis.
That's the sound of a two-person race.
Nikki Haley visibly upbeat after the announcement from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis Sunday that he was ending.
Sheldon Adelson is a freak-like demon. Rest in piss. I think he's a casino guy, right? Like he owned casinos before he fucking died, right? I think. Literal fucking, yeah, a Jabba the Hutt looking psycho. Just the scariest motherfucker out there. But, of course, because he was right-wing, the same anti-Semitic people that constantly were like, oh my God, George Soros, he's the real demon behind the He's the real demon pulling the levers of power. Simply just never talked about Sheldon Adelson's influence on the Republican Party in particular. Sheldon Adelson was also, of course, a huge Zionist as well. Genuinely like a terrifying figure, just an awful person. But cool to think that like our fucking American brand of brain rot. Just wanted to say I'm unfollowing, and it is all because of XQC. Goodbye. I'm sorry, Juicer. I love you. I hope you have a good life. Previously subscribed for 3 months. Breakups are hard. Stay strong, but also, I wish you well. Account created in 2012, open juicer. Oh my God. At first, I thought this was a child. And then I just realized motherfucker's been on the platform since 2012. Oh my God, you're not a child. Oh my God. But look, back in 2021, hey Hasan, I'm having a rough day. I got tested positive for COVID for the second time in 1 year. I wear masks, maintain social distancing, and I am even double vaxxed with plans for a booster. Just really down right now, and I'm really glad you're online to cheer me up. Shit, dude. We lost one. We lost a good one, dude. This was like a kind juicer. That ain't fucking juice. That's a aged ass wine. Sad. They unfollow, so they're not gonna chat anymore. I think they probably left. They didn't just unfollow, they probably left, even though they just got gifted a sub by someone. Of course. No, this is like I mean, they stopped commenting and stopped coming in here like around the same time that I started being critical of XQC and gambling, I think. Anyway. One day. Come back. Come back. Don't read the old messages. I met a girl tonight that moved to LA to live with a friend she met online through watching Hasan. She said they aren't dating, and it just made me feel so bad for the dude. Like, that's at least a good portion of Chatter's dreams. Meet a girl on Twitch and date her IRL, Sag. No. That was his dream, dude. How could you not cry during a moment like this? Fuck, bro. Fuck. Crying a little bit. I'm crying deep down inside, okay? He's like anti-active shooters. They refollowed. We're going to win him back. We're going to win him back one by one. Wish me luck, brother. I'm infected with COVID for the second year this time. I'm vaxxed up and wear a mask everywhere. I go. Plus, I'm a shut-in who just watches Twitch. Sag, everyone, please be safe. The TSA let me pass through the airport with all the weed I want. I love them. The TSA is mad chill when it comes to letting weed out of LA. Chrissy Teigen, Xanax. Is that Moon Poggers?
I've said it before, I'll say it again. I wish we were more than friends. You know I love the way you dress, you know I love your style.
He's back. He said he's unfollowing because of XQC, but then he refollowed. Following since 2 minutes ago. Now he simply has to wait for 8 more minutes so he can come back in. Baby, come back. Don't leave so soon. Father makes inspirational message to his son before donate his vital organ to save his life, like #respect. I'm here to cheer you up, man. Unfollowing because of XQC, refollowing because he loves HasanAbi. Oh shit, the follow limit is fucking 60 minutes. That's crazy. All right, I took the follow limit off for you, dude. You can't wait for 60 minutes. I took it out. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome to the jungle. Okay, we can put the follow limit at 10 minutes again, by the way. He's already subscribed. He doesn't have the follow limit. Say "cuh" a bunch and he'll love you again. Cuh. 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 Bruh. Cuh. Welcome back, chatter. It's good to have you. Huh. I didn't actually leave because of XQC. I'm sorry. I'm leaving because I hate politics. XQCL. Yo! Oh my God. That was awesome. That was incredible. That was, oh, Jesus Christ. That's funny as hell. Jesus Christ. I just got fucking juiced up, dude. He'll be back for GTA 6 RP, please. That's right.
It's been a long day without you, my friend. And I'll tell you.
Did he unfollow again?
When I see you again.
He unfollowed again?
It's come a long way from where we began. Oh, I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again.
Damn.
Okay. I'm done. I'm done with politics. I'm quitting.
His presidential campaign.
It's clear to me that a majority of Republican primary voters want to give Donald Trump another chance.
I just want to thank Ron.
Donald Trump acknowledged his now
Okay, to be fair, this works perfectly for
from South Carolina Senator
this video too.
When I see you again.
The move was a snub. The former South Carolina governor,
who knew? All the planes we flew, good things we've been through. That I'll be standing right here talking to you about another path. I know we love to hit the road and.
Yeah, someone needs to superimpose this song with like just footage of Rhonda. When was this? God, it's such good content. Oh yeah, I saw the delivery here.
Because the more you age,
It just does. You have declined.
After the 77-year-old seemed to confuse Haley with former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi when talking about January 6th.
Nikki Haley is in charge of security. We offered her 10,000 people, soldiers, National Guard, so whatever they want. They turned it down.
Still, Trump has the support of over half the Republicans in Congress, including New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik.
Does that mean that Donald Trump is the establishment candidate of the Republican Party?
No, it means that we are unifying behind him. That's where the voters are.
And speaking of voters, we talked to neighbors and longtime friends Doug Kraus and Kevin St. Pierre as they shared a beer.
I'm supporting Trump.
Nikki Haley.
For me, it's been Trump all along. I would like to see him dial it down maybe a little bit, but I applaud. I think he's an honest guy, and what he says, he did.
We love each other. So it's all good. I just laugh because when he says he's an honest guy, which I think opposite.
I wish that there'd be less, I don't want to say hatred, but people could do this and just have difference of opinion and keep it civil.
Yeah.
Joining Caitlin and I.
Yeah, bro, because you're both Republican. Like, what do you mean? Oh, man, our political differences are so huge, dude. I think when Republicans say that, they don't realize, like, there actually isn't that big of a deviation on a lot of issues. It's just that, like, you either have to be like polite racist and continue defending American imperialism and all this other dumb shit, or you have to be overtly racist. That's the difference between like friendships being, friendships continuing. Republicans are cruel because liberals are already looking at a cruel system and saying, oh, there's simply no other way to change it. Republicans want to actively make the system more cruel. That's it. Like, what's your problem? Just vote Democrat then, dude. What the fuck do you mean? Like, what do you mean you're voting for Nikki Haley? That I will never understand. It's not like Democrats are fucking actively, raising your taxes or anything like that. It just doesn't make any sense to me. You're just like an asshole, okay? They're bad already. The Democrats are bad already. You're a fucking asshole if you look at the bad Democrats and you go, no, I actually want to like kill gay people or whatever. It just doesn't make sense. This is why the conversation is so stupid. When like, do you actually think Biden is worse than Nikki Haley? Or do you actually think Biden is going to be better than Nikki Haley? Like, no, Biden is Biden. The Democratic Party is always going to be marginally better than the Republicans by the virtue of not being Republican. That's it. On certain issues, they might be worse, like Israel. I don't think that Nikki Haley would be any different than Biden on Israel either. I think she is also an ideological Zionist. But on domestic issues, I suspect that whenever you have another Republican, they just work doubly hard to actively undermine democracy, to actively undermine labor protections, to cripple the federal agencies from within. That's it. It's always the same process in the United States of America. The Democrats will never, ever learn from their mistakes. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, the Democrats are not even making mistakes, really. Their goal is to continue the system as is, really. I don't know. It's just really fucked up. You are a class traitor, and I appreciate that. Joe Rogan shows class solidarity. That's why he endorses Trump and DeSantis. Yeah, but Joe Rogan is an honest man, unlike me. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention Tim Scott is no longer a virgin. Or at least as far as we know it. What? I get so annoyed with my leftist friends who are so aggro on not voting for Biden now, as if it wasn't always a shitty choice. Like they were dick riding voting 4 years ago, and now they're anti-Biden because it's cool and progressive. I mean, look, for me, I always am very honest with you. Just like, do your best, do the very best. Always vote, especially down ballot votes, ballot measures. These are important positions, especially your local politicians. Like you can genuinely make an improvement in your life. I'm always a fan of voting. Okay, I love voting. It makes my dick hard. But let's be real. It's not like it's fucking changing shit. What? Bro got a deal before you? You think Amazon would give me a fucking $100 million deal? Are you on crack? You're a class trader because you're a capital owner. The percentage of revenue I generate from capital is literally less than the average person. I simply have an SEP IRA and that's it, which is a version of like self-employed 401k. So no, I make almost all of my money from top of the hour ad breaks and the subscriptions that you guys purchase to avoid said top of the hour ad breaks. It's completely voluntary. You do not have to give me a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You don't have to do that at all. The content is free, except for the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. But no, there is no capital there. Not only is it like voluntary wages, I guess, but there's also someone taking off from the tippy top. I do, however, own the means of my own production to a certain degree, with the exception of, you know, the web hosting. Better relation to the means of production, sure. Just streaming out right now. I mean, if Twitch bans you tomorrow, you're effectively unemployed? Yes. Yeah.
Now to break down tomorrow's primary is our CBS News chief election and campaign correspondent, Robert Costa. Bob, good morning. Thanks for being here. All right, so Ron DeSantis drops out. He endorses Trump. He takes a parting shot at Nikki Haley, calls her warmed over corporatism. How is that going to affect the race? And what are you hearing about the timing? Why did he do it now?
There were discussions among DeSantis allies for a long time about whether he had a path ahead. And ultimately, there was an acknowledgement by DeSantis, his wife Casey, and his top allies that he just didn't have the money to go on, the momentum to go not only into New Hampshire, but into South Carolina, into Super Tuesday in early March. The timing now protects his political capital should he want to run again for president in 2028. Or
the difference is when you guys say capitalist, you mean not suffering. Like I'm thriving. As far as like my relationship with someone above me, I am a incredibly well-paid, contracted, 1099 employee of Amazon. Okay? That has no set income. That is simply basically paying Amazon a percentage of the revenue that I generate for allowing me to do it on their platform. Okay? But I make a shit ton of money. So I guess that's where I have every interest in defending capital owners, because that way I can get tax breaks. That way I can, I don't know, tell you to be grateful for my presence even. That way I could be like, oh yeah, what do you mean? Be grateful. I'm a job provider. And I would benefit greatly from defending right-wing positions. Yeah, I'm a small business tyrant, petite bourgeoisie, owned and operated business owner. The difference is there are places that I could be generating revenue off of, such as the Eclipse Industrial Complex, which I don't. Is it a sign of psychosis or am I projecting? I think you're projecting.
Or later.
Yeah, and Caitlin, Nikki Haley stepping up her attacks against Donald Trump, bringing up the age thing, something I've heard a lot about from voters. They are concerned. How can that have an effect? Is it too little, too late?
Well, New Hampshire is kind of a place for underdogs because it's fertile ground. You mentioned those independent voters. But Republican operatives I talked to say that she does still have a real uphill climb here. If she wants to make it close with Donald.
When they say that, they mean fucking stupid, by the way, which is pretty awesome. Like, it's such a kind way to say they're just batshit crazy. I'm sure New Hampshire chatters can also, you know, agree with me on this. I mean, remember, this is like the Bernie state, right? That's what it is. They love being fucking nutty. They love getting nutty with it. I thought that was Vermont. No, that's a different type of Bernie state. That's actually where he's from. I'm talking like a state that would vote for Bernie. As I've said before, New Hampshire is like, yeah, you don't have car insurance. You don't need to wear a seatbelt legally. New Hampshire is the most libertarian, most Arizona coded state. The only difference is it's not in the South. Okay. It is literally the northeastern Arizona. And I guess there's a limitation to how like Arizona you can get with the weather and stuff.
Trump, she really has to overperform among independent voters, and it's a nuanced group. If you remember, Donald Trump actually won independent voters in 2016, and he won the nomination, and the rest is history. So,
you know what's really sad? I know Bernie Sanders is really old, and I know Joe Biden's age is like one of the major problems. But in a world where like maybe Bernie was a little bit younger than Joe Biden, this would be the perfect election for him to run the second time. Not the last one, but this one. Literally, people are so horny for anyone. Here's how Bernie could still win. Stop. I'm not saying that, okay? But I am kind of saying that. Even though he is like dick riding Israel to oblivion and kind of tarnishing his legacy big time by having his like last actions on this earth before he fucking passes away after like 800 years of service to socialism and the American working class. He's ending it with one final American imperialist huzzah.
She's been stepping up the attacks, but I will say undeclared voters I've been talking to want to see her be more aggressive.
Even more so.
Even more
Wow.
aggressive.
Go ahead.
You know who else is watching? Donors.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
want to see if Haley can perform here or overperform, as Caitlin said, then they will start to pour millions into her campaign, try to set her up for Super Tuesday.
Okay, so that's the messaging, that's the money part of things. But Caitlin, you've also been talking to voters about the issues that matter to them. Put the horse race over here. What do people care about?
Well, we are several thousand miles away from the southern border, but immigration is coming up over and over again among Republican voters I talked to.
I'll be able to run for election next time around, Chad. Don't worry. I'm going to do it. I will be dead by then, so I won't be running.
Mainly because of fentanyl and the opioid crisis here. Also, just generally, Tony, talking to voters, you sense this real pessimism about the future, about the way things are going. People on both sides that I've talked to want something different.
Yeah, it is deep, it is abiding. And Bob, I am curious, is this make or break for Nikki Haley? If she takes second place in this distant second place, is she done?
The margin people on the inside of politics are watching is, can she get single digits? If she's within 9 or less of Trump, maybe she can carry on and have a case. But if she's 10 more behind Trump, it's hard to say she really has a path to the nomination. At this point, though, for Haley, she still thinks she has strength in her home state of South Carolina. So if she gets, 10 or 12 points behind Trump, she still may decide to stay in the race and hang tough.
All right, Bob, Caitlin, thank you both very much. Really appreciate it. Guys, as I send it back to you in New York, I used to work in a coffee shop. I might hop behind the counter, make a few cappuccinos. One more thing I want to point out. The union leader here, newspaper in Manchester, I get endorsements aren't what they used to be from newspapers, but they had a very colorful one yesterday. They quoted Jurassic Park, the movie, always a win in my book, and said Biden and Trump are dinosaurs. They endorsed Haley and said she's the, quote, fireball from the heavens to wipe them out. Points for color.
Support local news. That's my reaction to that, Tony. And I support you getting behind the counter and brewing up some.
I love leftists who every election cycle come in and say, any thoughts on Claudia de la Cruz? What do you think about the Party for Socialism and Liberation? Hasan, what do you think about the Party for Socialism and Liberation? Do you feel like, I'm with her. Yeah. Every year, dude, every fucking year, it's like they're going nutty on TikTok. Yeah, they were going nutty for Marianne Williamson, too. Austin Ox. Polling at 9% at New Hampshire. Something to consider. Anyway, it's just like, listen, don't ask questions. Don't care, still voting for Jank. Okay, that's it. That's it. For me, I don't ask questions. I'm writing in Jank. Don't care. Voting for Jank. Okay? Jank is my protest candidate. I've never been asked more in my life. What do you think of PSL as a leftist this year? Probably because I assume they're popping on TikTok, maybe. But it's funny because like PSL members probably don't think that they are as this is like reaching critical mass as much as like people who don't know what fucking PSL is that just saw it on TikTok. Don't care, voting for Jank. America needs a Muslim president, okay? Barack Obama, great president. Another Muslim needs to come into power. Another Muslim person of color needs to come into power just like Barack Obama. And that's right. That's why don't care, voting for Jank. That's why I was voting for Vivek Ramaswamy on the Republican primaries, specifically because he's Muslim and he did 9/11. Okay, Cage the Mage. PSL's been sketchy as fuck at protests and have been very cozy with cops. Low-key suspicious they've been CIA infiltrated. Never change. Leftists never change. I love all of you. I do. I really do. I love you guys so much. I do. It's so awesome. Then we're gonna talk about how at the book fair the Marxist-Leninists like fucked up the anarchist book table. You know what I mean? It's just like a never-ending tale. Assumption that like someone is a cop or a fed. Don't forget the Marxist speed dating shit with DSA. Well, that wasn't a bad thing at all. I think that was fine. I'm very much in support of like I'm very much in support of you know, getting people together and getting people to gather. What I heard about the DSA thing, was that they did a DSA speed dating event and there weren't enough dudes, is what I heard. Like they had a hard time gathering enough straight men to attend the DSA speed dating thing. It was just almost all women. Yeah. No shit, bro. Every single leftist is non-binary. More like non-binary. Am I right? That's right. DSA is mostly women and gays in my city. Yeah. Stop. Guys will pretend to be socialists even more. Okay, that's Barack Obama. Also, I think you can do a good enough job spotting when someone is just like being a fucking phony, you know? Listen, there is the Mike Prisoners of the world, okay? You got some straight dudes. There's people like me out there. That's because most leftist men don't mind dating a right-winged girl. That part is probably true too, because leftist men are still men. Leftist straight men are still men. Straight men, especially. So they don't give a fuck. Would you ever consider doing a, can you please bail the DSA out? We need money. Would you ever consider doing a fundraiser stream for the DSA? There's actually a big budget problem. Yeah, I heard about this. I don't know what the fuck's going on. How big is the budget problem? God, leftists, they don't know how to fucking make money or spend money. It's classic. Classic. Is it a 501c3? Is there a DSA 501c3? I mean, it's kind of a big issue. How big is the issue? Where are my dues going, DSA? 7-figure shortfall, apparently. Chat, donate with solidarity dues. 7-figure shortfall? What? Only one DSA formation is willing to develop truly innovative measures to close the deficit. That's awesome. Cardinal DSA, internationalism resolution dropping soon. Chirp, chirp. Cardinal DSA reposted. I'm going to give 10 random people that repost this and follow me. This has 1.2 million fucking retweets. You just give me flashbacks of going to an event at Progressive Magazine back in the day. Got to meet Howard Zinn, Russ Feingold, and Naomi Klein. There were a handful of Marxists who made sure to disrupt every Q&A. Nobody fights the left harder than the left. Why is the National Review, oh God, Democratic Socialists of America in financial crisis following brash support for Hamas? What does this have to do with this? Marx begging Engels for money, colorize, is real absurd. They're at the point where they are going to start making chapters meet performance goals or get dechartered. I don't understand. How is there a $2 million deficit, dude? What the fuck? No, I think it's 6 figures. And yes, sign up. Your solidarity dues 1% for the 99%. I don't want to read a National Review article on why they're in debt. This National Review article is written by fucking Adolf Hitler. Like, why the fuck do I need to go to Adolf Hitler to hear about what the fucking socialists are doing? Okay? The article is going to be like, it's because they hate Jews and not in the way that we do. Okay? That's what the National Review is going to write about. This is an ongoing debate in DSA. A lot of what chatters have said is either false or in debate still. It's 7 figures. There's more serious issues than a fundraiser can fix. Yeah. The complete disorganization of the left in America is the result of complete destruction since the 1980s. The infighting is the result of defeat, not the cause. No, there's always been a lot of infighting historically. How can the DSA not budget their shit and those of us in the PSL with like 5 guys in some locations are able to do shit? Holy fuck. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. DSA, a farewell from the national director. I'm speaking outside my typical monthly communication to the members to tell you that I've tendered my resignation to the National Political Committee. I will spend the next month ensuring that there's an orderly transition to the hands of their chosen next national director. Democratic Socialists of America must make 7-figure budget cuts, layoffs, report says. I don't understand. The members of the DSA board of directors reduced the organization's staff-related expenses by $500,000. The DSA would initially ask employees to surrender their jobs. We first asked volunteers from both director level and bargaining unit staff to have their position cut and receive severance. Wait, aren't these volunteer positions? Like, what is happening? This is what I don't understand. Without asking volunteers to take severance and be laid off, we would have to give up on other expenses that members are counting on. This potentially could mean cutting dues shares to chapters, slashing the Young Democratic Socialists of America budget, foregoing in-person events, slashing committee budgets. Nearly everything that gives DSA meaning would be on the chopping block. All the budget went to the pronoun pins. Shut the fuck up. Employee-related costs account for 58% of DSA's total expenditures and 72% of its projected income, according to the members. They argue comrades should fundraise as much as possible to buy the organization time and breathing room, even though it's unlikely they would raise enough money to cover the deficit. In order to raise the necessary funds to avoid major cuts, we would need to have a plan that doesn't only rely on our current pool of donors, but rather massively expands our base by raising class consciousness and recruiting new members than members projected. By the way, I think the speed dating event was massively successful in raising funds, and they should do stuff like that way more frequently. You know for a fact those expenditures were caused by Equinox membership? No shot. Yeah, by the way, part of the reason why the DSA has funding issues, but the PSL doesn't, is because of charitable donors to the PSL. If I'm not mistaken, there's literally one fucking dude that keeps the entirety of the PSL afloat. What's that guy? The one fucking guy who's like the son of like a billionaire family or something. Gloria La Riva owns a gold mine too? Wait, what? Stop. I feel like that's fake. Neville Roy Singham? I think that's... Wait, what? No. There is a guy. What's his... Every DSA member should be following Mr. Beast. DSA should be thriving, but instead we have a major deficit because he didn't adequately seize the moment during various political crises. BNR NPC members explain why they proposed voluntary staff layoffs as a temporary stopgap. Our local chapter has devolved into a dating pool. They spend time yelling at each other on social media and farming likes, retweets, rather than organize and deliver material change like they used to, and chastise a lot of electeds who left the org because they asked people to support Hamas, which is insane for reasons you have already pointed out. Wait, what? Was it actually legitimately people being like, no, you have to be unconditionally in support of Hamas? I thought that was a joke. Cox Air Slams capitalism after securing hundreds of millions from family. I think this is the guy. Yeah, this is the guy. Yep, James Fergie Chambers. He's a 38-year-old professed communist who also loves guns and has the letters ACAB, standing for all cops are bastards, on his neck. Said he was outraged at his family over their $10 million donation to the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, also known as Cop City. Yeah, this is the dude. My local chapter only hosts a book club and operates a free store. No electoral power at all. Wait, he's beefing with the PSL? More disgusting co-opting crap from the PSL. The reformist cult that plays its own party building ahead of the escalation of the solidarity movement in Gaza, thereby castrating and isolating some of the more advanced sections of the movement. What? What's he mad about? When we tried to pay for buses for people to go to get to DC independently, PSL got angry and said that all funds had to go through Answer, which is a PSL front. PSL tried to stop Palestine Action US before it started, and when Commerce took heavy charges, they never said a word because they hold grudges. Shut it down has been an insult to direct action. A bunch of Ivy Leaguers singing carols behind police lines. I don't care anymore who drags me or gangs up. I don't care about the optics. They are poison and they must be stopped. If I get buried, but the others bury them, good. Yeah, he's not PSL. He's, I guess, Communist Party of the USA. Is he? Dude, I don't fucking know. The reality is the Biden administration, in addition to the typical leftist infighting bullshit, has demobilized the left more broadly, and a membership-based org like DSA suffers particularly because it's member-funded. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, the best thing that could happen to both liberals and leftists and everyone alike is like having a reactionary figurehead like Donald Trump and have so many people find themselves in the throes of radical politics because they're like, oh, well, Trump is a Nazi. And what do you got to do to fight Nazis? You got to be a socialist. Yeah, I guess I'm a socialist after all. And that's it. That's basically it. That's like how this works. Which, by the way, as we are living in the rubbles of the first Trump administration, it's very obvious that doesn't hold. So, you know, I feel like it's almost inherently a reactionary position to just like expect a galvanizing right-wing figurehead, a proto-fascist that is going to be able to create momentum against it.
We are here at the Bedford Village Inn, and as you can see right there,
The DSA fails because of its revisionist tendencies and an aversion to Marxist-Leninist theory. Come on, brother. I mean, beyond like the seven-figure budget deficit, accelerationist accusations incoming. I just described that in the aftermath of the Trump administration, accelerationism has demonstrably failed. What are we talking about? Hello? If people say I'm an accelerationist, that's because they didn't hear what I said. They didn't hear the words that came out of my mouth. That's why I'm not like a guy who's like, don't vote for Biden. It's like, it doesn't matter who you vote for. It literally doesn't. It just sucks no matter what. Dude, I just saw the peanut butter video. You need to address it. What is the peanut butter video? What is this? Why do people keep saying this shit? I don't know what this is. Dude, what the fuck? What is it? What is it? What is it? This is like the third time that someone has brought up on Twitter. It's the trad baking thing. What is it? I don't know. Why am I addressing it? Like, what have I done? It has you in it? What? It's this right here? This is stupid ass TikTok? I think this is it. Breaking, no socialist and Twitch streamer doesn't exclusively eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. How far does his greed go? That's not it. This is from February 5th, 2022. Was that it? What is happening? I don't understand. Just fucking tell me. What? We know what you did with the dog? What dog? That's not it. Unfollowed. What? I think you're being gaslit by people who know each other. Bro, this is like, there's like a ton of people in the chat that have like brought this up. I don't know why. And I'm trying to figure out what the fuck it is. And I feel like it's like a weird ass way to troll, I guess. Is that? I've been trying to figure it out. Yeah. I think it's all coming from one place, unfortunately, is the vibe I'm getting. Yeah, I think that like, yeah, I guess people are just you know, they're, you said 3 people brought it up. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it was this fucking idiot who started it. Bro, I made one meme comment about the peanut butter allegations and people started trolling. What do you mean? That's it? That's it? I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, dude. I swear to God, chatters. Chatters are oh God, nuke Hoscord, I think 100% just for fun. God, people are so stupid. You take comments too seriously. Look at you. I mean, I don't know. A bunch of people in the chat are saying something random with the clear goal of trying to get my attention. I mean, after like the 8th person that runs with it, I'm gonna take it seriously. I'm gonna be like, what the fuck's going on? What's happening? It's not even Hoscord that did it, but I'm gonna nuke them regardless. Hassenheimer.
Lawrence is at the Red Arrow in Concord, New Hampshire.
Hey, good morning, family. That's dedication. Now, it is the weather condition here. It's much better than Iowa, but make no mistake about it, it's still cold.
It is cold.
So, Lawrence, first I got to apologize. I read your line at the end. So
it's okay.
I got so
I like to
caught
share.
You're so excited to be here.
Right. I just thought there's no way they'd stop me in the middle, and they did. And by the way, Steve, did that fan from 4 years ago graduate?
I would imagine.
They graduated.
Absolutely.
They left their uniforms behind.
So, Lawrence, 4 years ago, we were here in this very room, and we woke up everybody in this hotel with that marching band. And all of the anchors on Fox all day long were complaining about, I cannot believe Fox and Friends had a marching band outside of my window this morning.
And we have not learned our lesson.
Well, here's the thing.
We decided to do it again.
Yeah, we are doing it again. Last time we were here, my room was right back there, and so right through Hannity, I was, the shows were keeping me awake. I think we've all moved to another facility.
Right. I'm not in this.
We're not staying in this hotel, but I think a lot of the crew is. So.
What are they on about? Absolutely nothing, dog. If you're literally a right-wing commentator at this moment, what are you supposed to be on about? Nothing. You got nothing to talk about. They're just yapping away. Trump pours cold water on DeSantis' VP pick. Highly unlikely. He said, no shot. It's not happening. No VP picking Ron DeSantis. No little Rhonda. Right? There's just, bro, you know what the problem is? There's fucking nothing going on in news media. Okay? There's nothing going on. They have absolutely nothing. The culture war is like dried up. Even though this got 190,000 views because Republicans are still loyal fans and they will still watch. Like, I don't know. And it's an election year. It's insane. Brother, it's an election year and there's absolutely nothing going on because people are completely checked out. Completely checked out. New Chinese propaganda. Oh, I saw this earlier today. This shit is fire, dude. What are you going to do? There's a genocide happening with our weapons. We can't stop it. We're powerless to stop it. So that's like, why the fuck would you ever pay attention to a genocide happening overseas with our weapons if you go out and protest and you can't do anything about it? Okay. One candidate is 800 years old. The other candidate is 799 years old. And both of them are fucking right-wing old pieces of shit. People don't want a revamp of 2020 because, like, this time there is no saving the country from Donald Trump that is a motivator. Overall, it's like, what, 40 to 50,000 votes across a couple states that gave Joe Brandon the decisive victory over Donald Trump at a time when we had the highest voter participation due to the ease of access that COVID had with universal mail-in ballots, universal registration, and mail-in ballots across the board. And that was after Donald Trump did COVID. Okay? He did COVID personally and then got COVID. So my point is, shit is cooked. Regime pilled. Oh, that's your post? I watched this morning, regime pilled. That's me, bro. Did you watch that TikTok? That's my tweet, bro. The Chinese TikTok one. Yeah, it's sick. And we just bombed Yemen again. And people are like, you think we're bombing Yemen to, like, get more people to support Biden? It's like, no, dude. This dude loves smoking bogues, dude. Darts everywhere. It's fucking Dart City. Okay? Capital Dartopia. Lung darts left and right, dude. My man is the Gar King, okay? He's like, every room in the house needs to have ciggies. That's crazy that he threw that back in. Don't throw that back in. That's trash. I love the Uber guy that gets tipped with a cigarette. Okay? He gave the Uber guy a tip as a pack of smokes. Bro, Chinese people, they're just like us. DSA NPC member offering to hop on stream and talk about the budget? No. Not right now. It's so funny. What? Oh, Riot fucking laid off a shit ton of people, right? Minutes ago, we shared an important update with Rioters about the future of Riot Games. Here's what the changes mean for our games and what players can expect from us going forward. 11%, 500 employees. Yeah. All right, I believe you, Regime Pilled. You sent me the Timothy Chalamet video. I promise. I believe you. I just don't know what happens. Like, what happens? Why? Riot Games confirmed is laying off 530 people, or about 11% of its total workforce. 22 days into 2024, at least 3,800 video game layoffs have been reported. Oh, my Lord. NPC, that is a dumbass idea. What are you thinking? Do not let NPC on call. Who's NPC? I wanna say I'm sorry for. I want to say I'm sorry to the Riot people because I stopped playing Valorant and stopped being a whale, and I know that that was a decent chunk of the revenue generated. 22 days, 3,800 video game layoffs have been announced. Twitch with 500, Discord with 170, Lost Boys Interactive. What does friend of the show Tummer say? The majority of layoffs lately are the result in large part of overreach and overcommitment to the smallest changes of growth and gains. When it fails, the people at the bottom that have invested most suffer. If it succeeds, the people at the top invest the least benefit. The system is broken, but instead of working to stabilize it, create a healthier industry, executives and shareholders are committed to the risk of short-term gains that will inevitably be followed by a move goalpost for more. The business of games is more profitable than ever, but it's become callous and in many ways immoral. It is a disappointment and a shame to see. People deserve better than being the victims of corporate greed. Riot's message is well written, sympathetically worded even, but it's a smokescreen distracted from the problem that caused it, which is mentioned. They tried to do too much. They didn't have to either. They wanted to. Sometimes enough can be enough. All these millionaire execs in this industry still can't learn a very basic fucking lesson. You can't force growth. You can only build it slowly, smartly. It's idealistic, naive even, but is routinely destroying the lives of people better. Tired of seeing people that care so much about what they do, that love to bring joy to others, treated like this. They deserve so much better. Layoffs are dumb as fuck, but they get one little kudos as they are giving a minimum of 6 months salary to laid off people, which is pretty good compared to other companies. True. I went to school with a bunch of people who entered this industry. It's so fucked. Every one of them is always at risk of getting laid off at the end of projects. Read about what they're getting for the layoff. As CEO, I'm accountable for the changes we're making. 2019 made a number of big bets across the company with the goal of making it better to be a player. We jumped headfirst at creating new experiences and broadening our portfolio. We grew quickly as we became a multi-game, multi-experience company, expanding our global footprint, changing our operating model, bringing in new talent to match our ambitions, and ultimately doubling the size of Riot in just a few years. Getting kicked out of the church is crazy, and getting the offering back is even crazier. What the fuck? Who is this person? Today, we're a company without a sharp enough focus, and simply put, we have too many things underway. Some of the significant investments we've made aren't paying off the way we expected them to. Our costs have grown to the point where they're unsustainable, and we left ourselves with no room to experimentation or failure, which is vital to a creative company like ours. All this puts the core of our business at risk. Over the past several months, we've tried to alter our trajectory in many different ways. We asked leaders to make trade-offs in the things that our teams are working on. We rolled out hiring slowdowns, and in some cases, hiring freezes. We put an emphasis on controlling costs while strengthening our revenue growth, all of which has without a doubt been tough for our teams. I don't get it. I don't get why, like, I mean, it seems like sector-wide across the tech sector in every aspect, these companies during COVID saw major booms and immediately fucking hired extra people on board. They also got like financial help to continue hiring too. They got juiced. And then, that on top of the, 0% interest rate loans that they were getting, which is a big part of, I think, the tech sector inflating to the size that it ballooned into. It's China's fault, bro. They banned microtransactions in China. They can't service the interest rates of their loans since there's no more free money. It's all sectors, just not tech. No, it's not crypto. No, it's not crypto at all. What's funny is Epic had layoffs, me being a part of them, and directly after Lego Fortnite announced POG, and now people just meme with Fortnite and love it again. I'm completely serious here. They're all directed by the same massive consultancy firms and owned by the same companies, so they all make the same stupid decisions at the same time. These execs run the company to the ground. They will pull this so good, workers get canned, and the execs still get a payout worth several employees' lifetimes. It makes me livid. It's just always like this always comes at the heels of like massive profits too. That's what blows my mind. But I guess like on their revenue projections, they realize that in order to increase profits next quarter, they just have to cut people because their growth, their expected growth rate is not matching up for their hiring practices. It's not like the company can't have the same headcount. It's just that profit margins will get smaller. And if the profit margins get smaller, then their opportunities become more limited. Then their stocks look worse. Not for Riot, but I'm saying in general. Their profit fell in 2023. Goldman Sachs predicts 300 million jobs will be lost or degraded by artificial intelligence. That makes sense. Important to note, a lot less people apply for contract positions, so our company's list posting is permanent with the intent to do mass layoffs at the end of the quarter anyway. Surely this automation will result in a higher quality of life. Yeah, no, definitely not. Yeah, there's this aspect of it too. A lot of these companies also weren't profitable to begin with, such as Unity. It's literally just their consultants advise them to fatten up to boost stock value so they can make bank selling it a couple years later. It's really that simple. I mean, a company like Riot still has a like a valuation, I guess, despite being owned by what is it, Tencent? And they still have like they still operate on the same boundaries that every other publicly traded company operates on. So stack ranking is also killing software engineers. Y'all, Slidey Matty, stop talking about Madison beer in the chat. I'm gonna ban you. Chinese stock markets and cores are a whole different story and misunderstood by Wall Street. Yeah. Is it Riot Platforms Inc? Is that what it is? Is it Riot Platforms Inc? Is that what they're... No, it's not, right? It's not Riot Platforms Inc. It's gotta be Riot Games. Riot Games. No, I think it might be Riot Platforms. Yeah. Do you plan on your stream talking points based on the energy you'll have, starting off with the most prominent topics when you have a lot of energy? No. There's a Riot company that mines Bitcoin. Oh, not the... No. It's not. It's not. I'm just trying to figure out if there's any... I'm simply trying to figure out what their revenue looks like. Like what the Riot Games revenue looked like in 2023 in comparison to 2022. I'm sure they still have it somewhere. I know Riot Games is not publicly traded, but they still have profits. Or they still reveal information. They reveal or sometimes disclose shit. There's no perfect way to do a layoff, but our guiding principle is to do our very best. Within our next hour, writers around the world will receive an email. Shortly after, every writer whose role may be impacted will get a calendar invite to meet with their senior leader. The company as a whole has a terrible tenure rate of just under 2.5 years, which tells you about the retention rate. 1.5 billion estimated in 2023. Revenue per employee ratio is 600,000. Riot Games' peak revenue was 1.5 billion in 2022. I don't know how real this information is. When we're planning to do collective action in light of sexual harassment allegations, when I was at Riot, the current CEO at the time threatened to check people's performance if they refuse to do work. This guy's a Harvard MBA dude. It was inevitable. Yeah, that website is just like fucking bullshit. So, but they give minimum 6 months salary, which includes notice period for all riders whose roles are going away, and more for those with longer tenure, in line with local laws. Cash bonus, health benefits. Riders covered by health benefits will continue to be covered through their last day of employment. In addition, they'll be offered additional pay to cover their health benefits, equal to the length of the severance pay. Play fund, wellness fund, equity. Riders who receive Riot shares from vesting their single vesting RSUs will get to keep them subject to their terms and conditions. Computer. A laptop is essential, so you will have the option to request a laptop from IT if you don't have one at home. Career support, visa support, what this means for our portfolio, League, PC, Valorant, TFT, Wild Rift, and to exploration and R&D. In some cases, we're reshaping our portfolio and teams to develop these games more effectively, but you can expect these to be areas where we continue to invest. While there's a normal course of business for us to spin projects up and down, we also need to make hard choices when our bets aren't performing as well as we hope. We're making adjustments to some of our R&D efforts across games. Oh my God, imagine they shutter League. Literally, world peace is achieved the next day. I'm going to stop making jokes. This is a serious story. But as Legends of Runeterra continues its journey, we're making changes to improve the game towards sustainability. In addition, we're sunsetting Riot Forge after their upcoming release of Bandletale. Forge has been our collaboration with external studios to develop smaller scale games in our IP. While we're proud of what we created in this space, I had no idea what the fuck Riot Forge or Bandletale was. In early February, we'll be holding a product focus on Riot Now to get deeper into our portfolio and discuss some of our plans for players in 2024. Okay. Can you please respond to why you platformed Jennifer Welsh after her racist behavior? American podcaster outrages entire country after mocking Aussie slang. Jesus Christ. If I knew about this, I would have platformed her extra hard. Or Nori. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Or no, I'm going to see the ad break. Because Aussie dollar to conversion rates are too fucking dire, mate. What are we going to do? We should go on a walkabout. Or no. Ms. Welsh made fun of the Australian slang, mate. Fucking hell, I'm a bogan. I need to go on a walkabout. Fucking hell. Stop sending me Rudy Giuliani sitting in his parked car with his laptop open. It's gross, Megaphonics. He's a Freeman ad break now. California sense debate in an hour? What the fuck? I'm not touching that. Anyway, it was the word brekkie for the record. That's like the best Aussie slang out there. We can't tell what 10 cents revenue means for Riot because 10 cents revenue is entirely related to also a shit ton of stuff going on in China, no? You can't tell what the fuck's happening to Riot due to 10 cents revenue. Don't tell people to go walk about, please. What? You gonna cover the Senate debate? No. They rolled back most of those China changes after it dropped like $1 billion from their stock market. Oh, wasn't it microtransactions?
Or is China more advanced than the United States right now? Possibly, but not likely.
Why do you say that? Why do you say not likely?
Because you have to understand that China, starting in like 2001, 2002, early 2000s, they took a very different direction than the United States, right? When 9/11 happened, all of our resources went into terrorism, combating terrorism. Chinese didn't participate in that war, right? So what they did is they used that time.
What? This guy is CIA? Brother, no wonder why we can't do fucking serious coups. If this guy is CIA, then yeah, dude. Of course, the Venezuelan coup was going to get thwarted by a bunch of Venezuelan fishermen, you know? Couple things. One, we do not invest all of our resources into combating terrorism. I mean, it's a big price point. Okay. I mean, it's like $12 trillion. It's a lot of money. But in that same time frame, we're still spending a shit ton on other things too. And also, I can't believe I'm saying this, but like, I don't think China is more advanced than America. Like, people always say I'm a China dick rider, but no, China is not more advanced than America. Maybe in the next 10 years, who knows? China has definitely made tremendous advancements in general, but like, that's ridiculous. There are certain sectors where they've made phenomenal achievements and they have infinitely better even development in comparison to like their starting position in the 2000s. If you compare it to like America in the 2000s versus America now, China in the 2000s versus now, their growth trajectory is insane. But
Time frame to start advancing, to start building the infrastructure that we had spent the previous 20 to 30 years building.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I don't know if this is, I'm going to say something about Chinese space. As far as I understand, they're a little negligent about space pollution, from what I understand. I don't know. This might be some anti-China shit, but anyway, whatever.
China doesn't have wired telephone lines like we have in the United States. Any American knows what it's like to drive down any road in the United States and see telephone lines. We remember, you and I remember what it was like when you could only talk on telephone lines. The United States.
What is he saying? I genuinely don't see a future for China if it doesn't become a liberal democracy. This is so funny. Bro, if anything, I don't think a lot of these like European neoliberals understand. I think European leadership and American leadership looks to China's growth and the way that China operates and realizes they take their takeaway is probably the absolute worst lesson. Okay? The absolute worst lesson, which is that, oh, China is good because they're authoritarian, not because China has central planning and tries to engage in even development. Okay? So, if anything, in my opinion, I think Western leaders look to China and go, we should do a little bit more of that authoritarianism here. Which, of course, when paired up with corporate profit margin defending capitalist practices, will just be pure fascism. People see central planning as authoritarian, though, because they're too Westoid brain. No, I think that's all. That's not Westoid brain as much as it is just neoliberalism. The principle that like market interference can only exist to instill competition. Like neoliberals don't care about authoritarianism. They're fine with it as long as they believe it breeds more competition. And said competition, of course, is not exactly the real competition in the way that you understand it. Like competitions have winners and losers. And what that means is there can be one winner and like 100 losers in that situation. Anyway, let's continue with this guy's take. He said there's no landline.
It's invented cellular signals. We invented cell phones. We invented cell towers. When the Chinese actually grew up to the place where they could become a first world country, they basically skipped past telephone lines and graduated directly into cellular era. So when our cell network goes down, we'll fall right back to telephone lines. When their cell network goes down, there is no backup.
Okay.
Right? People are going next door neighbor to next door neighbor. It's old school telephone. Tell the person in front of you to tell the person in front of them how things work.
Gotcha.
Right? So they have grown up on our advancement. That's where we are now. That's why you still see issues with intellectual property and you still see issues with corporate espionage and economic espionage. They grow by stealing, reverse engineering, and then programming from there. Maybe they'll make an incremental improvement on what they steal, but for the most part, they're just learning how what they steal even works. And
a couple things. They definitely have telephone lines. Secondly, if the cell phone networks went out in China or in America, it's bedlam regardless. The notion that like an alien comes in and invades America and China and then takes out with an EMP like the cell phone network or something. If this man legitimately thinks that like America is going to fare better because of our beautiful telephone lines, I don't know what the fuck he's talking. I don't think that's the case. Like, in the unlikely scenario that, you know, all matter of digital communication is rendered useless, we're fucked.
And it's not just us they do it to. They steal from Europe, they steal from Russia, they'll steal from everybody to get the whatever is the most advanced.
Like, bro, what are you talking about? What do you mean steal? Dog, mathematics, okay? Like the number fucking 0 was invented by the Muslim world. Like, what do you mean steal? Like today, that would be ridiculous if you were like, yeah, the fucking Westoids stole algebra from the Muslim world. It's like, hello? What kind of fucking, what is this?
Advanced thing on the market. Whereas here in the United States, we tend to develop, innovate, create our own economic advantage, right? All the semiconductors.
Can you imagine if Apple stole the GUI interface from Xerox or Microsoft stole that IP from Apple? Yeah, that'd be fucking stealing, which we hate. We would never allow that to happen. Isn't like the entirety of Microsoft built on top of Linux? Is that a meme that you guys say all the time? Or no, is it Mac? I wish Windows was similar to Linux. Windows is terrible for developing programs. Mac OS is based on Unix, which Linux is based on. The US literally did massive amounts of industrial espionage after the Industrial Revolution against the British. Yeah, everybody steals. Also, it shouldn't even be considered theft. I think it's really stupid to frame it that way. Don't talk about things you don't understand. Stem cells rise. I'm asking a question. Why are stem cells so incredibly angry? This should be your opportunity to fucking sound smart. Why are you yelling and getting mad instead of celebrating the joyous occasion where I'm asking your dumb ass a question on an issue that I don't fully understand? Oh my God. Why do Westerners expect to take advantage of cheap Chinese labor forever without them just looking at the blueprints for the shit they build? If you don't want them to steal IP, stop building the factories there. Also, it is like an unspoken agreement that is what was going to happen, or even a spoken agreement that was going to happen. Also, it's been happening for like 30 years. What, you think like our brilliant CEOs didn't figure out that they were doing that? Why didn't they stop? Clearly, they don't mind it. They just mind chirping about it. Okay? It's longer than 30, but it's just so stupid. Like what? Oh no, they really pulled a fast one on us, dude. Damn, dude. Them Chinese, they pulled a fast one on us. I'm Mr. Hewlett. I'm Mr. Packard. I had no idea that the Chinese were stealing our shit. Well, oh well, I guess we can't stop working with them. Why? Because we're kind-hearted individuals. Okay, that's right. Because we're kind and we want to help China out. That's why we're still working with them, and not because their manufacturing facilities are still cheaper for us to utilize than our manufacturing facilities here. Technology transfer for market entry to China is pretty much the unspoken agreement when China joined the WTO, but West thought it was going to always be ahead of China by 5 to 10 years. Yeah, I think that's what they're mad about. How quickly they can fucking release the exact same product to market and make it be competitive, because you cannot compete with central planning. We watched the what was it? The head of the EU openly say that they're going to conduct an investigation into Chinese electric vehicles that have basically flooded the European marketplace, and they cannot compete with the Chinese vehicles. They just can't. They're so much cheaper. Am I wrong on this, Megaphonics? And Fango lives? Yeah. What makes them cheaper? The price? Yes. That, by the way, that is literally exactly what I'm talking about as far as like interference in the free market and also free trade. Anyway. Yeah, NPR in partnership with Northwest News Network found the Department of Energy allowed cutting-edge technology to transfer overseas from a Pacific Northwest National Laboratory with little oversight. The lab spent 6 years and more than $50 million developing the new battery recipe using vanadium. Scientists thought the batteries would change the way Americans power their homes. Instead, China just brought online the world's largest battery farm using the American technology. Congress tightens U.S. manufacturing rules after battery technology ends up in China. And before people scream unionized labor in the USA, remind them that Tesla is non-union. Yeah.
About China, that and let me at least give you my opinion. The popular conception is that companies come to China because of low labor cost. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, this is the other part of it. It was because of low labor costs, but it's no longer because of labor costs. It's because skill. That's the other reason why they're still manufacturing out of China too, because here's the thing. The same Chinese factory has the capacity to give you the fucking $3 version or the $30 version of the exact same product. They have it all in the same factory on the same fucking factory floor. So they're both selling to the cheap market substitute, and they're selling to the rich, the highest level at the same time from the same fucking factory. So it's impossible to compete with. Same factory, not even like it's not a different factory that they're doing this in.
What part of China they go to, but the truth is China stopped being the low labor cost country many years ago. And that is not the reason to come to China from a supply point of view. The reason is because of the skill and the quantity of skill in one location and the type of skill it is. Like the products we do require really advanced tooling. And the precision that you have to have in tooling and working with the materials that we do are state of the art. And the tooling skill is very deep here. You know, in the U.S.
Just because they use the same factory doesn't mean the same parts. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. It's actually more impressive that they're using the same factory with different parts. Like cheaper versions of the same fucking parts.
You could have a meeting of tooling engineers, and I'm not sure we could fill the room. In China, you could fill multiple football fields. It's that vocational expertise is very deep, very, very deep here. And I give the education system a lot of credit for continuing to push on that, even when others were de-emphasizing vocational. Now I think many countries in the world have woke up and said, you know, this is a key thing, and we've got to correct that. But China called that right from the beginning.
People shit on China all the time, and yet their homes are full of Chinese products. I miss many of the brands I knew in China, but when Chinese people learn from competitors and market is theft, it's total bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, nobody likes markets and or competition when it's China engaging in it as a close to even player. So instead of looking at that and looking at the genuine development that has occurred as a consequence of all that, you turn around and you say, oh, they must be like whipping the Chinese extra hard in the factories. That's probably what it is. Remember the nets and stuff, which, I'm not saying that the Chinese factory conditions are good. Okay. But they are infinitely better than the way they were 30, 40 years ago. And that is not because you're personally conflating two separate issues. Wait, what? No, the reason why China has seen even development is not because it's gotten a lot of foreign capital. Plenty of countries get foreign capital and they do not see the growth or prosperity that China has seen. The reason why China has seen a tremendous amount of growth and urbanization. I mean, look at India versus China. The reason why China has seen tremendous amounts of growth is because of what they do with the foreign capital that come in. That's it. It's a relatively reductive way of looking at the issue, but that's my analysis on it. That's my speculation, if you will. That's what I mean when I say I'm looking at China as I would any other social democratic country, regardless of what its like government looks like. India was and is 3 years behind China. Dude. I don't agree with that. Oh, you meant 30. Okay, Jesus Christ. I thought you said is 3 years behind China. I was like, that's how can a dictatorship be social democratic? It has socialization initiatives that are highly successful, that make the people feel comfortable and protected, and it makes people feel like the government has their back.
And
that's simply what I mean. Johnny Harris took is it that important of a factor? Yes. No, that is an incredibly important factor. Yes. That is the reason why. That is the major reason why Chinese people report being happy with their what? That's crazy. The Shatter made a fucking account. Where are these guys coming from? Are y'all all right? India is outpacing China on anti-Muslim technology. Okay, fair. Are people just not paying attention to social media out of China, or do they just think it's all propaganda? No, they think it's all propaganda. They think it's fake. I think people largely assume that like every Chinese person is actually super, super secretly terrified of their own government and that their government is going to like kill them, and they're like upset, but they just don't have the courage to like rebel against their government because they're just like a docile people. The Chinese are, you know, culturally more docile than the rugged American is, right? Or they think it's all, yeah, they think it's all like propaganda that works really well for the Chinese population if they're happy. It just depends on what you think. Yeah, they think China is like the boogeyman version of North Korea. And they never turn around. Bit of a straw man? You think so? I don't think that's a big straw man. It's just, I think the funny part is like Americans refuse to recognize how limited our two-party system is. Not to say that like the parliamentary structure is even better. I mean, you look at European social democracies and you look at how neoliberalism has also taken hold in European countries that end up implementing austerity measures. I mean, here, I'll give you a great example of this, right? Like, the UK has the NHS. The NHS is seen as like a source of great pride, right? And yet, for the past multiple decades, as the Tories have assumed control over the government, sometimes undemocratically, mind you, every Tory administration has gutted the NHS, right? I posted this and it got like community noted where I said every Tory administration has gutted the NHS and these clowns are flexing a laser weapon. And someone was trying to say like that the laser weapon is only like a couple $100 million. It would only fund the NHS for like 5 hours or something. And it's like, no, you fucking idiot. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not saying that like, oh, if they hadn't made this laser weapon, then they would be able to fund the NHS further. Okay. And then a lot of people were trying to say, well, the NHS is like, expenses have gone up. Okay. And it's like, hey, man, I know. Has it gone up according to the necessity? Is there a massive budget gap or not? And there is. It hasn't gone up year over year adjusted to inflation. So therefore, it has not gone up. If the cost increases associated with the NHS don't go up as the cost of living goes up, then technically the NHS is not actually being funded adequately. As a matter of fact, year over year, it's being funded less than it's supposed to be funded, which under Tory administrations, they absolutely did lower the funding or lower the increase in funding dramatically. That's what we mean when we say the Tories are gutting the NHS. There have been moments where they've increased it. After all, Boris Johnson literally ran on funding the NHS more, if you guys remember. Okay. Now, what do I mean by this? Okay, they have somewhat of a two-party system as well, but they're supposed to be like more diversity and representation in a country like the UK. They have this socialized amenity that the government provides, a nationalized amenity, as a matter of fact. And it's going away. It's getting worse and worse year over year with the hopes that inevitably it will be privatized and sold off to some American company. Do you think that this is good? Do you think that the democratic process is working here? That's simply what I'm mentioning. When I talk about like social democracy, I'm not talking about like people voting for certain things and then receiving it in the end. Because in most circumstances, these gains being made are not voted on. These gains being made are not voted on. You didn't vote for like Barack Obama to implement the Affordable Care Act, which was literally an American Enterprise Institute neoliberal solution against actual socialized medicine. You wanted cheaper health care. You voted for the guy that said he's going to give you cheaper health care. And the guy didn't give you cheaper health care, but you feel like because you voted for him that ultimately it's fine. Like, you know, this is what we did. That's what I mean. You are talking about the administrative system and economic structure, not about the political system, even though they're tied. Exactly. And from that perspective, as far as like the administrative system or the economic structure goes, given the limitations that the Chinese economy had early on and where they're at now, they've been able to implement even development, higher degrees of socialization, offer the public amenities, and it has yielded a tremendous amount of prosperity that is seeable, like that's noticeable, that people see, that people recognize. And that gives people the confidence that, like, yeah, there's certain things I can't do, certain things I can't say, which are, by the way, not great. Okay? Like limitations on free speech and things of that nature I don't find to be good. I think that's bad. But overall, it's a matter of where your interests are. I don't think Sweden is a good country to compare it to. A lot of its good structures have been torn apart, and our social health care is on the chopping block thanks to the right. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. European social democracies are on the decline due to capitalism and capitalist interests eroding the prior socialization initiatives and amenities that governments have offered to the public. I don't care if they were. I don't care if that was gained through authoritarian measures or gained through whichever way. I don't give a shit. I'm simply talking about like the way people exist. And on that front, it's the same. And before people say, oh, well, I hate China because it's not democratic, it's a one-party system, it's totalitarian, it's authoritarian, it's like plenty of one-party systems out there that you do not have issue with. And then there are many two-party, three-party structures that also yield the exact same single-party result. You know?
No game has ever done anything like this. Now go ahead and open Twitch and show me it's number one. Okay, I know it's number one. $415 million into the making, 25 years into development. Come on now, man. What's number one? Say it.
Stickman?
Huh? Stickman?
They got 800,000 views.
800,000? How many we? 5,000? 5,000 we just released today.
When did they release?
Today? Man, open. Let me see. See this shit.
Yep, jump. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, that's me. Yep, that's me. Nope, you can't stop me. Let's go. Let's go. Nope. Yep, jump. Yep, let's go. Let's go. Man, come on. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. That's me. That's me. Yeah, you can't beat me. Man, let's go. Come on.
What's that? This the game, man.
What? Look at the chat.
This game live. This game lit. This game way better than Life Days Reborn.
Oh my.
We put 415 million in it. Man, stop lying, chat. Man, stop that fucking lying. Bro, they literally jump into the middle. First one to the middle.
That's it.
This shit couldn't have been more than $20 to make.
They're saying video game companies seeing Pal World go viral. But this is literally like both Pal World and Lethal Company as well.
We put our whole life savings into that game.
It took like 20 years to make the game.
Bro, I put my kids' whole tuition into that. My wife, and I put my house into that.
So what? So what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
Which one? What you gonna do?
Die. I don't know, nigga. I don't know.
And Among Us and Fall Guys, sure. So oh, speaking of America, by the way, a woman was arrested for allegedly stealing 65 Stanley Cups worth almost $2,500 from a store in California. I love that they just laid it out in this photo. Like they literally laid it out. First of all, white women should be able to participate in very specific white women crimes. Okay, I'm in favor. I'm a feminist. Secondly, defund the police. Defund the police. What are they doing? Okay, why are they posing this like they just did a fucking Pablo Escobar narco hit? Like, they posted the shit that this lady stole. Yeah, there it is. Exactly. Like, it's crazy. Don't you feel safer now that this woman's off the streets? Yes, I do. I do. You know, some officers are taking those for personal use. Yes, civil asset forfeiture, man. They have to. Very dangerous, very scary stuff happening in California. All right. I didn't realize it was illegal for women to have hobbies now. It is. All right, let's look at Donkey's best video games. You know what? No, let's do murder. Let's do murder, chat. It's been a while since I've done murder. EWU crime story time, baby. This is a true crime documentary, the case of Sam Poss. Sam Poss apparently is a Discord killer.
Never before seen footage captures the chilling moment that two detectives are led into the woods by a killer, where they make a horrifying discovery.
I bet if you pull that tarp back a little bit more,
Is
it's going to uncover.
Oh,
there's a
close.
black sheet like something right here. I don't know if you can pull it. See that right there?
It was the morning of October 16th, 2016, when Chris Poss reported his 18-year-old son, Sam, missing. According to Chris, Sam had left late the previous night to help a friend, 17-year-old Dakota White, with some computer problems. But Sam never made it home, having vanished into the night without a trace. It was unusual for Sam to be out of contact for so long, as he was known to be responsible and considerate. According to his father, Chris, Sam could be clever and sarcastic, a bit of a charming smart aleck at times, but he was especially kind and giving and willing to help anyone at the drop of a hat. At first, only Sam's family was looking for him, but as the day went on, the search became more desperate. Sam's father decided to involve the police once he realized his son wasn't with any of his friends. In fact, none of them had even heard from Sam since the night before. A large foot search soon took place. In addition to law enforcement, family, friends, neighbors, and even strangers came out to search for Sam. A helicopter and multiple K-9 units were called in to help, but despite the monumental effort, there was still no sign of Sam. In an exclusive interview with Ewu, Brayson, who was 19 years old at the time and a close friend of Sam's, recounts what it was like to realize Sam was missing.
We planned on going to the state fair. I made plans to go over that night to like hang out with him, and so that way in the morning we can just go straight to the fair. I had to work late, so I told him, don't worry about it. I'll let Christian come pick me up tomorrow. And the text messages are called Dad because that's just how it was. I've known him since I was like 8. So I get home and go to sleep, wake up the next morning. I get a call from Chris asking me like if I've heard anything from Sam or seen him. And I said, no, that's a little weird. He's like, oh, okay, well, maybe he's at the fair, something like that. So we go to the fair, we run around, we're looking for him, can't find him. Most of the time after that, it was just kind of a blur. We just sort of like really one thing after another. We just kept looking.
Police approached Sam's girlfriend, hoping she might be able to shed some light on the situation. The following footage has never been seen before. It's been analyzed by a licensed professional counselor.
You know where you could possibly be? I've been thinking about that, and I have no idea. Because all of his friends, places that he might be, they're trying to get a hold of me and asking me if I know where he is. It kills me. Because what if something bad happens?
True. That's what we're trying to find out.
Even while interviews with Sam's friends were still in process, Dakota, the last person to see Sam, took to Facebook and posted multiple news links and asked everyone to keep looking.
Pretty much when the relationship ended, 2 or 3 weeks ago. What? We were both going through a really rough time, and we just couldn't deal with each other and deal with our problems at the same time. What kind of problems? I guess. We both were kind of struggling with depression. Depression? Mm-hmm.
Investigators also decided to speak with Dakota, the last person to see Sam. Dakota had participated in the earlier foot search, and while investigators had already spoken with him at his house, they decided to bring him into the station for a more structured interview.
Just like I said, you done told me already, but we need to go over this a little bit more thoroughly. Then I'll find you back here. But take you back to Saturday night. What?
Before we met?
Well, yeah, before we met Friday morning. We met Saturday.
Okay. I mentioned on the game. We're playing a game together as usual. Something we were working on in the game. It was kind of bugging out on my end. And I'm not the smartest when it comes to the software. I'm more like the hardware when it comes to the computers. He's a software type of person. And I asked him if he could come help me out. He said yes. I told him I could pick him up real quick. I went and I picked him up. He came by. He helped me with it. Went to leave. Went to walk out. He said he'd walk. It was
Okay, I don't trust them.
fine. Okay, go out the door behind him. That's the last time I saw him.
Police were able to confirm that Dakota, under the username Coffee Chew, messaged Sam, aka Exkerval, on the night in question, asking him to come over. Later that same night, Dakota sent a follow-up message indicating that he was still having difficulties. But Sam never responded. Instead, Dakota was contacted by Sam's father the next morning as he began the frantic search for his son. This story aligned perfectly with what Dakota had previously told police, maybe too perfectly. But when they did a brief search of his property, hoping to find clues as to which way Sam might have gone, they found nothing incriminating. However, they did notice a small trailhead in the backyard. For reasons Dakota is about to share, it didn't seem likely that Sam had gone that way.
Did y'all talk on the way there?
Not too much. He just asked what exactly was going on, and I was like, I'm not sure. I think I messed up the code somewhere. But it was punching numbers on a script for the game, and I always messed it up a lot because I'm not good with numbers. So I just, I told him what was going on. He said, okay, look at it when we got there. And that's it. It's only about not even a 5-minute drive from my house to his. So.
Okay. And at the time, he wasn't wearing any shoes, or did he bring his shoes?
No, he wasn't wearing any shoes.
Okay. When did his father come over?
It was about 5 p.m. yesterday. I just got home from, like I said, my family was visiting and everything from Florida. I just got home from that, and he showed up about the time I showed up. It was about 5 p.m.
Sunday?
Yes.
What did Dad ask you?
He asked if I'd seen him. He saw the messages where, me and him came over because Sam had his laptop unlocked, and so his dad went there messaging people clearly saying they knew where he was. He said he saw the message that we hung out, so he came by. He went and saw Zach. Zach told him where I lived. And so he came by and he just asked if I'd seen him. I told him about the trails. He asked if I mind walking them with him. And that's when we went and walked the trails.
It's hard to believe that Sam would have cut through the woods barefoot at any time, much less the middle of the night. Even though Sam's father had already walked the trails, the police made a second search of the trail. The effort was brief, a choice they may come to regret.
Did you try to contact Sam after he left?
Yeah, I did. I messaged him
by 3 o'clock, I think, I asked him if he'd be back yet. Because I didn't see him get online. Yeah, about 3 o'clock in the morning, about an hour after he left. The thing shows whenever you get online or when you're offline or just away, whatever it feels like you are. But it says when you're online, and I didn't see that he got back online. Asked somebody who was there, and I told him it was working. Asked him if he wanted to play, and he never messaged me back.
Typically, at this point in an investigation, police would have attempted to trace a missing person's cell phone. However, while going through the Poss home looking for clues, they discovered Sam's phone in his bedroom. His computer was still there as well, which his family and friends all said he never would have left behind.
And what was Sam's demeanor the night you saw? How was it? Did he seem distraught or anything like that?
I just seemed normal. I'm not super personal with him. I know face was first moment. He just seemed normal, like Sam.
Detectives then wrap up the interview with Dakota. Now that they had followed up on all the potential leads and found nothing, police actually had fewer clues than when they'd started the investigation. But not for long. A few days later...
At this point, they think that, what, like, he's not dead? Like, what are they doing? They just don't know, so they're like, yeah, it's fine, I guess.
They got a lead out of left field. Knowing that the search for Sam was still on, a high schooler came forward to share a concerning conversation he'd had with a classmate on the bus.
Tell me what happened.
I got one of the bus, and he looked upset, so I went to him, and, I sat in front of him.
Why is there an actual CCTV in the bus? What the fuck's going on? There's actual CCTV in the bus? Buses have cameras in America? You don't know this? No. Yours didn't? I didn't go to school here. It's public school, dude. People are trying to fuck on them. Yeah, but then you would have child porn on the CCTV footage, okay? What do you mean? That's been a thing since the 90s? Wait a moment. What? Kids beat the living shit out of each other on buses, that's why? Dude, America is crazy, okay? America actually is not all right. There's something going on in the United States of America. We need to shut down immigration into America, outside of America. We need to keep Americans in here, okay? Until we figure out what the hell's going on. That's not wild. Tell me you're rich without telling me you're rich. What? Bitch, I went to school in Turkey. That's it. What do you mean? You had to repeat it again, too. It's like, nah, trust me. The fuck? I literally talked about how someone tried to stab me yesterday. Like someone chased me home with a knife yesterday in public school. It comes off a little sheltered. Nah, I've been to school in 3 states, never once seen a cam on a school bus. Chad is gaslighting you and also probably Gen Z. This was not a thing. Yellow school buses for rich people in the suburbs. Wouldn't have happened if you took a bus with cameras. I mean, true. Yeah. I like when the guy said, you seem sheltered because you seemingly grew up in a country where that is not the United States of America. So you must have been sheltered. That's crazy.
And, he asked me a question. He said, if you figured out something that, I did something bad, would you still be friends with me? And I pushed and I wanted more information, of course. So he said, what if the law went after me? And then I told him, I'd still be your friend even if it was murder. Because
okay, bro, that's loyalty. I mean, which is, it seems like you're kind of breaking your promise to your homie, right? You are, after all, talking to the law. Seems like an odd thing to say. You're not really ride or die.
Mistakes, but their mistakes don't make them who they are, unless you don't learn from them. And then we just kept talking like that for a while. Then he told me that it was murder.
Did he tell you how he did it or anything like that?
He didn't tell me that much.
He said he'd still be his friend, but he wouldn't. Not that he wouldn't rat him out. True.
That's why he was asking me the question in the first place, because he knew that he was about to get caught, and he didn't want to lose everyone that he was having.
The boy who had confessed to his friend was 18-year-old Brandon Warren. He attended a neighboring high school, and, if he was telling the truth, this would be the first murder in the town of Perry in 8 years. Sam having disappeared made the prospect that the story could be credible all the more likely. But there was one big problem with this theory. The two didn't know each other, not in person or online. Police now faced the awful reality that they may no longer be looking for Sam, but rather Sam's body.
Kill that boy before we saw that out in hell and look royalty. Lord, what's fine.
Why is the audio getting progressively worse, man? We need to fund the police, dog. What's happening? What is happening, dude? Fund the police. Seriously. What the fuck?
And I can tell when people are sad. His eyes changed when I said he was murdered. I've never seen him like that before. He hasn't lost who he was, so he's just guilty about it.
In addition to this startling information, the quote, "Who could love you but the mold that sprouts from your cold, sad corpse," was posted to Brandon's social media. Police were ready to pivot their investigation to focus on Brandon when they received another lead.
I mean, that's
this one even more puzzling than the first, since it came from a young man in Oklahoma. Instead of pointing the finger at Brandon, this tip targeted Dakota.
I mean, he got online just like normal, and I was just like, hey, because we usually chat every day. And
this is Dakota you're talking about? Okay.
And I was just like, hey, what's up? What's going on? And he's like, just got back, pretty tired. I did something you're probably not going to believe. And I was like, shoot, let me hear it. He's like, I killed someone. I was like, okay, yeah, you're right. I don't believe you, And then I didn't even figure out who it was until I think three or 4 days later. I just kind of entertained the thought. And I was like, okay, so like, what happened? Why'd you do it? Like, were you in danger? Did somebody like threaten you or anything? And he's like, no, I just want to know what it felt like to kill someone.
Apparently, this informant was a long-distance friend of both Dakota and Sam. Along with a few other boys, the group had met at random while playing a game called Rust. They ended up liking each other and decided to stay in touch through Discord.
Oh, no.
According to the tip.
No, it's over. It's over. That explains literally like 90% of the story almost immediately. Nope. Rust player. That's it. 12 minutes in, we know the culprit and the reasons as to why this happened. Also, was he cheating in Rust too? Is that why he's in
Dakota
script?
had taken it upon himself to use the platform as a confessional. From memory, Dakota's friend took it upon himself to share what Dakota told him and another friend. The message he sent read, I asked him, Dakota, how his night was, and he said, oh, pretty interesting, did something you won't believe. I asked him to elaborate, and he said, I killed someone. I immediately brushed it off but he continued on about it, so I asked, how did you do it? And the next words he said literally sent chills down my body. He said, I asked the guy to come help with my computer and gave him a ride, and from there, we killed him. I asked him to continue and asked what he had learned, not thinking he was serious, and he said, bodies are heavy. I'm glad my friend was with me, not skipping a beat or with any remorse. The friend of Dakota's went on to write, I can't believe he perished at the hands of someone he trusted as a friend. I'm tearing up as I'm typing this, but I'm so sorry. I knew and couldn't do anything, and Sam is gone. Dakota told me this as soon as he got home that same night. God damn it, I'm so sorry. Dakota and Brandon practically tortured Sam and felt no remorse about it. He said it took around 30 minutes to an hour before the deed was done, and Sam stopped breathing. I know this is hard for you to read, and dude, it's something I will never forget. An innocent life gone for literally no reason. I can't believe what would drive someone to commit such an evil act and calmly tell someone over the internet hours after it happened. The friend went on to add, he mentioned that he didn't want you to find out. I remember that. His chuckle after he told me he went to help find Sam is something I will never unhear or forget. When police received this information, they likely assumed that the victim in question had to be Sam Poss. After all, no other local had been reported to be missing, which reinforced everyone's worst fears. However, they had yet to find a body, and had only the claims of a few boys to go on. They were going to need a lot more information if they wanted to locate Sam, alive or dead.
When he just came to me with this, though, like beyond the fact that they're Rust players, I still don't understand the angle here at all. Like, what the fuck?
It was just completely out of the blue. I didn't expect any of this. There was no signs leading up to it. Okay. And I just kept thinking to myself, like, why, though? Why?
There's also like an hour left in this. Or not an hour left, but it's an hour long. It can't be like 12 minutes in, they're Rust players. That means, okay, it's over, you know?
Literally no reason. You're throwing away basically your life when his life wasn't even too bad, in my opinion. And after that, I was like, you know, like, holy, if you're being for real, you killed somebody. Like, you're going to have to live with this.
Further messages between the friend and Dakota revealed just how callous Dakota's confession was. The friend wrote, I asked him again in disbelief, why? You literally ended someone's life, hell, a friend's life, someone who trusted you, for what? No reason? He then replied, yeah, I was just curious about what it was like. I replied in shock with, I'm glad I don't live around you. What? I would hate for one of us to have to die should that situation be repeated. I then asked afterwards, why are you telling me if you're actually serious about this? Why me? Dakota then said, because you don't know where I live or live near me. When sharing the confession with other members of the group, the friend said, I've never talked to someone and had a feeling of complete coldness overtake me. But as he went into details about it, like, holy shit, I was freaked out. Understandably, the Discord group went wild, and there was a lot of speculation as to what had driven Dakota to do such a thing, as well as anger. One member wrote, I wonder what truly makes someone do this. Like, it can't just be for no reason.
Dude, there is nothing good happening in Discord. Nothing good at all, bro. Discord plus Rust. I want to know what Twitch channels this motherfucker was watching, okay? 2016. You know their ass was on Twitch. Shut all of them down, okay? They were not watching the top of the hour ad break at the HasanAbi broadcast, I'll tell you that. Because they were subscribed. Just kidding. They were not subscribed because I was not actually a streamer at the time. I feel like this is very much like they would have been haters if I was around at the time. Anyway, new cost score just in case. But if you want to nuke the top of the hour ad break, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
As if that wasn't incriminating enough, Dakota's aunt also reported that she had reason to believe her nephew had been involved. based on something she had heard from Dakota's mother. Right away, police brought Dakota's mother, Rebecca, in for a conversation.
When did you, like, have a suspicion? What day?
Yeah, like I said, that was actually Wednesday when it really hit me. I went over to my sister's house.
According to Rebecca, Dakota had come to her house and announced that he'd killed someone. Distraught, Rebecca had gone to her sister and asked her to call the police, as she couldn't bear to turn in her own son.
Did you ever thought he would do something like this? No. And like I said, he had done so much better. And I was doing well, and I figured, he grew out of it.
Dakota's mother thought he'd outgrown his diagnosis of bipolar disorder, which she said he'd been diagnosed with around the age of 10. By age 15, however, he allegedly stopped taking his prescribed medication. Recently, however, friends and family members alike reported that Dakota had been struggling with his mental health and had allegedly even attempted to take his life a few weeks back. Rebecca's memory of Dakota's behavior on the night following the alleged murder is perhaps even more disturbing than his casual Discord confession.
Yeah, he just seemed like he was tired. He just seemed like he was tired.
Yeah. And he stays up all the time with video games and stuff. He stays up all night. And, we'll take a power nap. Yeah, I already able to sleep.
So that's all you, only changes you saw in him.
He seemed fine. He seemed fine.
Now police faced a predicament. Before, they had no leads, but now they had two viable suspects, Brandon and Dakota. Both of their alleged confessions lined up with the timing of Sam's disappearance. Neither of them, however, had named Sam as their victim. Also, police were struggling to make a connection between all three boys. Brandon and Sam didn't seem to know each other at all. And while Brandon and Dakota were known to talk occasionally, no one reported that they were particularly close. With more questions than ever, police turned to...
Yeah, I assume it's because of Russ. That's probably what connects them, right? Or Twitch or Discord or something.
Dakota to clear things up.
You got no problem. Come on, man. Take the Jones. I met you briefly the other day.
I thought so.
Yeah, I met you. Yours? I brought it in here for you. All right.
16-0.
4285.
42.
Yeah, squeeze your chest, squeeze your chest. There you go. All right, Dakota. Here's what I want to talk to you about, bud. Sir.
We're going to have a little bit more in-depth conversation about this parent of Mr. Potts. Okay? We've been looking for him for several days, and we haven't found him yet. His mom and dad and his family are extremely, extremely distraught. And you can understand that. And you will one day when you have kids. Okay.
One day.
Okay. So you know how upset they are. Okay. With that being said, we need to find him. Okay. Now,
you can tell someone's a gamer by their posture, bro. He has extreme tech neck. Like, he is so... his ass sits like that for 12 hours a day.
I've been to your house a couple times to talk to you. We talked to the rest of the people in your household. And there's more pieces of the puzzle that we've come across that has opened a few avenues and a few leads that we need to discuss with you. Okay. It's going to be tough. Okay. But at certain times in our lives, we got to man up. Okay.
Notice how Dakota goes very still and very quiet. He's demonstrating the freeze response here, likely triggered by the pressure the detective is putting on him.
The freeze response.
Significantly, even though he's pressing for information, the officer maintains the good rapport he's built with Dakota in hopes Dakota may be willing to talk. Additionally, the officer is already planting seeds of doubt in Dakota's mind, by hinting that they have evidence implicating him, which they do. Police officers may use this strategy to test the suspect's reaction by letting the suspect know there's strong evidence against them. They may observe their behavior, gauge their level of involvement, or prompt them to reveal additional details.
Kind of tell me, go back over that night when he came over to the house.
No, he does, like, starting from, like,
Start from the beginning.
So, sitting at home, we're doing something with the video game, as I said.
The phrase, like I said, is a reference statement and isn't a good start to convincing the police he's innocent, as it's a red flag for deception. Interrogators pay attention to such statements, as they may indicate the individual's attempt to maintain a consistent narrative or to draw attention to specific points they want to emphasize.
I was having a little bit of issues with it. Figured it'd be easier if he came personally to show me instead of trying to explain everything. So I asked him if he would mind coming over. He did not mind. So I told him I could just come pick him up. Since I asked him, I left my house, picked him up, came over to the house. I went in, he did all my computer stuff for me. He showed me what to do, made it a lot quicker and easier. Then, went to walk out and said, it's fine. I stopped bar. He left, I locked the door behind him.
It sounds rehearsed, it lacks emotion, and it seems he's giving as little information as possible in an effort to minimize how many lies he'll have to recall next time he...
Bro, he's on Discord and he's on Reddit. His ass is... he's on Discord and he's a Rust player. His ass is Reddit as hell. He's going to be debating.
He's asked to give details regarding what happened that night. There's no actual story to it, and it's almost like bullet points that he's hitting instead of a description of events. The officers definitely won't accept this version without a lot more questioning, which they begin immediately.
Okay, let's stop for a minute. Okay? I want you to think real hard about what I said just a second ago. And that is that there's other pieces of the puzzle that we uncovered that you don't know about. And in this world, honesty is your saving grace. It's your own, that's your friend. Okay? Tell me what really happened that night.
But so far, the only thing I've been fully honest about was I've spoke with you multiple times. I did tell you I was alone the rest of the night, that I haven't left my house. I left somewhere around 30 gallon. I stopped to get gas at this point in time.
Where did you stop to get gas at?
The flash foods over, where all the gas stations are in the flash foods, Marathon Station, there's 2 flash foods there. The bigger one by the car lot.
Notice that Dakota uses the qualifier "so far" when talking about his dishonesty.
But so far, the only thing I've been fully honest about was did tell you I was alone the rest of the night.
Indicating that he may try lying again as the interview continues. Police were able to obtain CCTV footage and confirmed that Dakota had purchased gas. However, this also revealed that there was more to his story than he was letting on. We'll dig into the details of that soon. Not long after Dakota makes this admission, his story changes a second time. Apparently, the gas station hadn't been his only stop.
I left my house at a certain time after 2 o'clock, and after Sam left and everything.
Who'd you go see?
A dude named Brandon.
Okay, Brandon who?
Warren, W-A-R-R-E-N.
Okay.
Now that's a name police are familiar with. Brandon Warren was the other boy who confessed to murder. Perhaps the 2 leads weren't as separate as they initially appeared. Police may have wanted to speak to Brandon as well, but he refused to speak to detectives, leaving Dakota as the only one with answers.
I believe that. I believe part of that. Okay. Because I know that Brandon was around the area. Okay. There's a lot. There was more that went on though. Okay. And now's your opportunity to get all this off your chest. Okay. Listen to me. I'm looking you in the eye right now. I'm telling you. I know that you've got a burden on you right now.
This is called the get your burden off your chest technique. I love that I do love that, like, these guys, these cops, for the most part, are not applying any, like, brilliant techniques at all. But, like, a lot of this is just, like, shaped by all the things that we know after the fact. Like, half of these channels will look at that and then basically just, I feel like, make stuff up along the way. Like, he's just like, yeah, that's right. Get the burden. Get that burden off your chest, boy.
I know that for a fact.
Honesty is the best policy.
I know you have a burden on you right now.
Here, the officer is doubling down on the seeds of doubt, trying to get Dakota to include more details in his extremely limited story by insinuating they have evidence against him.
I talked to some people. I know you have a burden on you right now.
In theory, an innocent person would not be bothered by the more evident statement, as they would have confidence that nothing would point to them. A guilty party, on the other hand, may hesitate or try to figure out what evidence police could have in order to explain it away. The officer is also appealing to Dakota's morals and ethics by emphasizing the importance of honesty. He also may be attempting to establish rapport by making him believe the police.
Oh my God, bro, take your medication. Take your medication. Take your medication. Take your medication. Stop. Stop posting about Jeffrey Epstein in the chat and take your medication.
Think he is a good guy, or as stated earlier,
Oh my
able
God.
to man up or face it like a man. They may also be attempting to create cognitive dissonance within Dakota, pushing him to make an admission and do what's right by overthinking the consequences of getting caught. They're expecting that his identification with being a good man would be inconsistent with being dishonest or deceitful. This idea of him being good but hiding this secret would then cause heightened anxiety internally, which would then show externally, giving the police an indication of the things they should hone in on. Of course, this is all contingent upon Dakota believing a good man is honest and kind.
I know you're a scared 18-year-old kid. That some very, very bad stuff happens, and now it's time to come to grips with it. Okay? So tell me what happened in your car. You can do it.
Oh.
And I'm telling you, it's going to eat your soul. I'm not alive.
It only took 10 minutes for police to get Dakota to make the tragic admission that Sam was no longer alive. The twisted circumstances of his death and the
He's
haunting
not very
reason
good at
why,
being a
however,
murderer either.
remained as elusive as Sam's location. Police were faced with the daunting task of notifying Sam's parents that their son was deceased. In turn, the Poss family set their own grief aside long enough to notify those closest to Sam of the painful situation. Sam's good friend Brayson was willing to share what it was like to get the terrible news that Sam wouldn't be coming home.
And I don't remember what time it was in the morning, but I was passed out. My mother, she came into my room crying. She gave me the phone, and it was Nicole, Sam's mother, and she was telling me what happened. And I just remember everything just didn't feel real. It just felt like I was just in a dark room, and I was just hearing her voice telling me what happened, that Sam was murdered. Like, after that, everything is almost like a dream. Like, I don't remember much of it.
Back in the interrogation room, the police buckle down to get the details from Dakota. However, they need to be very careful not to damage the rapport they've built so far. Because Dakota didn't have a cell phone, and Sam left his at home that fateful night, they can't digitally retrace their steps. This means police have no way to find the body unless Dakota leads them to it. They'll need to proceed very cautiously to ensure they don't lose their most valuable source of information.
The fuck? He already admitted to it. It's over. Now you do the classic thing where you're like, come on, do right by the family. This will help you in the court case. Blah, blah, blah. Blame it on the other party. Get the other party involved and be like, yeah, it wasn't you. It was Braden, right? Or whatever the fuck the other guy's name is. Come on. You seem like a good guy. That's what a good guy would do. the right thing, which is to tell us where the body is.
What happened? Look at me. At me. I'm telling you, son, you got a burden on you right now, and it's gonna eat your soul. Tell me what happened that day.
You want to help
know
us?
what happened. Tell me how it happened. And I was just having very bad thoughts lately. Not too long ago, I also tried to commit suicide. I probably found my doctor's reports or somewhere.
Okay.
And all the things I just felt like I could kill myself.
Okay.
No.
Well, let me ask you this: Did you kill Sam by yourself? No. Who was with you when Sam left this world?
Told you.
Brandon.
Okay, Brandon Moore. And how did that happen?
Brandon has kind of a hard life too. I know Brandon's been wanting to kill himself. Think about it. We were going to kill ourselves together. Before we kill ourselves, we kind of wanted to do a fight to take life.
Okay.
Knowing what we do now, Dakota's Facebook posts calling attention to the case no longer appear as thoughtfulness from a worried friend, but something far more sinister. Earlier posts, including one that says, "I wouldn't mind taking a knife, shoving it into someone's throat, and just watch them choke on their own blood until they die." And another that says, "1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts, 4, how many more till I hit the floor?" become even more unsettling.
Feeling intelligent.
But perhaps the most haunting is a post that simply says, "Shh," made just 2 days before Sam's death.
How long you been having thoughts about killing yourself?
I'm gonna be honest, that's bad poetry. It's not good.
Never like life. My answer is why. It is pointless for me.
You're such a, but talking to you, I mean, you talk intelligently, I don't understand that.
I mean, I like to learn about stuff, I made myself smart, I ain't never done much of school or anything, but I like to look up anything I don't know. I am smart for myself, if I ain't never seen a point in living life, because I just always look, you live to die, and no matter how you live it, you still die in the end. I just never seen a point why you gotta laugh.
How long have y'all been thinking about killing somebody?
Just one day. It was all a matter of one day.
So, did you and Brandon talk on the phone about it, or?
No, we have been investing a little, and the whole suicide thing rolled around, and a suggestion that popped up was, do you want to know what it's like to kill someone before you go? It didn't matter unless we were going to die afterwards.
Clearly, they didn't follow through with this part of the pact.
Yeah, they are very much alive here.
However, what followed is so disturbing, it's beyond comprehension.
What happened to that part of the plan?
I don't really know. It never got brought up after that. We worked on the body, and we just went our separate ways. We ain't really talked since then.
As the grim reality of the situation continues to set in, police are faced with what must be the most difficult part of Dakota's confession to listen to, the details of how he and Brandon took Sam's life. Hopefully, he'll also finally reveal where the body can be found. But even as he makes a confession, Dakota leaves out key details that reveal his true depths of depravity.
I don't know why half of the chat turned into Dakota posters, like literally, I've been just slowly but surely banning people in the chat. You know what I mean? There's hella Dakota whites in the chat. Without religion, there's no logical way to convince these people what they're doing is wrong. Hold on, my audio. I can't hear what you're saying. Then why'd you post that?
So, did Sam ever come in the house, or y'all did this? But y'all did this in the driveway of your house before he never came in the house. How did y'all kill Sam?
I sat in the backseat of my car. Brandon drove my car from his house. We did ask if he could help me with the computer problem. We went to his house with a paper bomb. And my driveway, I crashed down. And so Brandon stabbed me 2 times.
Brandon stabbed him 3 times. Where did he stab him at? Just in the chest area?
Yeah.
Around the same time that Dakota was brought back into the station, Brandon was also placed under arrest. Police searched the house he shared with his aunt, collecting electronics, clothing, and shoes as evidence. They also brought up the topic of evidence with Dakota, perhaps in the hopes that a trail of physical evidence could help lead them to Sam's location.
Have you done anything to your car? Was there, after he stabbed him, was there blood anywhere?
Oh, there was blood everywhere in that car. I spent about a good 10 hours on myself.
Just by yourself?
Yeah, I went and sold some stuff I just bought, got refunds, bought a bunch of cleaning supplies, and just tried to do the best I could. I couldn't get rid of the car, clearly.
The item Dakota returned was a headset he'd purchased from GameStop. Although the item was returned, Dakota will later reveal that he found a new, disturbing use for the bag it came in. However, that's where Dakota's reliability stalls out. Based on a conversation police had with Dakota's stepfather, Ken, police were inclined to believe that this part of Dakota's story was, once again, not the full truth.
What do you do Sunday morning?
He asked if we could clean up his car and stuff like that. Well, actually, he asked me Saturday night to clean his car. And it's like his grandparents gave him that car. I could detail it out and everything. And I heard him saying, I heard him talking to his mom earlier about spilling some cherry soda in the seat.
You overheard the conversation you were saying that?
Yeah, I was in the bedroom when they were talking.
Okay.
Yeah, told me before they left to the birthday party, he said, you might want to get a towel because there's some cherry soda in the seat.
And what did you see when you started playing with the car?
And just dirty. I mean, he said he was, think we get the stain out of the seat. And, yeah, we go get some cleaning stuff. And, actually, I went and got clean stuff Saturday night to go to do it at Walmart and pick up these things.
You went to Walmart yourself?
Yeah.
It seems obvious that cherry soda and blood do not look the same, and it would be difficult to mix the two up. Dakota's stepfather appears to know this and may have been in denial, trying to convince himself that he wasn't looking at blood or helping to clean it up. This denial very likely could have been a panic response. He knows Dakota and may be trying to help him by believing his story about the soda. However, as his stepfather shares this story, he engages in some anchor point movements but then goes very still at other points. It's clear he has heightened anxiety, and by now, he probably knows exactly what's going on and that it was actually blood.
How big was his stain when you saw it?
Well, it was on the bottom, like,
Stand up.
right here, this part of the seat.
On that part of the seat?
That's just, it wasn't that bad. It looks like, I told you the concrete steps in my house, it looked like that, like a grate, but it wasn't, it was like an old stain.
Like the old stain?
Mm-hmm.
Gray color?
Yeah, it's like gray color. It wasn't even like brown or nothing, so.
Okay.
This testimony was enough to justify a search warrant for Dakota's car. However, police found that the passenger seat where the alleged cherry soda stain had been was now perfectly clean. Using a black light, police found evidence of some biological fluid luminescing on the center console. Further testing revealed that the substance in question was, in fact, blood.
Wait, that's a COVID test.
And what clothes were y'all wearing that night? Because I'm sure, what did you do with the clothes?
Brandon's shorts got burned because there was blood on them.
Where did it burn at? Where did it burn at?
Where did the shorts get burned? That's what this officer wants to know.
At my mom's house, I said that they have fires every night, not to the box over there.
To mom's house?
Yeah, they have a fire pit in the front yard. I just said, hey, I was in a fire tonight. They were. I said my grandmother was in town, and family in town, so I assumed they might be having a fire. So I had anything we had ever touched, I put in the trash bag. I'll come put some on the fire, got some trash cleaned up.
Okay.
I did a box on the fire, but the sheets were in it. Brandon had a pair of shorts. I had a shirt I threw in there. Same shirt as this one, just it's like 3-pack. I had my shirt in there.
He burned everything that was in the sack. Pretty much everything y'all had used.
Yeah. Anything we had touched, anything, just plastic bags, Ziploc bag, anything we had touched that night.
I realize now that the video is really long because he just spills the fucking beans and never stops spilling. He's just like yapping away. I don't think that there is like a big turn here, like a big reveal or anything. He's just yapping about the murder.
Despite what Dakota says about burning the evidence, police were unable to confirm his story. His mother said that she didn't see him add anything to the bonfire like he claimed, and when police searched the fire pit itself, all they found was ash. Police also checked with Dakota's grandmother, who he lived with full-time, on the off chance that she'd seen or noticed anything out of the ordinary.
Did Dakota seem distraught or anything like that?
No, he seemed like nothing as well.
It's okay.
I saw nothing to indicate.
All right.
I saw nothing to indicate any of this. Dakota never gave me any problems. When he moved in with us, he wanted the internet. So I told him if he got the internet, he'd have to go to work. So he started working for me at the store. And he never back called me. He didn't do anything. So I didn't see this here like people right. We should have saw. I did not.
Dakota's grandparents had been out of town the night Sam went missing, raising the question of just how planned out the attack had been. If it truly was a spur-of-the-moment decision, like Dakota is implying, it would be awfully convenient that the house happened to be empty. The question of premeditation is added to the list of answers police are looking for, alongside the primary goal of finding Sam.
Well, you said that you choked him with the wire?
Yeah, I tried to. It broke.
What kind of wire was it?
Don't let those tears trick you. She caked the cop. I think she should be arrested and throw the book at her.
It was probably like a short little telephone wire.
Telephone?
Oh, okay. It was on. I just picked up tape with me. You can try that later.
Once that broke, then what did you use?
I was sitting in the back right from around the feet.
Okay. Did he struggle?
Not really at all.
Did he say anything?
Whenever the wire broke, he asked what we were doing. The only thing I said was, I'm sorry.
What did Brandon say?
Brandon never said anything throughout the whole thing. He didn't say nothing. He just kind of stood there for a minute.
Dakota's trying to position himself as the nicer of the two of them here by acting like he said he's sorry, while Brandon didn't say anything. This is also probably an attempt to be more believable. Remember, people tend to believe people that they like, and it's easier to be liked if you come across as nice. This is an important manipulation tactic. However, Dakota slips up here. He states that Brandon just kind of stood there, but that wouldn't be possible if they killed him in the car. Is it possible that Dakota is hiding something, or did he just make a mistake in his statement?
I say he stabbed him once.
Did Samuel, after he got stabbed, did he help scream? He never said anything?
That's completely silent. Like that, it's not like he even struggled. He put his hands up there, but it's not like he was pulling on me or anything. He just took it.
So did you have your arm around his neck when you felt the life leave his body?
Yeah, I held for quite a while, probably about 20 minutes.
Just as tight as you could hold?
I just wanted to make sure he was dead. I don't want him to feel any more than he had to after he had stabbed him, especially, At that point, I just wanted to make sure he was dead and make sure he wasn't in pain.
This is a shocking way to try and once again paint himself as the good guy or nice guy. He's trying to make it sound as though he put Sam out of his misery, which is absurd given that he just admitted to strangling him.
It's not like I did this and enjoyed it. I felt bad for it. Like I said, I put a wire broke and everything. I thought I'm like, okay, stop then.
The loss of Sam took a huge toll on the Poss family and changed their lives in countless ways. In addition to grieving, Sam's father, Chris, faced serious professional consequences that changed the course of his career, which he was willing to discuss in an exclusive interview with Ewu.
I couldn't do the work I was doing.
It's weird to call themselves Ewu. I feel like EWU is like better. You know what I mean?
doing anymore because of the constant reminders of Sam. During the trial, I knew he had been strangled. We knew the cause of death. During the actual trials, the medical examiner explained that he had been strangled with an Ethernet cable, like you use for computers to connect to a network. I was doing IT work for a hospital at the time and constantly using and plugging in and carrying around Ethernet cables. And I didn't realize at the time, but every time I was interacting with the cable, I was getting a subconscious image of Sam's murder.
As if that wasn't horrific enough, Dakota offered up even more details, this time about the knife used to stab Sam in the chest and torso.
There's 2 knives. One was not involved. We obviously started having trust issues right after that, and we threw away another knife that was just in the car. Neither of us had used it. It was just in the car. We didn't trust each other at the time.
Or is it, like stab each other?
Yeah. I was like, I don't trust you right now, Brandon. We're gonna put these knives away and not touch them.
Did you just send him the Facebook message that said, I'm still having trouble when you get home?
It was just like the Steam thing that I talked about.
Cover up thing. Just to make it look a little better in case we got to looking into that.
Because I messaged them and asked them to come over, so I think I messaged them, hey, you back?
Establishing that Dakota thought to send this message after the murder could help to prove premeditation, which might affect the charges he will face. Now that investigators know Dakota attempted to cover up his wrongdoing, they transition to the grisly details of the deadly attack.
What were you thinking while you had all of him and he was stabbing him? What was your thought process at that time?
I just wanted to stop him. From the first time I grabbed him, it started with a wire. I didn't want to touch him. The wire broke. And I didn't want to do it again after that. He hadn't been stabbed at this point, but I was like, and it went too far. We kind of knew we were trying to. And at that time, I felt like he had to die. And we couldn't just let him walk away at that point. And I just wanted it to be over.
Where did the wire go that you used?
It's around his neck or his body. While leaving him in his car, we didn't trust him. So we tied a bag around his head while we were inside getting everything together. I couldn't untie the wire, so it just stayed.
The bag Dakota used was actually the GameStop bag he used to take his headset back to the store so he could buy cleaning supplies.
Jesus Christ.
Even more horrific, when confronted with CCTV footage from the gas station, it comes to light that Brandon was with Dakota when he got gas that night. And worse, they weren't alone. Sam's body was still in the trunk. Clearly, Dakota and Brandon had done something with the body after stopping for gas. But what exactly they did is far more horrifying than investigators can even imagine. Police don't jump right into that line of questioning, however, choosing instead to finish addressing Dakota's motive and thoughts first.
So had y'all considered just like picking a random person?
Yeah, that's just kind of what it was. Just thinking, what we were trying to think about, we can just drive till we find someone walking or go up in someone's house or something like that. And then it's telling me, I could probably get someone over to my house in less than 5 minutes and he's like, who knows?
This is very interesting to talk to you, I'll be honest with you. Did y'all...
Cop kind of crazy in his... He said that? Yeah. He's just like, this is kind of crazy. Yeah. It's really interesting. Never really had the opportunity to talk to a straight cold-blooded murderer such as yourself. So what else? You ever thought about murdering dogs? Maybe other types of humans?
Did y'all ever discuss how old, how young they could? Did you say, okay, we're not going to hurt anybody under 16, or we're not going to hurt a child?
What about some little kid that I said no to?
Once again, Dakota makes Brandon out to be the worse of the two, in an attempt to make himself the more likable one. He seems to believe that establishing likability or an otherwise positive connection might lead investigators to be more lenient with him, or even understanding. He may even believe it could influence the way his case is handled.
What if Sam would have said, I can't? What would y'all have done that night?
No, because Brandon.
No, I mean, if Sam said I can't come over.
I mean, we might have took the possibilities of. I was trying to eliminate the possibility of just someone's house.
Just some random person.
You don't know how many people are in there. Then you got people with guns. You have people who definitely beat us. You know.
He even seems to be trying to minimize the crime by saying they only targeted Sam.
But I mean, there's a thought process. There was actually a thought process that went behind it. I mean, you thought about it.
Yeah.
I mean, you thought that it may be a stupid idea just to run up in anybody's house because somebody like me might be in there.
Yeah, we don't know the number of people. We don't know, what they are.
The detective is very careful to clarify that Brandon and Dakota thought about and planned their crime ahead of time, again establishing premeditation, which can significantly increase the punishment they're sure to face. Despite planning the crime and attempting to cover his tracks, Dakota has a surprising revelation about how the act made him feel.
I mean, I know I want to get away with it. I felt too bad to just kill myself after those two,
Dakota's online friend from Oklahoma confirmed that Dakota had not been himself since the crime. He'd been bragging on Discord almost immediately after Sam went missing. 4 days later, his online friends turned him into the police.
Rust player brain, 100%.
And that same day, October 20th, Brandon and Dakota were arrested.
I also noticed as the days progressed, he was basically, I guess, going mad. He was like the guilt or something was driving him mad because he was hearing stuff. People were supposedly coming into his house, and he would go leave and go check, and no one was there. And then I remember one time he said that there was a town-wide search for Sam, and he had to go help, and he made sure to emphasize that. And he kind of laughed about it. I was like, why are you laughing about it? He's like, because I basically know where he's at. And at that point, I just tried, I didn't really talk to him very much after that. But the times that I did, it was either his paranoia or whatever, but it was just, I could see that it was driving him insane.
While everything police have uncovered so far is absolutely shocking, what comes next might be the most heartbreaking part of all.
Why did y'all pick him?
Did I miss a part where he explains why he did this? Literally nothing. It's just straight up. They were like, oh, I wonder what it would be like to kill someone is the main reason as far as they've mentioned it. They just were they wanted to check it out. See what this whole murder situation looked like. That's it.
Because he's a nice guy. I mean, he messaged me back instantly coming up at past midnight. It's easy.
Tragically, it appears that Dakota and Brandon targeted Sam because of his kind and giving nature. Sam's father attested to this aspect of his son's personality and speaks on what it's been like to live with the loss.
He was a smart aleck. He was also generous and would help anybody at the drop of a hat. Nicole, Sam's mom, talks about the dash. When you look at a grave marker, you have 1998 dash 2016, and that dash encompasses his entire life, and it was a good dash. Yeah, we wanted a lot more time, obviously, but that wasn't our choice to make.
Sam's friend Brayson had similar memories of Sam.
This is sadly a common murder reason according to my true crime wife. I just don't fucking understand. It doesn't make it any better if there's a real reason for it. Obviously, murder is still murder, but it almost feels worse when it's just a completely reasonless murder. I think the reason why it comes across as more insane is because there's no way to prevent it in many ways. Does that make sense?
Sam's kindness and generosity.
So, growing up,
if you see a crime of passion, sometimes it's okay, well, if this hadn't happened, this would not have happened. Right? Obviously, in this situation, like, yeah, maybe better mental health and things of that nature, but still.
If you had a problem, Sam would be there to help you fix it. He might call you names a little bit, but he's still there. Like, his intentions are to help you and get you to understand what you did wrong.
In addition to incorporating Sam's memory into his daily life, Brayson also gave his son the middle name Samuel. Finally, perhaps under the weight of his own guilt, police questioning, or both, Dakota is finally moved to reveal what he and Brandon did with the body.
Does this kid have a pet rat? No, he has a pet child. Chatter.
It's not as far away as you might expect.
Where is Sam?
A pet baby.
In the back of Lykoi Village. In the creek house.
He's in the back of Lykoi Village. Okay. So Sam, will you help if we take you out there? Will you help us find?
I can take you right to it.
Okay. Do you mind doing that?
I don't mind at all.
So we can at least recover his body for his family. Okay.
Arrangements are made for Dakota to accompany a search team so that they can retrieve the body.
Like, you know, I told y'all if y'all go down, if you like towards the left, we have a tarp on top of it too, above the dirt. I think there's a tarp. There should be a recycling bin near where the left is.
Okay.
I think there's a bleach bottle and some other trash that's just kind of piled up. I think the recycling bin is near where you left.
Leaving Dakota in the care of another officer, the detectives take great care to only walk on the scrub and foliage to avoid disturbing evidence that might be on the trail. Their efforts were not in vain, because when the sun rose, the crime scene team were able to identify tire tracks that matched Dakota's car. In just a few minutes, they come across a suspicious mound of earth and garbage.
You think that's it?
No, that's not a tarp.
I know, but that's a dirt hole.
No, but that doesn't look like it's been moved.
Just tell you what, move that carpet just to make me feel better.
So they didn't burn it.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Since it's looking more and more likely that this is the location of the body, they get the go-ahead to disturb the scene with a more in-depth search.
There's a black sheet like something right here. I don't know if you can pull it. See that right there? Yeah. Okay, that's not, there's stab wounds right there. Yeah, that's enough. Okay.
His shirt.
Okay. All right. Back out of here.
Tragically, though not unexpectedly, the body was determined to be that of Sam Poss. Sadly, it seemed police had been very close to Sam's body at the start of the investigation, because the trail that led to the body was none other than the one leading to Dakota's backyard. Had the search strayed just a little further from the path, Sam's body might have been recovered much sooner and in better condition. The sheet used to wrap the body was taken as evidence, along with the Ethernet cable and aux cord still wrapped around Sam's throat. An autopsy revealed that Sam might have survived the stabbing if he received medical attention. This sketch of the scene, provided by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, shows just how close to the road Sam's body was. After he was arrested, Dakota made a call from jail, which was recorded, to his ex-girlfriend, Lamia Glover. He was awaiting trial and gleefully told Lamia that he thought he would not be facing a murder charge and wanted to share the good news.
So I can still get charged of aggravated assault for attempted strangulation. With aggravated assault, still carries a good amount of time, but I'd be able to take first offenders on it.
I think it's wild that not one, but two of these Discord using Rust players had girlfriends, both the victim and the murderer.
So I don't know the time because I don't know the system like that.
Not the main takeaway from the story, but definitely a wild thing I noticed.
They try to stick me with the aggravated assault because all y'all in that murder charge means is that's not how we died.
But the autopsy revealed that asphyxiation due to strangulation is how Sam died, so it appears that Dakota was seriously misinformed.
But they did drop one. That's one step closer. In the next couple months, that other one should get dropped once the fingerprints come back off the knife, because I never touched it. So as long as Brandon's fingerprints come up on it, it'll get dropped. And that means I won't have a murder charge. Okay, well, I love you, baby. I'm glad that I have good news today to tell you. It's not often I get good news. I'm coming home for you. Okay? I'm telling my sister that night I'm coming home.
Dakota's celebration turned out to be premature because he did end up facing a murder charge, 2 of them in fact. Dakota and Brandon were tried separately and testified against each other. In their testimonies, each boy blamed the other for instigating the crime, but when it came down to it, only Brandon's DNA was found on the knife. The cause of death, as you may remember, was strangulation, which Dakota confessed to, which made him equally culpable. Even though Dakota and Brandon both pleaded not guilty, they were both convicted just a week apart.
I know my brain is entirely broken because immediately the first thing I want to say is that he's mewing. And you guys are responsible for it. You put it in my mind, and you're responsible for it.
On a grand total of 6 charges: a second-degree felony of malice murder, felony murder, 2 counts of aggravated assault, tampering with evidence, and concealing a death. When it came time for the trial, the Poss family made a decision that may perhaps surprise you in regards to how they would proceed legally. At the heart of the choice was the desire to respect the beliefs of their late son.
Sam was very smart and very cognizant of, like grown up themes, even as like a 10-year-old, and realized that he didn't really believe in the death penalty. He said killing somebody for killing somebody doesn't make sense to him.
The Poss family did not ask for the death penalty when the case came to trial, despite the brutality of the crime and the unimaginable depth of their loss. As a result, Dakota and Brandon were both sentenced to life without parole. Though both boys have appealed this decision, the original sentence stands, and they remain behind bars. Sam is also memorialized through a charity set up by his family. Each year, they collect donations for a scholarship that funds 2 students' marching band dues, allowing those who wish to join but can't afford it the opportunity to enjoy something Sam loved.
We thought it would be a way to honor Sam. He wasn't going to be able to directly impact the world because he was gone, so this was a way we could kind of make that impact happen even though he wasn't here anymore. And it helped us in giving us a purpose for the senselessness of it, because it's still senseless, but now there's something that a positive outcome because of it. It's easy to just focus on the darkness and then just kind of get mired in that. But we've the world's a darker place without Sam in it, but talking about him and remembering him brings some of that light back.
While no scholarship or memory will bring Sam back, he remains alive in the hearts of those who love him and seek to live out their lives with him in mind. We want to sincerely thank everyone who spoke with us.
Jesus Christ. When a cannibal killer spots his next meal, I can't do this. I remembered why I stopped watching so many of these the murder stories, dude. Holy shit. That was dark as hell. Fun react, 6 Asians versus 1 secret white guy.
I'm
You
Asian.
missed it. I already fucking reacted to this. Dude, I already reacted to this, dude. Six military personnel
I'm in the
versus 1 fake. Oh my God. Stolen Valor Jubilee. New chat, Stanley Cup. HasanAbi is not built for girl news. It's true. You said about getting Kaya a friend?
This dog is so dangerous that even tigers fear him. Introducing the Alabai, also known as the Central Asian Shepherd Dog, a breed that's as badass as it is loyal. Originating from Central Asia, the Alabai has been bred for thousands of years to protect livestock against predators like wolves and even big cats. This is not just a dog, it's a fearless guardian. With their massive size, powerful...
Bro, this shit literally looks like a Kongal with a pit bull. Bred with like a pit bull. That's crazy. That's not a dog, man.
Powerful build and deep bark, they are a formidable presence.
Yo, what's up with all the... Why did they put all these fucking big-ass chains on these dogs? What is that?
Full-grown Alabai can weigh up to 176 pounds, with a thick, dense coat that protects them from harsh weather and injuries. But it's not just their size that makes them excellent protectors. The Alabai possesses a calm but confident demeanor. They're incredibly intelligent and independent, capable of making decisions on their own in protecting their pack. This breed is known for its strong territorial instincts and unwavering loyalty to its...
Okay, to be... like, this is bad.
...family. Known for its strong...
If a dog is that big and that powerful, and you literally are pulling on it like that, that means that dog is not trained. That's insane. That's so dangerous, dude. That means you have no control over your fucking polar bear ass dog. That's insane to me.
For its strong territorial instincts and unwavering loyalty to its family. The Alabai's ability to assess threats and protect against them makes them one of the most reliable bodyguard dogs you could have.
Okay, I feel like this is one of those like AI videos, and they've shown us like 8 different dogs. Okay, you can't train that? Yes, you can. You can train any kind of dog. None of these dogs look the same, by the way. Like, I don't understand. Some of them do. But.
Introducing the Alabai, also known as the...
This long?
Who the hell is that? Wait a second. That's Michael from Jordan. Lebanon James. Cairo Irving. Kuwait Leonard. Gaza Pachulia. Beiruti Gobert, Dubyron Scott, Afghanistan Van Gundy, Meta World Peace in the Middle East, Iran Artest, Qatarian Prince?
That's so stupid. Sorry for the less fun reacts with the Columbia story starting to pick up steam. Oh, thank God. I spoke with the Columbia students who were chemically attacked on campus. They've gone to the hospital. Their eyes burn, heads ache, chest hurt. They say administrators haven't even reached out to them. Students allege the perpetrators are tied to the IDF. It's crazy that this happened. And there's basically nothing. Like, no fucking... Like, I tweeted about it, but there's such little... There is such little mainstream media coverage. There's no mainstream media coverage on it, which I think is insane. Because if the opposite of this happened, if there's a pro-Israel rally and a bunch of like Palestinian students fucking use like skunk, but I don't know if it actually is. By the way, I don't know how you'd be able to bring this out. But like if they just like this is the first reporting on this I've seen. Given the New York Times flood the zone approach to elite university campus politics, got to imagine they'll be doing a piece too. Someone set off some stink spray at an unsanctioned rally, and the people of the rally just decided it was probably two Jews. Seems a little tenuous. Yeah. That's what happened. That's cool, man. Thanks. New. Following our story, Columbia Provost sends new campus email. The New York City Police Department is taking the lead role in investigating what appears to have been a serious crime, possibly hate crimes. Alleged perpetrators are banned from campus as investigation continues. Also, they do know who it is. Skunk is already out. Police departments all across the states have been buying it. How'd these guys get it, though?
Hello and welcome to Animal Watch, and today we're meeting the real...
This lady loves dogs a little bit too much. Remember the news story about the guy blocking Zionists with a blanket that made the news? Yeah. Most uni demos are unsanctioned right now, especially one about Palestine. The daily episode today talked about how Hamas viewed all Israelis as non-civilians. Is that wrong? It's not only wrong, but it's like directly weird timing-wise that they covered it, especially when like even the Al-Aqsa flood document came out, and even Hamas's own document was like, no, we do not view all Israelis as enemy combatants. We did actually, like, there was violence that broke out that included like civilian casualties on the Israeli front. So, you know. I don't know. The dog's a big ass head, and it's like kind of scary. The eyes. But yeah, good. I'm glad that a news outlet is actually doing the reporting. And finally, we'll get some more information on it. The incident marks the latest escalation against students protesting for Palestinian rights at Columbia. Last semester, the university suspended the student group's Jewish Voice for Peace, or an SJP. More broadly, students on campus across the country have been met with university discipline and even criminal charges as they call for the university to divest from their company's ties to Israeli military. Public officials have devoted extensive resources discussing reports on anti-Semitism on university campuses. Even a congressional hearing that basically led the news nonstop. On Monday morning, Mitchell sent a campus-wide email that did not reference the attack, but seemed to be in response to it. Mitchell noted that placing someone in or risking bodily harm is a violation of school rules, while also describing school rules around unauthorized protests. Yeah, you know, having a protest for Palestine, which we do not want you to do, is it the same vein as like, I don't know, pepper spraying people. That's sick. Or using some kind of chemical. That's cool, man. Very fine people on both sides, you know? Our community safely exercises the right to expression and invite, listen to, and challenge views, including those that may be offensive and even hurtful to many of us. On Friday, Columbia students gathered on the steps of Low Library in below freezing temperatures and snow flurries demonstrated a Divestment Now rally organized by Columbia University Apartheid Divest, a coalition of 94 student groups that was revived after SJP and JVP were banned. They call for financial transparency from the university, which is a $14 billion endowment. Working to mobilize students for a tuition strike to push the administration to divest from companies implicated in Israel's occupation of Palestine and retaliatory war on Gaza. University endowments are insane. It's just a hedge fund at this point. Students at Columbia College and Barnard College voted in favor of divestment for Israel in recent years. Both efforts were dismissed by the administration. At the protest, some Jewish students raised a banner that read, "See you Jews for ceasefire." They were approached by two individuals who called them traitors and self-hating Jews, according to Layla, a student who asked The Intercept to identify her only by her first name due to safety concerns. They kept on going up and harassing people. They were filming people. They were calling people Jew killers. They were also referring to people as terrorists, and they really did not like my Jewish friends in particular. According to students, the people who were protesting the protesters were the same ones who later sprayed the chemical. I've been having to look stuff up on Reddit to figure out what's going on. I mean, yeah, if someone says self-hating Jew, immediately it's like big revelation there. R has been identified as Menahem Perez, former IDF from Florida who sought to rejoin in October 2023, per an interview with CBS wherein he wore a hat from Columbia University. They're saying that these were the two guys that stank on him. It was 3 in total. Here they are. They wanted to get away very quickly. I wasn't sprayed directly, but my eyes keep on burning. Orange jacket wearing a fake keffiyeh. He was wearing white sunglasses, most likely a Columbia student. His friend is a Columbia GS student and an IOF soldier. I don't know. I don't know what kind of chemical they use. I would like to see an investigation. Pro-Palestinian protesters say they were attacked with stink bomb at Columbia University. I'm surprised they actually noticed. So it smelled like they do. Wait until they find out what kind of ordnance Hamas uses on a regular basis. Probably someone just needs to shower. It's great. Great stuff, man. Just so much pure unadulterated racism. I'm thinking about it like, was it this bad? Was it always this bad? And I totally was oblivious? Not really. I mean, I've always been a fucking defender of I've always been a person incredibly critical of American imperialism. I'm always been like, my name's Hasan. People know I'm Muslim. Like, I don't remember it being this bad. I feel like it got worse because like liberals joined in on the fun. You know what I mean? Liberals were like, oh, we can't leave all the Islamophobia to the Republicans. Like, we should also do some of our own version. Liberals have always been the top Hitlerites. Not really. I think conservatives have always been way bigger Hitlerites than liberals. It's just like, not on Twitter, no. The hate speech has objectively risen since the dipshit took over. I swear, literally every single reply I see is blue check racist, no matter what the post is. Yeah. Think about how bad the Facebook comment sections were when you were at TYT. It's always been this bad, but people are more anonymous online now. I think, I think it was definitely really bad in the beginning of my career. Look, I've been at this game for a long time. I remember it being way, way worse like 10 years ago. But now it's basically getting to the same. It's getting to that level. I think what's weird is like, I don't know. Glad this movement will at least sort out gutting liberals, Republican, and Democratic parties can both shift left in the future. I do think that like social ostracization, I don't know if I said it right, but like outcasting people socially is like at least some works to a certain level, I think. Ostracization. You know what I mean? Like at least people felt like kind of uncomfortable being as openly racist, openly Islamophobic. Back in the day, it still didn't stop it, right? I mean, when there's a will, there's a way, right? But I do think that at least back in the day, there was a little bit more of a, maybe I shouldn't openly be so antagonistic and openly be so like violently racist. And yeah, when you get permission, I feel like when you get permission from others around you in your social circle, you get way worse. But yeah, Twitter is objectively 4chan now. I think it was you who said this once, that Americans think they're so much better than those in the Middle East, but they're just really demons in suits. Yes. That is myself.
Alabai, the Central Asian Shepherd.
I think this lady must know what she's doing when she poses like that.
Feared as one of the world's most powerful flock guardians. Some people say that he can take on any wolf and win. He has so much courage. He can live alone in the harsh and extreme mountains, surviving only for the love of those he protects, his flock and his master. Today we meet a true Central Asian shepherd, one who has come from the deepest mountains of Central Asia. Will he be as courageous and powerful as stories tell? And does he have the power to take on and kill a wolf? Meet today's wolf killer, the real.
Why is she saying it like that? Like they're gonna put her in a cage, put him in a cage match with a fucking wolf. You know? Like, how are you gonna find out if it's capable of murder? What's going on?
Alabai, the Central Asian shepherd. The Central Asian shepherd, also known as the Alabai, is a courageous giant guardian breed for both flocks and property. The internet is awash with clips of this dog fearlessly fighting wolves, some winning and some also falling victim to the wolves' fearsome bite and strength. Its history is complicated. The ancestor of the Central Asian Shepherd originated in a geographical area between the Ural, Caspian Sea, Asia Minor, and the northwest border of China. Some serve as livestock guardians, some protect their owners, and some are used for dogfighting, which
That's insane how fucking tall this little shit is.
is a national tradition in many countries of that region. Previously on Animal Watch, we visited some smaller Alabai who had been bred from fighting and guarding lines. We were unable to touch these dogs who had been purposely unsocialized in order to do their job efficiently. Today, we have been invited to meet a huge Central Asian Shepherd, one who looks more like the giant classic images we see on the internet. Tall, proud, and dignified. He is also human-friendly, as long as his owners tell him we are friends. I wonder if he will give me a friendlier welcome than my previous Alabai friends.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing, Alec? Are you okay?
Hi, gosh, what's this?
it's our little Alabai puppy, Lucky.
Lucky!
Hey,
You're
boy.
so lucky, you're so cute. Oh my goodness me, and who's this?
So we've got his father here as well. He's a Central Asian Shepherd. He's mostly got a lot of Kazakhstan blood in him. Yeah, he's about 3.5 years old.
He's
this one
really
is.
big, he's
Yeah.
got a huge head, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a big boy compared to this
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
All right, tell us how much this dog weighs, you know, so I can paywall it behind the top of the hour ad break, baby. That's right. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Ooh.
This one will grow to that size, will he?
Yeah, he'll potentially be bigger. I think he'll probably be a bit bigger.
Yeah.
It's definitely be a bit bigger.
Who have we got over here?
This is Lucky.
Hello, Lucky, how are you? Good girl.
Not most sociable.
So is she.
She's very attached to the people she knows, but yeah.
Good girl. Oh, that's
Fucking mouth
right.
is
You don't
watering.
have to say hi to me if you don't want to. Wow, they're really big. I've got to say in the UK they're very rare. And I think what's really important is to talk today about the differences between the Alabai and a lot of other dogs that are out there. Their background, their history, and what a true type Alabai is and what it means.
Sargon was indeed beautiful to look at, and you could see the odd scar from the confrontations he must have had with the other male guardian dogs there. However, he was so lovely to me and so sweet, totally different to the previous Alabais I had met. He did always have one eye on the surroundings though, and I was told that he would defend the livestock the boys at Savasky Kennels had on site, as well as being excellent to patrol the perimeter
Why no ear? I don't think they have ears.
fence.
Like, I think that's just their ears are weird. Or maybe they cut him, but I assume he's just got like weird ears.
At one point, he met one of the dominant Kangals through the fence, and we saw a much sterner side to his personality. But despite his undercurrent of fierceness, he was a
No,
good,
he has ears. They're not cropped.
kind, and gentle dog. Near to Sargon was a beautiful little baby.
Oh, never mind. It's not floofy like this dog's ears. Yeah, they probably clip them so they can be like better at. Yeah, they probably clip them so that they don't, so the other animals that like attack, you know, wolves or whatever, don't bite him off.
The Alabai called Lucky. I was told that he was called this due to him being the only survivor of the litter. Now he was absolutely gorgeous, and I said that I was going to take him home with me.
She does this every time, and it's like, I love dogs so much. I kind of get what she's doing, but like the slow motion lick sesh is just a little off, you know?
Over and over again. He followed me around with such a calm and relaxed demeanor. You can see why they are wonderful with kids and family, as well as doing their job as a
Look how big
guardian dog.
look how big her paws are.
Despite all of this cuteness, there is a
Whoa,
much
that one's
darker and
sick.
more serious side to the Central Asian Shepherd. He doesn't get his reputation for nothing. So I sat down with the Savasky boys to chat further about the origins of this breed and how they are used in real-life situations out with flocks in the mountains. Would and could a dog breed like this be a pet?
Look at
Or
that
should
belly.
he stick to working only?
Well, I'm here today with this beautiful Alabai. Isn't he beautiful? He's huge.
His name is Sargon. He's a Central Asian Shepherd. He's from a breeder back in Russia, but his bloodline originates from Kazakhstan and from Turkmenistan.
Don't make these dogs pets, man. What do you mean? These are like the most not pet dogs out there. They're working dogs, and they're working.
He's got a lot of working line in him, not much show line, but you can see that he's the right size for a dream shepherd, which is 70 to 80 centimeters by the withers, which is the correct size. He's not too big, he's not too small.
Before I was told that Alabai come in lots of specifications, the show line, working line, and then somebody said there was a fighting line too, right?
The show line Alabais, if you trace them back in the pedigree, you will see they originally were fighting dogs.
Right. How heavy do they generally weigh, a male?
There's a big range. Average male could be like 50 to 70. One of the really famous large Alabais, he's about 130 kilos.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Which is obviously a lot bigger than this, but I'll take him any day over a big dog.
For us personally, we like to look at structure a lot.
You can see our female, or Lavan's female. It's a lot more slender, a lot more built, lean dog.
When I met him,
and for the record, you can have a dog like this anywhere, man. I mean, look at my situation with Kaya. Kaya is like a Tibetan Mastiff, Chow Chow, Saint Bernard mix. She's massive, but she gets a lot of her energy out in the morning. It doesn't matter. Like, even if they're a working dog breed, as long as you know what the demands are, no, you can't. That's a dangerous dog. There's no such thing as a dangerous dog, brother. That's just not true. Like, I'm sure there's like dogs that are, I don't know. There's not like a genetic insanity with dogs. Yes, there is. Okay. Talking to a dude who had a 80-pound pit bull. Okay. The thing is, you just have to socialize the dog. That's it. You have to socialize the dog. As long as you socialize the dog, every dog, I think they might mean in the UK we have a dangerous dog legal definition. Yeah, it's dumb as fuck. Like, there are certain types of dogs that people get that they don't like train well, and they're powerful dogs, and then they like end up attacking people. You know what I mean? It's just, it happens. And I do think that it's difficult. Some dogs are harder to train than others. And overall, I think some dogs are harder to train than others. I'm gonna take Maya's opinion on dogs over yours, honestly. Why? What does she say about dogs? But yeah, working breed dogs are, you gotta run them. Overall, as long as you know what the needs of the dog are, and you know, because some dogs need to get their energy out more than others. You know, if you take them on a long walk, you know, as long as you get them tired. Like, why do you guys think Kaya sleeps all day? Do you think it's because she is like, that's her breed? No, she sleeps all day because in the morning she's running for like 2 hours straight, nonstop, because she's a bum. No, because she's genetics definitely do impact behavior and aggression with dogs. I rescued a street dog from Vietnam as a puppy, and I still have him now in LA, but he can't be touched by strangers, but socialized very well as a pup. We've taken him to the best trainers in the LA area and have come so far with him, but he just screws loose when people touching him and will enforce his boundaries. Bro, I mean, you rescued a street dog in Vietnam and you put him on a fucking aircraft early on in their life. Like, this dog's gonna be a little fucked up probably, no matter how hard you try. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's definitely, or the dog might have some trauma or some shit from early on. I don't think that's a genetic thing. That's a dog that was traumatized. I didn't say all dogs can be across the board, no matter what their living experiences are, be trained to be perfectly docile. The thing is, like, yeah, if you, for example, there's like bait dogs. You know what I mean? My friend had a bait dog, okay? That dog would fuck up any other dog. It was old as hell, but there's nothing you could do about it. It's a bait dog. You know what I mean? Like, my friend rescued a fucking bait dog. Yeah, the dog was insane. It was a fucking bait dog. A bait dog is a dog that they use for bait in dogfighting rings. Like for dogfighting. But if you get a dog, like as a puppy, as long as it's not been like heavily traumatized or something, you can easily socialize and train and do all of that good stuff. Isn't that animal abuse? Yes, that is absolutely animal abuse. I'm not saying my friend was using the dog for bait dogs in their fighting ring. I'm saying that they rescued the dog from, like, they were the ones who homed the dog after they rescued the dog. But overall, though, if you have a dog, like these guys are breeding these dogs, you know what I mean? If you breed these dogs and you know the dogs as they're a puppy, it's gonna be easy as fuck. But to be fair, I don't know. You can train a dog to be violent for sure. And you can train a dog to be docile, nice, kind, socialized. A lot of people don't do it appropriately. But, I mean, of course, there's still going to be issues. Maybe some dogs are just fucked up. Humans are fucked up too. Why can't dogs be fucked up? You know what I mean? I'm simply stating that it's not coming from a place of like breed-specific violence, I would say.
He was very laid back and he was very, very lovely. Does he need your permission to be nice to me? If he was on his own in a field and I just rocked up on my own, would he be guarding that field? Would he be going like, you are not coming in here?
100%.
He'd be a lot more territorial and he'll be a lot more protective of his place if you were to come uninvited.
Yeah.
Whereas if I'm here, he knows that the situation is calm.
Yes.
And then he'll be calm. But as soon as you come uninvited, then it'll be a different story.
So if somebody wanted one of these as a pet, could you have one in a little house or would you have to give him a good bit of land?
I advise anyone that does have the breed to make sure you do a lot of exercise and don't overfeed them, especially if they're in a small house. If you overfeed them and they don't get the exercise, you'll notice later down the line that they'll get a lot of problems.
What's that, joint problems then?
Mostly joint problems, yeah. You just got to give it time with these dogs. They're not like your average dog that matures physically and mentally within a year or two. When he's about 4 years of age, that's when he'll hit full maturity, physically as well.
Obviously good guard dogs, right? So if you were to go out and leave one in your house, would they look after the house?
Yeah, for sure. But I also think they do make good pets as well.
Yes.
So in my opinion, livestock guardians as a whole, not just Alabai, but all livestock guardians, one quality that I like about them a lot is with their pack, with their family, they're extremely gentle. Because I've had experience with other breeds too. Just because they're dominant, confident dogs, in my opinion, that's an advantage. Insecure dogs with a high prey drive, with the small children and stuff could be an issue.
Yeah.
But they don't have that prey drive because they're
No.
bred to be around the livestock.
No, I agree. And when you look back and you look at a lot of footage online, just generally of flock guardians, whether it's a Central Asian Shepherd or a Kangal, you often see them with families, like kids climbing on top of them, sleeping with the dog's licking the child. Very, very gentle. And of course, if you see them in with goats and sheep, they're equally just really, really gentle and really, really nurturing.
I feel like it's instinctive knowledge they have, like a really ancient breed. They work and know things themselves rather than you having to teach them with other breeds.
Does he like other male dogs, or is that a bit of a problem, something you have to sort of watch?
I feel like it depends on each dog itself. It depends on how you've socialised it when it was younger.
Is it possible to make them social, I guess, if you really, really work at it?
Definitely, yeah.
So say, for instance, people have got cats or kittens or rabbits and things like that. Are they good with those because they have a lower prey drive?
We actually have 2 kittens at home as well, and the dogs were perfect with them.
So raised with little things like that, they'll just nurture them and look after them like
if they're raised with them, But
if they're not raised with them, then what will they might not like them?
Yeah.
So when they're in their native habitat, they walk around with the sheep until they sense some wolves in the area. And what do? Do they run as a huge pack to see them off?
Depends, isn't it?
Or do they stick with the sheep until
you'll have a
the
couple
wolves...
that will run out. You'll also have maybe 1, 2 that will stick with the pack just in case something else is going to approach you, just to protect them.
It's my guess that most of the time the wolves, if there's too much trouble with there being too many dogs, the wolves will just go, won't they?
They're intelligent.
They'll just try to get out. Because the idea is to try and make it really difficult for the wolves, not to necessarily go and kill the wolves.
Wolves are usually smart because they're pack orientated, so what tends to happen is a single lone wolf will come and distract the dogs for it to get chased. And obviously the wolves got a lot more stamina than majority of these livestock dogs. There'll be wolves waiting further down the road.
So what, they want to try and take the dogs out?
Yeah, that's what tends to happen.
The single wolf will come and draw the dog pack out, and then the wolves will try and take the dogs out so they can go back and get the sheep. Is that the idea?
Or it's even if, let's say, one large male wants to go out on a wolf hunt, that one wolf will lead him into the pack of wolves, and unfortunately then that's when the dog falls in for it. But then there is some cases where that single wolf who does approach can't get away.
Can't get away, and then the pack of dogs.
That's when you see the pack of dogs.
Do you find them quite hard to train?
That's the disadvantage, their stubbornness. From what I've seen, it's males that are usually more stubborn than the females. Females usually stick to you more and pay a bit more attention to you.
Yeah.
They will like to please you a lot more.
Recall's the main thing. It's not the best with livestock dogs.
It's not the best.
It's not, no.
For training, I would say different dogs have different things that could get their attention.
Yeah.
So livestock guardians usually have a high food drive.
They've got a huge coat, which obviously means they're going to be molting everywhere. Where they come from, is it quite cold at night?
It gets down to about minus 30, 40 degrees in the winter, and then in the summer it can get up to maybe like 30. You say about 30 degrees.
40,
so
30,
it goes
40.
the polar opposite and goes very, very hot.
Yeah.
So do they like being inside the house, or do they prefer to lie outside?
Outside.
So you need to really give them an area they can cool off. What's the life expectancy of this breed?
Ranges, so that's where it becomes like a debate about Aboriginal dogs and more modern breeding. Obviously with more modern breeding, show breeding now, like with all other breeds, life expectancy can go down. But then when you look at some of the more Aboriginal dogs,
Because they're just healthier.
Healthier because they're more naturally bred.
They can have high life expectancies.
I'd say for the Aboriginals, I'd average it anywhere from 13 to 16, I'd say.
We know that dogs get their ears cropped in foreign countries to do
That is long as hell, bro. For a big ass dog.
with when they come into contact with wolves. Wolves can tear off the ears and they can just grab onto the dog. If you had one of these versus a wolf, one-on-one, which one's going to be better? And you've got to be truthful here.
It depends on the dog and on the wolf.
Yeah.
A strength of a livestock guardian, even with the same breed, there's a huge range. And it's the same story with the wolf. There's a huge range in size and strength.
If you put him in front of a wolf, it's not going to match out for him. The dog needs to be experienced as well from a proper working field.
Yeah, and also some of them, it's mental drive. It's not always size, it's workability and mental drive.
I really...
Are we finding Kai another roommate? Fuck no. Are you kidding me? I just got done training this demon.
Really like this breed a lot. In fact, one of my favourite breeds to date. As despite their fierce reputation, they are total family dogs, and you can see what gentle giants they are in the house with kids and family. I think that dogs like this can get along with whoever.
How different are big dog owners versus small dog owners? I mean, I don't know. But by and large, I think like big dog owners know that their dogs are going to be terrifying to the average person. So they work extra hard to ensure that like their dogs are better trained, I think, so that they don't get yeah, they just ensure that their dogs are better trained so they don't get
whatever
like
you choose, but it
they don't have
needs to be
issues. Whereas
introduced
little
to
dog owners, I feel like treat their dogs like cats a little bit and just kind of let them loose, let them fly, which is not good.
them early on and taught to them to accept. Many are same-sex aggressive, so cannot live with a similar dominant sex and breed. But I'm sure would get on very well with other animals and dogs of no threat to them, as long as socialised to them very well and early on. Their independent streak means that they might be stubborn, as they have been bred to be independent and take decisions on their own. So please take this into consideration if you are after an obedient breed. As for wolf killer, well...
Volunteer to shelter. Big dog people do not necessarily train their dogs. Little dog owners are just more picky with that kind of dog they want. Wait, what? I mean, you're talking about a shelter, so...
We've spoken about this many times before on Animal Watch. A pack of these on one wolf alone can probably kill a wolf. But the wild and ruthless wolf would not hesitate to take one of these dogs out if they were outnumbered. Just remember that.
I do think that, I mean, the problem is the reason why you guys probably think like big dog owners are overrepresented in like being bad dog owners is because you're more likely to like pay attention, I think. Like when a little chihuahua's being an annoying little shit, you're like, yeah, whatever. But if you have a non-trained big dog, then it's a problem. You know what I mean? If you have a big ass dog behaving like a chihuahua.
Apart from that, I could have snuggled both Lucky and Sargon until the cows came home. Literally, under their watchful eye.
So if anybody wants to find out about more about this dog, what are your websites that they can find you on?
I'll let you have it.
So we've got an Instagram and a Facebook page, Savasky Kennels. You can
And
follow
I'll write
us.
that underneath so you can...
Yeah, a chihuahua is not killing a toddler if behaved poorly, lol. I mean, yeah, but they can still do a lot. They can rack up a lot of damage.
find him.
And here's Verivar Kennels.
Yeah, Verivar Kennels, yeah.
And
Yeah.
we're just basically showcasing what the true livestock guardian is.
I really enjoyed meeting you guys today, and if you enjoyed this episode, then give us a big thumbs up and subscribe to the channel by clicking the button in the bottom hand corner, and tune in every week where I'll be bringing you more episodes on dogs, wolves, animal rescue and conservation. Bye for now.
Corrupt cops realized they destroyed their career. Wow. I'm done though. I'm actually done. I'm tired. Nice little 8 hour and 30-minute. Trump just made the most incredible speech ever. So many memes. I'll look at it tomorrow. Cat? What the fuck
Their
is
own
that?
way that they are now becoming very popular as
That's
pets
weird.
across the world.
That's
Claws
weird.
and
Oh.
paws like rodent or bat feet,
Why?
and no undercoat, so they can be stroked in both directions just like a dog can. In fact, many owners claim that these cats also possess dog-like qualities in the way.
That's crazy. Firam was fire today. Thank you. I agree. I thought it was one of the best episodes. You know, it's pretty good. Unfortunately, we couldn't do a premium episode. But yeah. Stream Madden with LeBron. Yeah, I should. I should do that. How many hours do you sleep? 8. I don't really do much outside of working out and streaming, so I get to stream for. I get to sleep for like 8 hours. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Okay. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me in so many